The Case of the Officers of Excise by Thomas Paine, published in 1772. Recorded for Essay Collection No. 1 by Peter Yearsley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Case of the Officers of Excise, with remarks on the qualifications of officers, and on the numerous evils arising to the revenue from the insufficiency of the present salary, humbly addressed to the Honourable and Right Honourable, the members of both Houses of Parliament. The Introduction. As a design among the excise officers throughout the kingdom is on foot for an humble application to Parliament next session to have the state of their salaries taken into consideration, it has been judged not only expedient but highly necessary to present a state of their case previous to the presentation of their petition. There are some cases so singularly reasonable that the more they are considered, the more weight they obtain. It is a strong evidence both of simplicity and honest confidence when petitioners in any case ground their hopes of relief on having their case fully and perfectly known and understood. Simple as this subject may appear at first, it is a matter, in my humble opinion, not unworthy a parliamentary attention. It is a subject interwoven with a variety of reasons from different causes. New matter will arise on every thought. If the poverty of the officers of excise, if the temptations arising from their poverty, if the qualifications of persons to be admitted into the employment, if the security of the revenue itself are matters of any weight, then I am conscious that my voluntary services in this business will produce some good effect or other, either to the better security of the revenue, the relief of the officers, or both. The state of the salary of the officers of excise. When a year's salary is mentioned in the gross, it acquires a degree of consequence from its sound which it would not have if separated into daily payments, and if the charges attending the receiving and other unavoidable expenses were considered with it. £50 a year and 1 shilling and 9 farthing a day carry as different degrees of significancy with them as my lord's steward and the steward's labourer. And yet an outride officer in the excise, under the name of £50 a year, receives for himself no more than 1 shilling and 9 farthing a day. After tax, charity, and sitting expenses are deducted, there remains very little more than £46, and the expenses of horsekeeping in many places cannot be brought under £14 a year, besides the purchase at first, and the hazard of life, which reduces it to £32 per annum, or 1 shilling and 9 farthing per day. I have spoken more particularly of the outrides, as they are by far the most numerous, being in proportion to the footwalks, as 8 is to 5 throughout the kingdom. Yet in the latter the same misfortunes exist. The channel of them only is altered. The excessive dearness of house rent, the great burthen of rates and taxes, and the excessive price of all the necessaries of life in cities and large trading towns nearly counterbalance the expenses of horsekeeping. Every office has its stages of promotion, but the pecuniary advantages arising from a footwalk are so inconsiderable, and the loss of disposing of effects, or the charges of removing them to any considerable distance, so great, that many outright officers with a family remain as they are from an inability to bear the loss or support the expense. The officers resident in the cities of London and Westminster are exempt from the particular disadvantages of removals. This seems to be the only circumstance which they enjoy superior to their country brethren. In every other respect they lay under the same hardships and suffer the same distresses. There are no perquisites or advantages in the least annexed to the employment. A few officers, who are stationed along the coast, may sometimes have the good fortune to fall in with a seizure of contraband goods, and yet that frequently at the hazard of their lives. But the inland officers can have no such opportunities. Besides, the surveying duty in the excise is so continual that without remissness from the real business itself, there is no time to seek after them. With the officers of the customs it is quite otherwise. Their whole time and care is appropriated to that service, and their profits are in proportion to their vigilance. If the increase of money in the kingdom is one cause of the high price of provisions, the case of the excise officers is peculiarly pitiable. No increase comes to them. They are shut out from the general blessing. They behold it like a map of Peru. The answer of Abraham to Dives is somewhat applicable to them. Quote, "There is a great gulf fixed." End quote. To the wealthy and humane, it is a matter worthy of concern that their affluence should become the misfortune of others. Were the money in the kingdom to be increased double, the salary would in value be reduced 1/2. Every step upwards is a step downwards with them. Not to be partakers of the increase would be a little hard, but to be sufferers by it is exceedingly so. The mechanic and the labourer may in a great measure ward off the distress by raising the price of their manufactures or their work, but the situation of the officers admit of no such relief. Another consideration in their behalf, and which is peculiar to the excise, is that as the law of their office removes them far from all their natural friends and relations, it consequently prevents those occasional assistances from them which are serviceably felt in a family, and which even the poorest among the poor enjoys. Most poor mechanics, or even common labourers, have some relations or friends who, either out of benevolence or pride, keep their children from nakedness, supply them occasionally with perhaps half a hog, a load of wood, a chaldron of coals, or something or other which abates the severity of their distress, and yet those men, thus relieved, will frequently earn more than the daily pay of an excise officer. Perhaps an officer will appear more reputable with the same pay than a mechanic or labourer. The difference arises from sentiment, not circumstances. A something like reputable pride makes all the distinction, and the thinking part of mankind well knows that none suffer so much as they who endeavour to conceal their necessities. The frequent removals which unavoidably happen in the excise are attended with such an expense, especially where there is a family, as few officers are able to support. About 2 years ago, an officer with a family, under orders for removing, and rather embarrassed circumstances, made his application to me, and from a conviction of his distress, I advanced a small sum to enable him to proceed. He ingenuously declared that, without the assistance of some friend, he should be driven to do injustice to his creditors, and compelled to desert the duty of his office. He has since honestly paid me, and does as well as the narrowness of such circumstances can admit of. There is one general allowed truth which will always operate in their favour, which is that no set of men under His Majesty earn their salary with any comparison of labour and fatigue with that of the officers of excise. The station may rather be called a seat of constant work than either a place or an employment. Even in the different departments of the general revenue, they are unequalled in the burthen of business. A riding officer's place in the customs, whose salary is £60 a year, is ease to theirs, and the work in the window light duty, compared with the excise, is lightness itself. Yet their salary is subject to no tax. They receive £49, 12 shillings and sixpence, without deduction. The inconveniences which affect an excise officer are almost endless. Even the land tax assessment upon their salaries, which, though the government pays, falls often with hardship upon them. The place of their residence, on account of the land tax, has in many instances created frequent contentions between parishes, in which the officer, though the innocent and unconcerned cause of the quarrel, has been the greater sufferer. To point out particularly the impossibility of an excise officer supporting himself and family with any proper degree of credit and reputation on so scanty a pittance is altogether unnecessary. The Times, the voice of general want, is proof itself. Where facts are sufficient, arguments are useless, and the hints which I have produced are such as affect the officers of excise differently to any other set of men. A single man may barely live, but as it is not the design of the legislature or the Honourable Board of Excise to impose a state of celibacy on them, the condition of much the greater part is truly wretched and pitiable. Perhaps it may be said, why do the excise officers complain? They are not pressed into the service, and may relinquish it when they please. If they can mend themselves, why don't they? Alas, what a mockery of pity would it be to give such an answer to an honest, faithful old officer in the excise, who had spent the prime of his life in the service, and was become unfit for anything else. The time limited for an admission into an excise employment is between 21 and 30 years of age, the very flower of life. Every other hope and consideration is then given up, and the chance of establishing themselves in any other business becomes in a few years not only lost to them, but they become lost to it. Quote, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, if embraced, leads on to fortune, that neglected all beyond is misery or want." End quote. When we consider how few in the excise arrive at any comfortable eminence, and the date of life when such promotions only can happen, the great hazard there is of ill, rather than good, fortune in the attempt, and that all the years antecedent to that is a state of mere existence, wherein they are shut out from the common chance of success in any other way. A reply like that can only be a derision of their wants. It is almost impossible after any long continuance in the excise that they can live any other way. Such as are of trades would have their trade to learn over again, and people would have but little opinion of their abilities in any calling who had been 10, 15, or 20 years absent from it. Every year's experience gained in the excise is a year's experience lost in trade, and by the time they become wise officers, they become foolish workmen. Were the reasons for augmenting the salary grounded only on the charitableness of so doing, they would have great weight with the compassionate, but there are auxiliaries of such a powerful cast that, in the opinion of policy, they obtain the rank of originals. The first is truly the case of the officers, but this is rather the case of the revenue. The distresses in the excise are so generally known that numbers of gentlemen, and other inhabitants in places where officers are resident, have generously and humanely recommended their case to the members of the Honourable House of Commons, and numbers of traders of opulence and reputation, well knowing that the poverty of an officer may subject him to the fraudulent designs of some selfish persons under his survey, to the great injury of the fair trader, and trade in general, have, from principles both of generosity and justice, joined in the same recommendation. Thoughts on the corruption of principles and on the numerous evils arising to the revenue from the too great poverty of the officers of excise. It has always been the wisdom of government to consider the situation and circumstances of persons in trust. Why are large salaries given in many instances but to proportion it to the trust, to set men above temptation, and to make it even literally worth their while to be honest? The salaries of the judges have been augmented, and their places made independent even on the Crown itself, for the above wise purposes. Certainly there can be nothing unreasonable in supposing there is such an instinct as frailty among the officers of excise, in common with the rest of mankind, and that the most effectual method to keep men honest is to enable them to live so. The tenderness of conscience is too often overmatched by the sharpness of want, and principle, like chastity, yields with just reluctance enough to excuse itself. There is a powerful rhetoric in necessity which exceeds even a Dunning or a Wedderburn. No argument can satisfy the feelings of hunger or abate the edge of appetite. Nothing tends to a greater corruption of manners and principles than a too great distress of circumstances, and the corruption is of that kind that it spreads a plaster for itself. Like a viper, it carries a cure, though a false one, for its own poison. Ague, without any alternative, has made dishonesty the immediate consequence of poverty. "Lest I be poor and steal." A very little degree of that dangerous kind of philosophy, which is the almost certain effect of involuntary poverty, will teach men to believe that to starve is more criminal than to steal. By as much as every species of self-murder exceeds every other crime, that true honesty is sentimental, and the practice of it dependent upon circumstances. If the gay find it difficult to resist the allurements of pleasure, the great the temptations of ambition, or the miser the acquisition of wealth, how much stronger are the provocations of want and poverty. The excitements to pleasure, grandeur, or riches are mere shadows of a shade compared to the irresistible necessities of nature. Not to be led into temptation is the prayer of divinity itself, and to guard against, or rather to prevent such ensnaring situations, is one of the greatest heights of human prudence. In private life it is partly religious, and in a revenue sense it is truly political. The rich, in ease and affluence, may think I have drawn an unnatural portrait, but could they descend to the cold regions of want, the circle of polar poverty, they would find their opinions changing with the climate. There are habits of thinking peculiar to different conditions, and to find them out is truly to study mankind. That the situation of an excise officer is of this dangerous kind must be allowed by everyone who will consider the trust unavoidably reposed in him, and compare the narrowness of his circumstances with the hardship of the times. If the salary was judged competent 100 years ago, it cannot be so now. Should it be advanced that if the present set of officers are dissatisfied with the salary, that enow may be procured not only for the present salary but for less, the answer is extremely easy. The question needs only be put. It destroys itself. Were 2,000 or 3,000 men to offer to execute the office without any salary, would the government accept them? No. Were the same number to offer the same service for a salary less than can possibly support them, would the government accept them? Certainly no. For while nature, in spite of law or religion, makes it a ruling principle not to starve, the event would be this, that as they could not live on the salary, they would discretionarily live out of the duty. Query whether poverty has not too great an influence now. Were the employment a place of direct labour, and not of trust, then frugality in the salary would be sound policy. But when it is considered that the greatest single branch of the revenue, a duty amounting to near 5 millions sterling, is annually charged by a set of men, most of whom are wanting even the common necessaries of life, the thought must, to every friend to honesty, to every person concerned in the management of the public money, be strong and striking. Poor and in power are powerful temptations. I call it power because they have it in their power to defraud. The trust unavoidably reposed in an excise officer is so great that it would be an act of wisdom, and perhaps of interest, to secure him from the temptations of downright poverty. To relieve their wants would be charity, but to secure the revenue by so doing would be prudence. Scarce a week passes at the office, but some detections are made of fraudulent and collusive proceedings. The poverty of the officers is the fairest bait for a designing trader that can possibly be. Such introduce themselves to the officer under the common plea of the insufficiency of the salary. Every considerate mind must allow that poverty and opportunity corrupt many an honest man. I am not at all surprised that so many opulent and reputable traders have recommended the case of the officers to the good favour of their representatives. They are sensible of the pinching circumstances of the officers, and of the injury to trade in general from the advantages which are taken of them. The welfare of the fair trader and the security of the revenue are so inseparably one that their interests or injuries are alike. It is the opinion of such whose situation gives them a perfect knowledge in the matter, that the revenue suffers more by the corruption of a few officers in a county than would make a handsome addition to the salary of the whole number in the same place. I very lately knew an instance where it is evident, on comparison of the duty charged since, that the revenue suffered by one trader, and he not a very considerable one, upwards of £160 per annum for several years, and yet the benefit to the officer was a mere trifle in consideration of the traders. Without doubt, the officer would have thought himself much happier to have received the same addition another way. The bread of deceit is a bread of bitterness. But, alas, how few in times of want and hardship are capable of thinking so. Objects appear under new colours, and in shapes not naturally their own. Hunger sucks in the deception, and necessity reconciles it to conscience. The Commissioners of Excise strongly enjoin that no officer accept any treat, gratuity, or, in short, lay himself under any kind of obligation to the traders under their survey. The wisdom of such an injunction is evident, but the practice of it, to a person surrounded with children and poverty, is scarcely possible, and such obligations, wherever they exist, must operate, directly or indirectly, to the injury of the revenue. Favours will naturally beget their likenesses, especially where the return is not at our own expense. I have heard it remarked by a gentleman whose knowledge in excise business is indisputable, that there are numbers of officers who are even afraid to look into an unentered room, lest they should give offence. Poverty and obligation tie up the hands of office, and give a prejudicial bias to the mind. There is another kind of evil which, though it may never amount to what may be deemed criminality in law, yet it may amount to what is much worse in effect, and that is a constant and perpetual leakage in the revenue, a sort of gratitude in the dark, a distant requital for such civilities as only the lowest poverty would accept, and which are 1,000% above the value of the civility received. Yet here is no immediate collusion. The trader and officer are both safe. The design, if discovered, passes for error. These, with numberless other evils, have all their origin in the poverty of the officers. Poverty, in defiance of principle, begets a degree of meanness that will stoop to almost anything. 1,000 refinements of argument may be brought to prove that the practice of honesty will be still the same in the most trying and necessitous circumstances. He who never was an hungered may argue finely on the subjection of his appetite, and he who never was distressed may harangue as beautifully on the power of principle. But poverty, like grief, has an incurable deafness which never hears. The oration loses all its edge, and to be or not to be becomes the only question. There is a striking difference between dishonesty arising from want of food and want of principle. The first is worthy of compassion, the other of punishment. Nature never produced a man who would starve in a well-stored larder because the provisions were not his own. But he who robs it from luxury of appetite deserves a gibbet. There is another evil which the poverty of the salary produces, and which nothing but an augmentation of it can remove, and that is negligence and indifference. These may not appear of such dark complexion as fraud and collusion, but their injuries to the revenue are the same. It is impossible that any office or business can be regarded as it ought, where this ruinous disposition exists. It requires no sort of argument to prove that the value set upon any place or employment will be in proportion to the value of it, and that diligence or negligence will arise from the same cause. The continual number of relinquishments and discharges always happening in the excise are evident proofs of it. Persons first coming into the excise form very different notions of it to what they have afterwards. The gay ideas of promotion soon expire. The continuance of work, the strictness of the duty, and the poverty of the salary soon beget negligence and indifference. The course continues for a while, the revenue suffers, and the officer is discharged. The vacancy is soon filled up, new ones arise to produce the same mischief and share the same fate. What adds still more to the weight of this grievance is that this destructive disposition reigns most among such as are otherwise the most proper and qualified for the employment. Such as are neither fit for the excise or anything else are glad to hold in by any means. But the revenue lies at as much hazard from their want of judgment as from the others' want of diligence. In private life, no man would trust the execution of any important concern to a servant who was careless whether he did it or not, and the same rule must hold good in a revenue sense. The commissioners may continue discharging every day, and the example will have no weight while the salary is an object so inconsiderable, and this disposition has such a general existence. Should it be advanced that if men will be careless of such bread as is in their possession, they will still be the same were it better? I answer that as the disposition I am speaking of is not the effect of natural idleness, but of dissatisfaction in point of profit, they would not continue the same. A good servant will be careful of a good place, though very indifferent about a bad one. Besides, this spirit of indifference, should it procure a discharge, is no ways affecting to their circumstances. The easy transition of a qualified officer to a compting house, or at least to a schoolmaster, at any time, as it naturally supports and backs his indifference about the excise, so it takes off all punishment from the order whenever it happens. I have known numbers discharged from the excise who would have been a credit to their patrons and the employment, could they have found it worth their while to have attended to it. No man enters into the excise with any higher expectations than a competent maintenance, but not to find even that can produce nothing but corruption, collusion, and neglect. Remarks on the qualifications of officers. In employments where direct labour only is wanting, and trust quite out of the question, the service is merely animal or mechanical. In cutting a river or forming a road, as there is no possibility of fraud, the merit of honesty is but of little weight. Health, strength, and hardiness are the labourer's virtues. But where property depends on the trust, and lies at the discretion of the servant, the judgment of the master takes a different channel, both in the choice and the wages. The honest and the dissolute have here no comparison of merit. A known thief may be trusted to gather stones, but a steward ought to be proof against the temptations of uncounted gold. The excise is so far from being of the nature of the first, that it is all and more than can commonly be put together in the last. 'Tis a place of poverty, of trust, of opportunity and temptation, a compound of discords, where the more they harmonise, the more they offend. Ruin and reconcilement are produced at once. To be properly qualified for the employment, it is not only necessary that the person should be honest, but that he be sober, diligent, and skilful. Sober, that he may be always capable of business; diligent, that he may be always in his business; and skilful, that he may be able to prevent or detect frauds against the revenue. The want of any of these qualifications is a capital offence in the excise. A complaint of drunkenness, negligence, or ignorance is certain death by the laws of the board. It cannot, then, be all sorts of persons who are proper for the office. The very notion of procuring a sufficient number for even less than the present salary is so destitute of every degree of sound reason that it needs no reply. The employment, from the insufficiency of the salary, is already become so inconsiderable in the general opinion, that persons of any capacity or reputation will keep out of it. For where is the mechanic, or even the labourer, who cannot earn at least 1s. 9d. farthing per day? It certainly cannot be proper to take the dregs of every calling, and to make the excise the common receptacle for the indigent, the ignorant, and the calamitous. A truly worthy commissioner, lately dead, made a public offer a few years ago of putting any of his neighbours' sons into the excise, but though the offer amounted almost to an invitation, one only, whom 7 years' apprenticeship could not make a tailor, accepted it, who, after a 12 months' instruction, was ordered off. But in a few days, finding the employment beyond his abilities, he prudently deserted it, and returned home, where he now remains in the character of an husbandman. There are very few instances of rejection, even of persons who can scarce write their own names legible. For as there is neither law to compel, nor encouragement to incite, no other can be had than such as offer, and none will offer who can see any other prospect of living. Every one knows that the excise is a place of labour, not of ease, of hazard, not of certainty, and that downright poverty finishes the character. It must strike every considerate mind to hear a man with a large family faithful enough to declare that he cannot support himself on the salary with that honest independence he could wish. There is a great degree of affecting honesty in an ingenuous confession. Eloquence may strike the ear, but the language of poverty strikes the heart. The first may charm like music, but the second alarms like a knell. Of late years there has been such an admission of improper and ill-qualified persons into the excise, that the office is not only become contemptible, but the revenue insecure. Collectors, whose long services and qualifications have advanced them to that station, are disgraced by the wretchedness of new supers continually. Certainly some regard ought to be had to decency as well as merit. These are some of the capital evils which arise from the wretched poverty of the salary. Evils they certainly are, for what can be more destructive in a revenue office than corruption, collusion, neglect, and ill qualifications? Should it be questioned whether an augmentation of salary would remove them, I answer there is scarce a doubt to be made of it. Human wisdom may possibly be deceived in its wisest designs, but here every thought and circumstance establish the hope. They are evils of such a ruinous tendency that they must, by some means or other, be removed. Rigour and severity have been tried in vain, for punishment loses all its force when men expect and disregard it. Of late years the Board of Excise has shown an extraordinary tenderness in such instances as might otherwise have affected the circumstances of their officers. Their compassion have greatly tended to lessen the distresses of the employment, but as it cannot amount to a total removal of them, the officers of excise throughout the kingdom have, as the voice of one man, prepared petitions to be laid before the Honourable House of Commons on the ensuing Parliament. An augmentation of salary sufficient to enable them to live honestly and competently would produce more good effect than all the laws of the land can enforce. The generality of such frauds as the officers have been detected in have appeared of a nature as remote from inherent dishonesty as a temporary illness is from an incurable disease. Surrounded with want, children, and despair, what can the husband or the father do? No laws compel like nature, no connections bind like blood. With an addition of salary, the excise would wear a new aspect and recover its former constitution. Languor and neglect would give place to care and cheerfulness. Men of reputation and abilities would seek after it, and finding a comfortable maintenance, would stick to it. The unworthy and the incapable would be rejected, the power of superiors be re-established, and laws and instructions receive new force. The officers would be secured from the temptations of poverty, and the revenue from the evils of it. The cure would be as extensive as the complaint, and new health outroot the present corruptions. Finis. End of The Case of the Officers of Excise by Thomas Paine.
All Things Are Possible, Part 1, Number 79, by Love Shestov. Translation by S.S. Kodolansky. Published 1920. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 1, by Scotty Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All Things Are Possible, Part 1, Number 79. Man is such a conservative creature that any change, even a change for the better, scares him. He prefers the bad old way to the new good one. A man who has been all his life a confirmed materialist would not consent to believe that the soul was immortal, not if it were proved to him more geometrico, and not if he were a constitutional coward, fearing death like Shakespeare's Falstaff. Then we must take human conceit into account. Men do not like to admit themselves wrong. It is absurd, but it is so. Men, trivial, wretched creatures, proved by history and by every common event to be bunglers, yet must needs consider themselves infallible, omniscient. What for? Why not admit their ignorance flatly and frankly? True, it is easier said than done, but why should slavish intellect, in spite of our desire to be straightforward, deck us out with would-be truths, of which we cannot divest ourselves, even when we know their flimsiness? Socrates wanted to think that he knew nothing, but he could not bring it off. He most absorbedly believed in his own knowledge. Nothing could be truth except his teaching. He accepted the decree of the oracle, and sincerely esteemed himself the wisest of men. And so it will be, as long as philosophers feel it their duty to teach and to save their neighbors. If a man wants to help people, he is bound to become a liar. We should undertake doubt seriously, not in order to return at length to established beliefs, for that would be a vicious circle. Experience shows us that such a process, certainly in the development of ultimate questions, only leads from error to error. We should doubt, so that doubt becomes a continuous creative force, inspiring the very essence of our life. For established knowledge argues in us a condition of imperfect receptivity. The weak, flabby spirit cannot bear quick, ceaseless change. It must look around, it must have time to gather its wits, and so it must undergo the same experience time after time. It needs the support and the security of habit, but the well-grown soul despises your crutches. He is tired of crawling on his own cabbage patch. He tears himself away from his own native soil and takes himself off into the far distances, braving the infinitude of space. Surely everybody knows we are not to live in the world forever, but cowardice prevents one's straightforward admitting of it. We keep it close till there is an occasion to air it as a truism. Only when misfortune, disease, old age come upon us, then the dread fear of departure walks with us like our own skeleton. We cannot dismiss him. At length, involuntarily, we begin to examine our gruesome companion with curiosity. And then, strangely enough, we observe that he not only tortures us, but keeping pace with us, he has begun to gnaw through all the threads that bind us to the old existence. At moments it seems as if, a few more threads gone, nothing will remain to hold us back. The eternal dream of crawling man will be fulfilled. We shall be released from the bonds. We shall betake ourselves in liberty to regions far from this damned vale of earth. End of All Things Are Possible, Part 1, Number 79, by Love Shestov.
The Crisis 1. These are the times that try men's souls. From The American Crisis by Thomas Paine, a.k.a. Common Sense. Published December 1776. Read for Essay Collection, Volume 1, by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2023. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Crisis 1. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of their country, but he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. Britain, with an army to enforce her tyranny, has declared that she has a right not only to tax, but to bind us in all cases whatsoever. And if being bound in that manner is not slavery, then is there not such a thing as slavery upon earth? Even the expression is impious, for so unlimited a power can belong only to God. Whether the independence of the continent was declared too soon or delayed too long, I will not now enter into as an argument. My own simple opinion is that had it been 8 months earlier, it would have been much better. We did not make proper use of last winter, neither could we while we were in a dependent state. However, the fault, if it were one, was all our own. The present winter is worth an age, if rightly employed, but if lost or neglected, the whole continent will partake of the evil. And there is no punishment that man does not deserve, but he who, or what, or where he will, that may be the means of sacrificing a season so precious and useful. We have none to blame but ourselves, but no great deal is lost yet. All that Howe has been doing for this past month is rather a ravage than a conquest, which the spirit of the Jerseys a year ago would have quickly repulsed, and which time and a little resolution will soon recover. I have as little superstition in me as any man living, but my secret opinion has ever been, and still is, that God Almighty will not give up a people to military destruction, or leave them unsupportedly to perish, who have so earnestly and so repeatedly sought to avoid the calamities of war by every decent method which wisdom could invent. Neither have I so much of the infidel in me as to suppose that he has relinquished the government of the world and given us up to the care of devils, and as I do not, I cannot see on what grounds the King of Britain can look up to heaven for help against us. A common murderer, a highwayman, or a housebreaker has as good a pretence as he. 'Tis surprising to see how rapidly a panic will sometimes run through a country. All nations and ages have been subject to them. Britain has trembled like an ague at the report of a French fleet of flat-bottomed boats, and in the 14th, 15th century the whole English army, after ravaging the kingdom of France, was driven back like men petrified with fear. And this brave exploit was performed by a few broken forces collected and headed by a woman, Joan of Arc. Would that heaven might inspire some Jersey maid to spirit up her countrymen and save her fair fellow-sufferers from ravage and ravishment. Yet panics, in some cases, have their uses. They produce as much good as hurt. Their duration is always short. The mind soon grows through them, and acquires a firmer habit than before. But their peculiar advantage is that they are the touchstones of sincerity and hypocrisy, and bring things and men to light which might otherwise have lain forever undiscovered. In fact, they have the same effect on secret traitors which an imaginary apparition would have upon a private murderer. They sift out the hidden thoughts of man and hold them up in public to the world. Many a disguised Tory has lately shown his head that shall penitentially solemnize with curses the day on which Howe arrived upon the Delaware. As I was with the troops at Fort Lee, and marched with them to the edge of Pennsylvania, I am well acquainted with many circumstances which those who live at a distance know but little or nothing of. Our situation there was exceedingly cramped, the place being a narrow neck of land between the North River and the Hackensack. Our force was inconsiderable, being not 1/4 so great as Howe could bring against us. We had no army at hand to have relieved the garrison, had we shut ourselves up and stood on our defense. Our ammunition, light artillery, and the best part of our stores had been removed, on the apprehension that Howe would endeavor to penetrate the Jerseys, in which case Fort Lee could be of no use to us. For it must occur to every thinking man, whether in the army or not, that these kind of field forts are only for temporary purposes, and last in use no longer than the enemy directs his force against the particular object which such forts are raised to defend. Such was our situation and condition at Fort Lee on the morning of the 20th of November, when an officer arrived with information that the enemy with 200 boats had landed about 7 miles above. Major General Nathaniel Greene, who commanded the garrison, immediately ordered them under arms, and sent express to General Washington at the town of Hackensack, distant by way of the ferry 6 miles. Our first object was to secure the bridge over the Hackensack, which laid up the river between the enemy and us, about 6 miles from us and 3 from them. General Washington arrived in about 3/4 of an hour, and marched at the head of troops towards the bridge, which place I expected we should have a brush for. However, they did not choose to dispute it with us, and the greatest part of our troops went over the bridge, the rest over the ferry, except some which passed at a mill on a small creek between the bridge and the ferry, and made their way through some marshy grounds up to the town of Hackensack, and there passed the river. We brought off as much baggage as the wagons could contain. The rest was lost. The simple object was to bring off the garrison and march them on till they could be strengthened by the Jersey or Pennsylvania militia, so as to be enabled to make a stand. We stayed 4 days at Newark, collected our outposts with some of the Jersey militia, and marched out twice to meet the enemy, on being informed that they were advancing, though our numbers were greatly inferior to theirs. Howe, in my little opinion, committed a great error in generalship in not throwing a body of force off from Staten Island through Amboy, by which means he might have seized all our stores at Brunswick and intercepted our march into Pennsylvania. But if we believe the power of hell to be limited, we must likewise believe that their agents are under some providential control. I shall not now attempt to give all the particulars of our retreat to the Delaware. Suffice it for the present to say that both officers and men, though greatly harassed and fatigued, frequently without rest, covering, or provision, the inevitable consequences of a long retreat, bore it with a manly and martial spirit. All their wishes centered in one, which was that the country would turn out and help them to drive the enemy back. Voltaire has remarked that King William never appeared to full advantage but in difficulties and in action. The same remark may be made on General Washington, for the character fits him. There is a natural firmness in some minds which cannot be unlocked by trifles, but which, when unlocked, discovers a cabinet of fortitude, and I reckon it among those kind of public blessings which we did not immediately see, that God hath blessed him with uninterrupted health, and given him a mind that can even flourish upon care. I shall conclude this paper with some miscellaneous remarks on the state of our affairs, and shall begin with asking the following question. Why is it that the enemy have left the New England provinces and made these middle ones the seat of war? The answer is easy. New England is not infested with Tories, and we are. I have been tender in raising the cry against these men, and used numberless arguments to show them their danger, but it will not do to sacrifice a world either to their folly or their baseness. The period is now arrived in which either they or we must change our sentiments, or one or both must fall. And what is a Tory? Good God, what is he? I should not be afraid to go with 100 Whigs against 1,000 Tories were they to attempt to get into arms. Every Tory is a coward, for servile, slavish, self-interested fear is the foundation of Toryism, and a man under such influence, though he may be cruel, never can be brave. But before the line of irrevocable separation be drawn between us, let us reason the matter together. Your conduct is an invitation to the enemy, yet not 1 in 1,000 of you has heart enough to join him. Howe is as much deceived by you as the American cause is injured by you. He expects you will all take up arms and flock to his standard, with muskets on your shoulders. Your opinions are of no use to him, unless you support him personally, for 'tis soldiers and not Tories that he wants. I once felt all that kind of anger which a man ought to feel against the mean principles that are held by the Tories. A noted one, who kept a tavern at Amboy, was standing at his door with as pretty a child in his hand, about 8 or 9 years old, as I ever saw, and after speaking his mind as freely as he thought was prudent, finished with this unfatherly expression, "Well, give me peace in my day." Not a man lives on the continent but fully believes that a separation must some time or other finally take place, and a generous parent should have said, "If there must be trouble, let it be in my day, that my child may have peace." And this single reflection, well applied, is sufficient to awaken every man to duty. Not a place upon earth might be so happy as America. Her situation is remote from all the wrangling world, and she has nothing to do but to trade with them. A man can distinguish himself between temper and principle, and I am as confident as I am that God governs the world that America will never be happy till she gets clear of foreign dominion. Wars without ceasing will break out till that period arrives, and the continent must in the end be conqueror. For though the flame of liberty may sometimes cease to shine, the coal can never expire. America did not nor does not want force, but she wanted a proper application of that force. Wisdom is not the purchase of a day, and it is no wonder that we should err at first setting off. From an excess of tenderness, we were unwilling to raise an army, and trusted our cause to the temporary defense of a well-meaning militia. A summer's experience has now taught us better. Yet with those troops, while they were collected, we were able to set bounds to the progress of the enemy, and thank God they are again assembling. I always considered militia as the best troops in the world for a sudden exertion, but they will not do for a long campaign. Howe, it is probable, will make an attempt on this city, Philadelphia. Should he fail on this side of the Delaware, he is ruined. If he succeeds, our cause is not ruined. He stakes all on his side against a part on ours. Admitting he succeeds, the consequence will be that armies from both ends of the continent will march to assist their suffering friends in the Middle States, for he cannot go everywhere. It is impossible. I consider Howe as the greatest enemy the Tories have. He is bringing a war into their country, which had it not been for him, and partly for themselves, they had been clear of. Should he now be expelled, I wish with all the devotion of a Christian that the names of Whig and Tory may never more be mentioned. But should the Tories give him encouragement to come, or assistance if he come, I as sincerely wish that our next year's arms may expel them from the continent, and the Congress appropriate their possessions to the relief of those who have suffered in well-doing. A single successful battle next year will settle the whole. America could carry on a 2 years' war by the confiscation of the property of disaffected persons, and be made happy by their expulsion. Say not that this is revenge. Call it rather the soft resentment of a suffering people, who, having no object in view but the good of all, have staked their own all upon a seemingly doubtful event. Yet it is folly to argue against determined hardness. Eloquence may strike the ear, and the language of sorrow draw forth the tear of compassion, but nothing can reach the heart that is steeled with prejudice. Quitting this class of men, I turn with a warm ardor of a friend to those who have nobly stood, and are yet determined to stand the matter out. I call not upon a few, but upon all. Not on this state or that state, but on every state. Up and help us. Lay your shoulders to the wheel. Better have too much force than too little, when so great an object is at stake. Let it be told to the future world that in the depth of winter, when nothing but hope and virtue could survive, that the city and the country, alarmed at one common danger, came forth to meet and to repulse it. Say not that thousands are gone. Turn out your tens of thousands. Throw not the burden of the day upon Providence, but show your faith by your works, that God may bless you. It matters not where you live, or what rank of life you hold, the evil or the blessing will reach you all. The far and the near, the home counties and the back, the rich and the poor, will suffer or rejoice alike. The heart that feels not now is dead. The blood of his children will curse his cowardice, who shrinks back at a time when a little might have saved the whole and made them happy. I love the man that can smile in trouble, that can gather strength from distress, and grow brave by reflection. 'Tis the business of little minds to shrink, but he whose heart is firm, and whose conscience approves his conduct, will pursue his principles unto death. My own line of reasoning is to myself as straight and clear as a ray of light. Not all the treasures of the world, so far as I believe, could have induced me to support an offensive war, for I think it murder. But if a thief breaks into my house, burns and destroys my property, and kills or threatens to kill me or those that are in it, and to bind me in all cases whatsoever to his absolute will, am I to suffer it? What signifies it to me whether he who does it is a king or a common man, my countryman or not my countryman, whether it be done by an individual villain or an army of them? If we reason to the root of things, we shall find no difference, neither can any just cause be assigned why we should punish in the one case and pardon in the other. Let them call me rebel, and welcome. I feel no concern from it, but I should suffer the misery of devils were I to make a whore of my soul by swearing allegiance to one whose character is that of a sottish, stupid, stubborn, worthless, brutish man. I conceive likewise a horrid idea in receiving mercy from a being who at the last day shall be shrieking to the rocks and mountains to cover him, and fleeing with terror from the orphan, the widow, and the slain of America. There are cases which cannot be overdone by language, and this is one. There are persons, too, who see not the full extent of the evil which threatens them. They solace themselves with hopes that the enemy, if he succeed, will be merciful. It is the madness of folly to expect mercy from those who have refused to do justice, and even mercy, where conquest is the object, is only a trick of war. The cunning of the fox is as murderous as the violence of the wolf, and we ought to guard equally against both. Howe's first object is, partly by threats and partly by promises, to terrify or seduce the people to deliver up their arms and receive mercy. The ministry recommended the same plan to Gage, and this is what the Tories call making their peace. A peace which passeth all understanding indeed. A peace which would be the immediate forerunner of a worse ruin than any we have yet thought of. Ye men of Pennsylvania, do reason upon these things. Were the back counties to give up their arms, they would fall an easy prey to the Indians, who are all armed. This perhaps is what some Tories would not be sorry for. Were the home counties to deliver up their arms, they would be exposed to the resentment of the back counties, who would then have it in their power to chastise their defection at pleasure. And if any one state were to give up its arms, that state must be garrisoned by all Howe's army of Britons and Hessians to preserve it from the anger of the rest. Mutual fear is the principal link in the chain of mutual love, and woe be to that state that breaks the compact. Howe is mercifully inviting you to barbarous destruction, and men must be either rogues or fools that will not see it. I dwell not upon the vapors of imagination. I bring reason to your ears, and in language as plain as ABC, hold up truth to your eyes. I thank God that I fear not. I see no real cause for fear. I know our situation well, and can see the way out of it. While our army was collected, Howe dared not to risk battle, and it is no credit to him that he decamped from the White Plains and waited a mean opportunity to ravage the defenseless Jerseys. But it is great credit to us that with a handful of men we sustained an orderly retreat for near 100 miles, brought off our ammunition, all our field pieces, the greatest part of our stores, and had 4 rivers to pass. None can say that our retreat was precipitate, for we were near 3 weeks in performing it, that the country might have time to come in. Twice we marched back to meet the enemy, and remained out till dark. The sign of fear was not seen in our camp, and had not some of the cowardly and disaffected inhabitants spread false alarms through the country, the Jerseys had never been ravaged. Once more we are again collected and collecting. Our new army at both ends of the continent is recruiting fast, and we shall be able to open the next campaign with 60,000 men, well armed and clothed. This is our situation, and who will may know it. By perseverance and fortitude we have the prospect of a glorious issue. By cowardice and submission, the sad choice of a variety of evils, a ravaged country, a depopulated city, habitations without safety, and slavery without hope, our homes turned into barracks and bawdy houses for Hessians, and a future race to provide for, whose fathers we shall doubt of. Look on this picture and weep over it. And if there yet remains one thoughtless wretch who believes it not, let him suffer it unlamented. Signed, Common Sense, December 23rd, 1776. End of The Crisis 1 by Thomas Paine.
On Authors by Margaret Preston Montague. Published in 1916. Read for Essays Collection Volume 1, by Paula Messina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On Authors by Margaret Preston Montague. I write myself. Therefore, I feel free to say what I please about authors. But if you, sir or madam, who read, but do not write, were to give voice to the reflections that are even now beginning to distill from my pencil, I should doubtless resent them. And here indeed I am faced by the sudden reflection that much of what I say myself I might resent in the mouths of others. This leads to a whole new train of thought, which, however, I refuse to take, and board instead the one I set out for, the authors unlimited. There are many things to be remarked about authors, but in so short a paper, it is possible to touch upon only a very few. One of the first facts that strikes the investigator in this field is that members of my profession do not always appear to endear themselves to those with whom they have dealings. "What do you think of authors?" I once asked an editor. "I hate 'em," he answered without a moment's hesitation. Another editor assured me, with a weary sigh, that authors were kittle-cattle. This affords a writer a little leap of amusement. So editors suffer from authors, even as authors from editors. Well, yes, we are kittle-cattle. But some of this is due, no doubt, to what people expect of us. I was presented once to a lady who immediately fixed me with an eager eye. "I am making a study of the habits of authors," she announced. Here a dreadful sinking of the heart assailed me. "Kindly tell me at what hour you retire." "Usually at 10:30, I answered wretchedly. At that, as I had expected, her eyebrows went up. "The author of When All Was Dark," she informed me, "sits up all night. She says she cannot sleep until she has savored the dawn." However, she was kind enough to give me another chance. "What do you eat?" she asked. 3 hearty meals a day," I answered. "Not breakfast," she pleaded. "Why, St. George Dreamer never takes more than 3 drops of brandy on a lump of sugar in the morning. Just the sight of a coffee cup will upset his work for a week." And then she left me. Sure, I have no doubt that no real author could confess to such distressingly normal habits as mine. Doubtless, she is an eager reader of all those little paragraphs informing us how authors write. How this one has to have his black mammy rub his head for an hour before he can even think of work, and that one confesses that to write a love scene, she must have the odor of decayed bananas in the room. Well, the world would be a sadder place without these little paragraphs. Would that I had something of a like nature to offer. But alas, I have no black mammy, and the smell of overripe fruit leaves my hero cold. Also, to give forth such gems of information, one must be able to observe a certain rule. It is, don't laugh, or you might wake up. This rule is always sacredly enforced at literary gatherings. The fact of being an author, and of being at an author's meeting, induces, it appears, an intense seriousness. In my younger days, I did not realize this, and once at a gathering of this nature, I asked a carefree question. "Do you think," I inquired of the author next to me, "that it is possible for an unmusical person to write verse?" I confess now that I put the question somewhat in the spirit of the Irishman who, asking after his friend's health, added, "Not that I care a damn, but it makes conversation." Heaven defend me from ever again making so much conversation. A gleam shot up in my author's eye. "Let us go over and ask Professor," he cried. He wrote, "What poets cannot do." He's just the man to tell us." And before I could escape, he dragged me through the press of authors and flung me before the professor with the tag, "Unmusical, but aspires to write verse." Is this possible? I know now how the beetle feels beneath the microscope. Seeing the little group we made, 2 young authors hurried up and more and more and more. They surrounded me to listen, to inspect, to comment. They asked one another eager questions about me. They compared notes. They appealed to the author of What Poets Cannot Do. And always their dreadful eyes were fixed upon me. Never, never again will I dare the dreadful seriousness of an author's meeting with an idle question. I have also learned another lesson. It is how to converse with authors. I shudder now to think of my early and crude attempts in this matter. The remembrance of one particular occasion stands out with dreadful vividness. I had been introduced to a distinguished writer. She raised her eyes to mine for a wan instant. A pale flicker of recognition passed over her face, and then silence. Readers, nay, let me call you friends while I make this terrible confession. I broke that silence. I was young. I did not understand. I do now. I have never been able since to read The Ancient Mariner. I know too well the awfulness of having shot an albatross. The lady, I said to my inexperienced self, does not care to converse. She expects you to do so. Accordingly, I broke into light and cheerful talk, something in conversation corresponding, I fear, to what in dry goods the clerk recommends as a nice line of spring styles. I realize that only a series of illustrations can make the situation clear. Imagine then, if you please, a tinkling cymbal serenading a smoldering volcano, a puppy trying to woo the Sphinx to a game of tag, sunlit waves breaking upon a stern and rock-bound coast. And you may get a faint idea of the situation. I began almost immediately to experience that far-from-home sensation of which Humpty Dumpty speaks with so much feeling. As I beheld one after another of my little remarks dash itself to nothingness against that stern and rock-bound coast, only the time and the place kept me from bursting into tears. Fortunately, it did not last too long. In another minute, one or the other of us would have shattered into the maniac's wild laughter, and I have every reason to fear that I should have been that one. Others, however, realizing the awful thing I was doing, rushed up and separated us. Sympathetic hands were stretched to her, low words were murmured, and she was drawn into a secluded corner where her silence might be preserved from any further onslaughts of a like sacrilegious nature. But no one stretched a hand to me. No sympathetic words were murmured in my ear. I now know that in conversations with authors there should be long pauses. This is because every remark, after being received by the ear, must be submitted to a strict brain analysis, and then given a soul bath before it is proper to venture a reply. I have found also that in answering too quickly, I myself lose caste. I now make it a point never to respond to a question addressed to me by an author until I have counted 20. If the author is very distinguished, I make it 50 for good measure. Much more remains to be said about authors. I realize that I have, as it were, merely scraped the surface of the subject. Space, however, allows me only room to add one last anecdote. But this one may indeed prove more illuminating than all that has gone before. Once then, in a certain city where I was visiting, I was invited to attend a meeting of its authors' club. Now at this meeting, I instructed myself before going, you will probably encounter the most serious species of author native to this climate. Accordingly, I set forth with a light and expectant heart. As I entered the hall, I was aware of another person entering from an opposite door, a serious, awkward person, with just that peculiar, vague, and almost feeble-minded expression that I have come to associate with writers in general. "Behold, my child, the serious author," I commented happily to myself. I looked again and saw it was myself in a mirror. End of On Authors by Margaret Preston Montague.
The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. This chapter is excerpted from the World's Greatest Books, Volume 15, Science, edited by Arthur Mee and J.A. Hamerton. Read for Essays Collection Volume 1 by Atul Sharma, Winnipeg, Canada. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Origin of Species. Charles Robert Darwin was born at Shrewsbury, England, February 12, 1809, of a family distinguished on both sides. Abandoning medicine for natural history, he joined HMS Beagle in 1831 on the 5 years' voyage which he described in The Voyage of the Beagle, and to which he refers in the introduction to his masterpiece. The Origin of Species, containing, in the idea of natural selection, the distinctive contribution of Darwin to the theory of organic evolution, was published in November 1859. In only one brief sentence did he there allude to man, but 12 years later he published The Descent of Man, in which the principles of the earlier volume found their logical outcome. In other works, Darwin added vastly to our knowledge of coral reefs, organic variation, earthworms, and the comparative expression of the emotions in man and animals. Darwin died in ignorance of the work upon variation done by his great contemporary, Gregor Mendel, whose work was rediscovered in 1900. Mendelism necessitates much modification of Darwin's work, which, however, remains the maker of the greatest epoch in the study of life, and the most important contribution to that study ever made. Its immortal author died on April 19, 1882, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Section 1. Creation or Evolution. When on board HMS Beagle as naturalist, I was much struck with certain facts in the distribution of the organic beings inhabiting South America and in the geographical relations of the present to the past inhabitants of that continent. These facts, as will be seen in the latter chapters of this volume, seem to throw some light on the origin of species, that mystery of mysteries, as it has been called by one of our greatest philosophers. On my return home in 1837, it occurred to me that something might perhaps be made out on this question by patiently accumulating and reflecting on all sorts of facts which could possibly have any bearing on it. After 5 years' work, I allowed myself to speculate on the subject and drew up some short notes. These I enlarged in 1844 into a sketch of the conclusions which then seemed to me probable. From that period to the present day, I have steadily pursued the same object. I hope that I may be excused for entering on these personal details, as I give them to show that I have not been hasty in coming to a decision. In considering the origin of species, it is quite conceivable that a naturalist, reflecting on the mutual affinities of organic beings, on their embryological relations, their geographical distribution, geological succession, and other such facts, might come to the conclusion that species had not been independently created, but had descended, like varieties, from other species. Nevertheless, such a conclusion, even if well-founded, would be unsatisfactory until it could be shown how the innumerable species inhabiting this world have been modified, so as to acquire that perfection of structure and co-adaptation which justly excites our admiration. Naturalists continually refer to external conditions, such as climate, food, etc., as the only possible cause of variation. In one limited sense, as we shall hereafter see, this may be true. but it is preposterous to attribute to mere external conditions the structure, for instance, of the woodpecker, with its feet, tail, beak, and tongue so admirably adapted to catch insect under the bark of trees. In the case of the mistletoe, which draws its nourishment from certain trees, which has seeds that must be transported by certain birds, and which has flowers with separate sexes absolutely requiring the agency of certain insects to bring pollen from one flower to the other, it is equally preposterous to account for the structure of the parasite, with its relation to several distinct organic beings, by the effects of external conditions, or of habit, or of the volition of the plant itself. It is therefore of the highest importance to gain a clear insight into the means of modification and co-adaptation. At the beginning of my observations, it seemed to me probable that a careful study of domesticated animals and of cultivated plants would offer the best chance of making out this obscure problem. Nor have I been disappointed. In this and in all other perplexing cases, I have invariably found that our knowledge, imperfect though it be, of variation under domestication, afforded the best and safest clue. I may venture to express my conviction of the high value of such studies, although they have been very commonly neglected by naturalists. Although much remains obscure, and will long remain obscure, I can entertain no doubt, after the most deliberate study and dispassionate judgment of which I am capable, that the view which most naturalists until recently entertained, and which I formerly entertained, namely that each species has been independently created, is erroneous. I am fully convinced that species are not immutable, but that those belonging to what are called the same genera are lineal descendants of some other and generally extinct species, in the same manner as the acknowledged varieties of any one species are the descendants of that species. Furthermore, I am also convinced that natural selection has been the most important, but not the exclusive means of modification. Section 2. Variation and Selection. All living beings vary more or less from one another, and though variations which are not inherited are unimportant for us, the number and diversity of inheritable deviations of structure, both those of slight and those of considerable physiological importance, are endless. No breeder doubts how strong is the tendency to inheritance, that like produces like is his fundamental belief. Doubts have been thrown on this principle only by theoretical writers. When any deviation of structure often appears, and when we see it in the father and child, we cannot tell whether it may not be due to the same cause having acted on both. But when amongst individuals, apparently exposed to the same conditions, any very rare deviation, due to some extraordinary combination of circumstances, appears in the parent, say once amongst several million individuals, and it reappears in the child, the mere doctrine of chances almost compels us to attribute its reappearance to inheritance. Everyone must have heard of cases of albinism, prickly skin, hairy bodies, etc., appearing in members of the same family. If strange and rare deviations of structure are really inherited, less strange and commoner deviations may be freely admitted to be inheritable. Perhaps the correct way of viewing the whole subject would be to look at the inheritance of every character whatever as the rule, and non-inheritance as the anomaly. The laws governing inheritance are for the most part unknown. No one can say why the same peculiarity in different individuals of the same species, or in different species, is sometimes inherited and sometimes not so. Why the child often reverts in certain characters to its grandfather or grandmother, or more remote ancestor. Why a peculiarity is often transmitted from one sex to both sexes, or to one sex alone, more commonly but not exclusively to the like sex. The fact of heredity being given, we have evidence derived from human practice as to the influence of selection. There are large numbers of domesticated races of animals and plants admirably suited in various ways to man's use or fancy, adapted to the environment of which his need and inclination are the most essential constituents. We cannot suppose that all the breeds were suddenly produced as perfect and as useful as we now see them. Indeed, in many cases we know that this has not been their history. The key is man's power of accumulative selection. Nature gives successive variations. Man adds them up in certain directions useful to him. In this sense, he may be said to have made for himself useful breeds. The great power of this principle of selection is not hypothetical. It is certain that several of our eminent breeders have, even within a single lifetime, modified to a large extent their breeds of cattle and sheep. What English breeders have actually effected is proved by the enormous prices given for animals with a good pedigree, and these have been exported to almost every quarter of the world. The same principles are followed by horticulturalists, and we see an astonishing improvement in many florists' flowers when the flowers of the present day are compared with drawings made only 20 or 30 years ago. The practice of selection is far from being a modern discovery. The principle of selection I find distinctly given in an ancient Chinese encyclopedia. Explicit rules are laid down by some of the Roman classical writers. It is clear that the breeding of domestic animals was carefully attended to in ancient times, and is now attended to by the lowest savages. It would indeed have been a strange fact had attention not been paid to breeding, for the inheritance of good and bad qualities is so obvious. Study of the origin of our domestic races of animals and plants leads to the following conclusions. Changed conditions of life are of the highest possible importance in causing variability, both by acting directly on the organization and indirectly by affecting the reproductive system. Spontaneous variation of unknown origin plays its part. Some, perhaps a great effect, may be attributed to the increased use or disuse of parts. The final result is thus rendered infinitely complex. In some cases, the intercrossing of aboriginally distinct species appears to have played an important part in the origin of our breeds. When several breeds have once been formed in any country, their occasional intercrossing, with the aid of selection, has no doubt largely aided in the formation of new subbreeds. But the importance of crossing has been much exaggerated, both in regard to animals and to those plants which are propagated by seed. Over all these causes of change, the accumulative action of selection, whether applied methodically and quickly, or unconsciously and slowly but more efficiently, seems to have been the predominant power. Section 3. Variation under nature. Before applying these principles to organic beings in a state of nature, we must ascertain whether these latter are subject to any variation. We find variation everywhere. Individual differences, though of small interest to the systematist, are of the highest importance for us, for they are often inherited, and they thus afford materials for natural selection to act and accumulate, in the same manner as man accumulates in any given direction individual differences in his domesticated productions. Further, what we call varieties cannot really be distinguished from species in the long run, a fact which we can clearly understand if species once existed as varieties and thus originated. But the facts are utterly inexplicable if species are independent creations. How have all the exquisite adaptations of one part of the body to another part, and to the conditions of life, and of one organic being to another being, been perfected? For everywhere we find these beautiful adaptations. The answer is to be found in the struggle for life. Owing to this struggle, variations, however slight and from whatever cause proceeding, if they be in any degree profitable to the individuals of a species in their infinitely complex relations to other organic beings and to their physical conditions of life, will tend to the preservation of such individuals, and will generally be inherited by the offspring. The offspring also will thus have a better chance of surviving, for of the many individuals of any species which are periodically born, but a small number can survive. I have called this principle, by which each slight variation, if useful, is preserved, by the term natural selection, in order to mark its relation to man's power of selection. But the expression, often used by Mr. Herbert Spencer, of the survival of the fittest, is more accurate. We have seen that man, by selection, can certainly produce great results, and can adapt organic beings to his own uses through the accumulation of slight but useful variations given to him by the hand of nature. Natural selection is a power incessantly ready for action, and is as immeasurably superior to man's feeble efforts as the works of nature are to those of art. All organic beings are exposed to severe competition. Nothing is easier to admit in words the truth of the universal struggle for life, or more difficult, at least I have found it so, than constantly to bear this conclusion in mind. Yet, unless it be thoroughly ingrained in the mind, the whole economy of nature, with every fact of distribution, rarity, abundance, extinction, and variation, will be dimly seen or quite misunderstood. We behold the face of nature bright with gladness. We often see superabundance of food. We do not see, or we forget, that the birds which are idly singing round us mostly live on insects or seeds and are thus constantly destroying life. Or we forget how largely these songsters, or their eggs, or their nestlings, are destroyed by birds or beasts of prey. We do not always bear in mind that though food may be superabundant, it is not so at all seasons of each recurring year. A struggle for existence, the term being used in a large, general, and metaphorical sense, inevitably follows from the high rate at which all organic beings tend to increase. Every being which during its natural lifetime produces several eggs or seeds must suffer destruction during some period of its life and during some season or occasional year. Otherwise, on the principle of geometrical increase, its numbers would quickly become so inordinately great that no country could support the product. Hence, as more individuals are produced than can possibly survive, there must in every case be a struggle for existence, either one individual with another of the same species, or with the individuals of distinct species, or with the physical conditions of life. It is the doctrine of Malthus, applied with manifold force to the whole animal and vegetable kingdoms. For in this case, there can be no artificial increase of food and no prudential restraint from marriage. Although some species may be now increasing, more or less rapidly in numbers, all cannot do so, for the world would not hold them. There is no exception to the rule that every organic being naturally increases at so high a rate that if not destroyed, the earth would soon be covered by the progeny of a single pair. Even slow-breeding man has doubled in 25 years, and at this rate, in less than 1,000 years, there would literally not be standing room for his progeny. Linnaeus has calculated that if an annual plant produced only 2 seeds, and there is no plant so unproductive as this, and their seedlings next year produce 2, and so on, that in 20 years there would be 1,000,000 plants. The elephant is reckoned the slowest breeder of all known animals, and I have taken some pains to estimate its probable minimum rate of natural increase. It will be safest to assume that it begins breeding when 30 years old, and goes on breeding until 90 years old, bringing forth 6 young in the interval and surviving till 100 years old. If this be so, after a period of from 740 to 750 years, there would be nearly 19 million elephants alive, descended from the first pair. The causes which check the natural tendency of each species to increase are most obscure. Eggs or very young animals seem generally to suffer most, but this is not invariably the case. With plants, there is a vast destruction of seeds. The amount of food for each species, of course, gives the extreme limit to which each can increase, but very frequently it is not the obtaining food, but the serving as prey to other animals, which determines the average number of a species. Climate is important, and periodical seasons of extreme cold or drought seem to be the most effective of all checks. The relations of all animals and plants to each other in the struggle for existence are most complex and often unexpected. Battle within battle must be continually recurring with varying success, and yet in the long run, the forces are so nicely balanced that the face of nature remains for long periods of time uniform, though assuredly the merest trifle would give the victory to one organic being over another. Nevertheless, so profound is our ignorance, and so high our presumption, that we marvel when we hear of the extinction of an organic being, and as we do not see the cause, we invoke cataclysms to desolate the world, or invent laws on the duration of the forms of life. The struggle for life is most severe between individuals and varieties of the same species. The competition is most severe between allied forms which fill nearly the same place in the economy of nature. But great is our ignorance on the mutual relations of all organic beings. All that we can do is to keep steadily in mind that each organic being is striving to increase in a geometrical ratio, that each at some period of its life, during some season of the year, during each generation or at intervals, has to struggle for life and to suffer great destruction. When we reflect on this struggle, we may console ourselves with the full belief that the war of nature is not incessant, that no fear is felt, that death is generally prompt, and that the vigorous, the healthy, and the happy survive and multiply. Section 4. The Survival of the Fittest. How will the struggle for existence act in regard to variation? Can the principle of selection, which we have seen is so potent in the hands of man, apply under nature? I think we shall see that it can act most efficiently. Let the endless number of slight variations and individual differences occurring in our domestic productions, and in a lesser degree in those under nature, be borne in mind, as well as the strength of the hereditary tendency. Under domestication, it may be truly said that the whole organization becomes in some degree plastic. But the variability which we almost universally meet with in our domestic productions is not directly produced by man. He can neither originate variations nor prevent their occurrence. He can only preserve and accumulate such as do occur. Unintentionally, he exposes organic beings to new and changing conditions of life, and variability ensues. But similar changes of condition might and do occur under nature. Let it also be borne in mind how infinitely complex and close-fitting are the mutual relations of all organic beings to each other and to their physical conditions of life, and consequently what infinitely varied diversities of structure might be of use to each being under changing conditions of life. Can it then be thought improbable, seeing what variations useful to man have undoubtedly occurred, that other variations, useful in some way to each being in the great complex battle of life, should occur in the course of many successive generations? If such do occur, can we doubt, remembering that many more individuals are born than can possibly survive, that individuals having any advantage over others would have the best chance of surviving and of procreating their kind? On the other hand, we may feel sure that any variation in the least degree injurious would be rigidly destroyed. This preservation of favorable individual differences and variations, and the destruction of those which are injurious, I have called natural selection, or the survival of the fittest. The term is too infrequently misapprehended. Variations neither useful nor injurious would not be affected by natural selection. It is not asserted that natural selection induces variability. It implies only the preservation of such varieties as arise and are beneficial to the being under its conditions of life. Again, it has been said that I speak of natural selection as an active power, or deity. But who objects to an author speaking of the attraction of gravity as ruling the movements of the planets? It is difficult to avoid personifying the word nature, but I mean by nature only the aggregate action and product of many natural laws, and by laws, the sequence of events as ascertained by us. As man can produce, and certainly has produced, a great result by his methodical and unconscious means of selection, what may not natural selection effect? Man can act only on external and visible characters. Nature, if I may be allowed to personify the natural preservation or survival of the fittest, cares nothing for appearances, except insofar as they are useful to any being. She can act on every internal organ, on every shade of constitutional difference, on the whole machinery of life. Man selects only for his own good, nature only for that of the being which she tends. Every selected character is fully exercised by her, as is implied by the fact of their selection. Man keeps the natives of many climates in the same country. He seldom exercises each selected character in some peculiar and fitting manner. He feeds a long and short-beaked pigeon on the same food. He does not exercise a long-backed or long-legged quadruped in any peculiar manner. He exposes sheep with long and short wool to the same climate. Man does not allow the most vigorous males to struggle for the females. He does not rigidly destroy all inferior animals, but protects during each varying season, as far as lies in his power, all his productions. He often begins his selection by some half-monstrous form, or at least by some modification prominent enough to catch the eye or to be plainly useful to him. But under nature, the slightest differences of structure or constitution may well turn the nicely balanced scale in the struggle for life, and so be preserved. How fleeting are the wishes and efforts of man! How short his time, and consequently how poor will be his results compared with those accumulated by nature during whole geological periods. Can we wonder that nature's productions should be far truer in character than man's productions? That they should be infinitely better adapted to the most complex conditions of life, and should plainly bear the stamp of far higher workmanship? It may metaphorically be said that natural selection is daily and hourly scrutinizing throughout the world the slightest variations, rejecting those that are bad, preserving and adding up all that are good, silently and insensibly working whenever and wherever opportunity offers at the improvement of each organic being in relation to its organic and inorganic conditions of life. We see nothing of these slow changes in progress until the hand of time has marked the lapse of ages, and then so imperfect is our view into long past geological ages that we see only that the forms of life are now different from what they formerly were. Although natural selection can act only through and for the good of each being, yet characters and structures which we are apt to consider as of very trifling importance may thus be acted on. Natural selection will modify the structure of the young in relation to the parent, and of the parent in relation to the young. In social animals, it will adapt the structure of each individual for the benefit of the whole community, if the community profits by the selected change. What natural selection cannot do is to modify the structure of one species without giving it any advantage for the good of another species, and though statements to this effect may be found in works of natural history, I cannot find one case which will bear investigation. A structure used only once in an animal's life, if of high importance to it, might be modified to any extent by natural selection. For instance, the great jaws possessed by certain insects, used exclusively for opening the cocoon, or the hard tip to the beak of unhatched birds, used for breaking the egg. It has been asserted that of the best short-beaked tumbler pigeons, a greater number perish in the egg than are able to get out of it, so that fanciers assist in the act of hatching. Now, if nature had to make the beak of a full-grown pigeon very short for the bird's own advantage, the process of modification would be very slow, and there would be simultaneously the most rigorous selection of all the young birds within the egg, for all with weak beaks would inevitably perish, or more easily broken shells might be selected, the thickness of the shell being known to vary like every other structure. With all beings there must be much fortuitous destruction, which can have little or no influence on the course of natural selection. For instance, a vast number of eggs or seeds are annually devoured, and these could be modified through natural selection only if they varied in some manner which protected them from their enemies. Yet many of those eggs or seeds would perhaps, if not destroyed, have yielded individuals better adapted to their conditions of life than any of those which happen to survive. So again, a vast number of mature animals and plants, whether or not they be the best adapted to their conditions, must be annually destroyed by accidental causes, which would not be in the least degree mitigated by certain changes of structure or constitution which would in other ways be beneficial to the species. But let the destruction of the adults be ever so heavy, if the numbers which can exist in any district be not wholly kept down by such causes. Or again, let the destruction of eggs or seeds be so great that only 100th or 1,000th part are developed. Yet of those which do survive, the best adapted individuals, supposing there is any variability in a favorable direction, will tend to propagate their kind in larger numbers than the less well adapted. On our theory, the continued existence of lowly organisms offers no difficulty, for natural selection does not necessarily include progressive development. It only takes advantage of such variations as arise and are beneficial to each creature under its complex relations of life. The mere lapse of time by itself does nothing, either for or against natural selection. I state this because it has been erroneously asserted that the element of time has been assumed, by me, to play an all-important part in modifying species, as if all the forms of life were necessarily undergoing change through some innate law. Section 5. Sexual selection. This form of selection depends not on a struggle for existence in relation to other organic beings or to external conditions, but on a struggle between the individuals of one sex, generally the males, for the possession of the other sex. The result is not death to the unsuccessful competitor, but few or no offspring. Sexual selection is therefore less rigorous than natural selection. Generally, the most vigorous males, those which are best fitted for their places in nature, will leave most progeny. But in many cases, victory depends not so much on general vigor as on having special weapons confined to the male sex. A hornless stag or spurless cock would have a poor chance of leaving numerous offspring. Sexual selection, by always allowing the victor to breed, might surely give indomitable courage, length to the spur, and strength to the wing to strike in the spurred leg, in nearly the same manner as does the brutal cockfighter by careful selection of his best cocks. How low in the scale of nature the law of battle descends, I know not. Male alligators have been described as fighting, bellowing, and whirling round, like Indians in a war dance, for the possession of the females. Male salmons have been observed fighting all day long. Male stag beetles sometimes bear wounds from the mandibles of other males. The males of certain other insects have been frequently seen fighting for a particular female who sits by, an apparently unconcerned beholder of the struggle, and then retires with the conqueror. The war is, perhaps, severest between the males of the polygamous animals, and these seem oftenest provided with special weapons. The males of carnivorous animals are already well armed, though to them special means of defense may be given through means of sexual selection, as the mane of the lion and the hooked jaw of the salmon. The shield may be as important for victory as the sword or spear. Amongst birds, the contest is often of a more peaceful character. All those who have attended to the subject believe that there is the severest rivalry between the males of many species to attract, by singing, the females. The rock thrush of Guyana, birds of paradise, and some others congregate, and successive males display with the most elaborate care and show off in the best manner their gorgeous plumage. They likewise perform strange antics before the females, which standing by as spectators at last choose the most attractive partner. If man can in a short time give beauty and an elegant carriage to his bantams, according to his standard of beauty, I can see no good reason to doubt that female birds, by selecting during thousands of generations the most melodious or beautiful males, according to their standard of beauty, might produce a marked effect. Section 6. The struggle for existence. Under domestication, we see much variability, caused or at least excited by changed conditions of life, but often in so obscure a manner that we are tempted to consider the variations as spontaneous. Variability is governed by many complex laws, by correlated growth, compensation, the increased use and disuse of parts, and the definite action of the surrounding conditions. There is much difficulty in ascertaining how largely our domestic productions have been modified, but we may safely infer that the amount has been large, and that modifications can be inherited for long periods. As long as the conditions of life remain the same, we have reason to believe that a modification, which has already been inherited for many generations, may continue to be inherited for an almost infinite number of generations. On the other hand, we have evidence that variability, when it has once come into play, does not cease under domestication for a very long period. Nor do we know that it ever ceases, for new varieties are still occasionally produced by our oldest domesticated productions. Variability is not actually caused by man. He only unintentionally exposes organic beings to new conditions of life, and then nature acts on the organization and causes it to vary. But man can and does select the variations given to him by nature, and thus accumulates them in any desired manner. He thus adapts animals and plants for his own benefit or pleasure. He may do this methodically, or he may do it unconsciously by preserving the individuals most useful or pleasing to him, without an intention of altering the breed. It is certain that he can influence the character of a breed by selecting, in each successive generation, individual differences so slight as to be inappreciable except by an educated eye. This unconscious process of selection has been the agency in the formation of the most distinct and useful domestic breeds. That many breeds produced by man have to a large extent the character of natural species is shown by the inextricable doubts whether many of them are varieties or aboriginally distinct species. There is no reason why the principles which have acted so efficiently under domestication should not have acted under nature. In the survival of favored individuals and races, during the constantly recurrent struggle for existence, we see a powerful and ever-acting form of selection. The struggle for existence inevitably follows from the high geometrical ratio of increase, which is common to all organic beings. This high rate of increase is proved by calculation, by the rapid increase of many animals and plants during a succession of peculiar seasons and when naturalized in new countries. More individuals are born than can possibly survive. A grain in the balance may determine which individual shall live and which shall die, which variety or species shall increase in number, and which shall decrease or finally become extinct. As the individuals of the same species come in all respects into the closest competition with each other, the struggle will generally be most severe between them. It will be almost equally severe between the varieties of the same species, and next in severity between the species of the same genus. On the other hand, the struggle will often be severe between beings remote in the scale of nature. The slightest advantage in certain individuals, at any age or during any season, over those with which they come into competition, or better, adaptation in however slight a degree to the surrounding physical conditions, will in the long run turn the balance. With animals having separated sexes, there will be in most cases a struggle between the males for the possession of the females. The most vigorous males, or those which have most successfully struggled with their conditions of life, will generally leave most progeny. But success will often depend on the males having special weapons, or means of defense, or charms, and a slight advantage will lead to victory. As geology plainly proclaims that each land has undergone great physical changes, we might have expected to find that organic beings have varied under nature in the same way as they have varied under domestication. And if there has been any variability under nature, it would be an unaccountable fact if natural selection had not come into play. It has often been asserted, but the assertion is incapable of proof, that the amount of variation under nature is a strictly limited quantity. Man, though acting on external characters alone, and often capriciously, can produce within a short period a great result by adding up mere individual differences in his domestic productions. And everyone admits that species present individual differences. But besides such differences, all naturalists admit that natural varieties exist, which are considered sufficiently distinct to be worthy of record in systematic works. No one has drawn any clear distinction between individual differences and slight varieties, or between more plainly marked varieties and subspecies and species. On separate continents, and on different parts of the same continent when divided by barriers of any kind, what a multitude of forms exist which some experienced naturalists rank as varieties, others as geographical races or subspecies, and others as distinct, though closely allied species. If, then, animals and plants do vary, let it be ever so slightly or slowly, why should not variations or individuals, differences which are in any way beneficial, be preserved and accumulated through natural selection or the survival of the fittest? If man can, by patience, select variations useful to him, why, under changing and complex conditions of life, should not variations useful to nature's living products often arise and be preserved or selected? What limit can be put to this power, acting during long ages and rigidly scrutinizing the whole constitution, structure, and habits of each creature, favoring the good and rejecting the bad? I can see no limit to this power in slowly and beautifully adapting each form to the most complex relations of life. In the future, I see open fields for far more important researches. Psychology will be based on the foundation already well laid by Mr. Herbert Spencer, that of the necessary acquirement of each mental power and capacity by gradation, much light will be thrown on the origin of man and his history. Authors of the highest eminence seem to be fully satisfied with the view that each species has been independently created. To my mind, it accords better with what we know of the laws impressed on matter by the Creator, that the production and extinction of the past and present inhabitants of the world should have been due to secondary causes, like those determining the birth and death of the individual. When I view all beings not as special creations, but as the lineal descendants of some few beings which lived long before the first bed of the Cambrian system was deposited, they seem to me to become ennobled. Judging from the past, we may safely infer that not one living species will transmit its unaltered likeness to a distant futurity. Of the species now living, very few will transmit progeny of any kind to a far distant futurity. For the manner in which all organic beings are grouped shows that the greater number of species in each genus, and all the species in many genera, have left no descendants but have become utterly extinct. We can so far take a prophetic glance into futurity as to foretell that it will be the common and widely spread species, belonging to the larger and dominant groups within each class, which will ultimately prevail and procreate new and dominant species. As all the living forms of life are the lineal descendants of those which lived long before the Cambrian epoch, we may feel certain that the ordinary succession by generation has never once been broken, and that no cataclysm has desolated the whole world. We may look with some confidence to a secure future of great length. As natural selection works solely by and for the good of each being, all corporeal and mental endowments will tend to progress towards perfection. It is interesting to contemplate a tangled bank, clothed with many plants of many kinds, with birds singing on the bushes, with various insects flitting about, and with worms crawling through the damp earth, and to reflect that these elaborately constructed forms, so different from each other and dependent upon each other in so complex a manner, have all been produced by laws acting around us. These laws, taken in the largest sense, being growth with reproduction, inheritance, which is almost implied by reproduction, variability from the indirect and direct action of the conditions of life and from use and disuse, a ratio of increase so high as to lead to a struggle for life, and as a consequence to natural selection, entailing divergence of character and the extinction of less improved forms. Thus, from the war of nature, from famine and death, the most exalted object which we are capable of conceiving, namely the production of the higher animals, directly follows. There is grandeur in this view of life with its several powers, having been originally breathed by the Creator into a few forms or into one, and that while this planet has gone cycling on according to the fixed law of gravity, from so simple a beginning endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been and are being evolved. End of The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin.
Scientifiction, Searchlight of Science by Jack Williamson. Published in 1928. Read and recorded for Essays Collection Volume 1 by Ben Tucker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Scientifiction, Searchlight of Science. Science ever widens our conception of the material universe. We drift farther from the old idea of man as the chief end of creation. To the savage, the universe is his valley, with the heavens arching low overhead, and himself supreme. Science has found a million new worlds, and lost itself in them. Earth has become a cosmic mote, man utterly ephemeral and insignificant. Science and intelligence alone remain considerable quantities. Then, if the life of the earth is the briefest instant in time, a question rises. Must man pass with the earth, or will human intelligence rule on, a new factor in the universe? The idea is stupendous. Science is the doorway to the future. Scientifiction, the golden key. The chief function of scientifiction is the creation of real pictures of new things, new ideas, and new machines. Scientifiction is the product of the human imagination, guided by the suggestion of science. It takes the basis of science, considers all the clues that science has to offer, and then adds a thing that is alien to science, imagination. It goes ahead and lights the way. And when science sees the things made real in the author's mind, it makes them real indeed. It deals only with that which it can see, or weigh, or measure, only with logical hypothesis, experiment, and influence, and calculation. Scientifiction begins with the ending of science. The realization of scientifiction is proverbial. Science has made hardly a single step that scientifiction has not foretold, and science, in return, has disclosed 1,000,000 new and startling facts to serve as wings for the scientifiction author's brain. Scientifiction takes 1,000 accumulated facts and builds them into a real, impressive picture of ages past, whereby the future of the race may be foretold. It mounts a time machine and ventures through futurity, revealing the results of known conditions and tendencies. Science knows that life on other worlds is possible, but it remains for scientifiction to make the vision real, and to suggest the space flyer to verify it. Then science may build the flyer and see for itself. The boundless energy of the atom, the fourth dimension, the sub-universe below and the super-universe above, are scientific absurdities all, until scientifiction gives them reality. And science goes on, with scientifiction as the searchlight. Here is the picture, if we can but see it. A universe ruled by the human mind, a new golden age of fair cities, of new laws and new machines, of human capabilities undreamed of a civilization that has conquered matter and nature, distance and time, disease and death. A glorious picture of an empire that lies away past 1,000,000 flaming suns until it reaches the black infinity of unknown space and extends beyond. The picture is incredible to us now. Even in the light of scientifiction, it is distorted and vague. The idea of the final product of evolution is beyond us. But a sublime picture is that scientifiction may build through the ages, and that science may realize for the ultimate advancement of man. End of Scientifiction, Searchlight of Science, by Jack Williamson.
A Modest Proposal, by Dr. Jonathan Swift, published 1729, read for Essays Collection No. 1 by Winnifred Assmann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Modest Proposal. For preventing the children of poor people in Ireland from being a burden on their parents or country, and for making them beneficial to the public. It is a melancholy object to those who walk through this great town or travel in the country, when they see the streets, the roads, and cabin doors crowded with beggars of the female sex, followed by 3, 4, or 6 children, all in rags, and importuning every passenger for an alms. These mothers, instead of being able to work for their honest livelihood, are forced to employ all their time in strolling to beg sustenance for their helpless infants, who, as they grow up, either turn thieves for want of work, or leave their dear native country to fight for the Pretender in Spain, or sell themselves to the Barbados. I think it is agreed by all parties that this prodigious number of children in the arms or on the backs or at the heels of their mothers, and frequently of their fathers, is in the present deplorable state of the kingdom a very great additional grievance, and therefore whoever could find out a fair, cheap, and easy method of making these children sound and useful members of the Commonwealth would deserve so well of the public as to have his statue set up for a preserver of the nation. But my intention is very far from being confined to provide only for the children of professed beggars. It is of a much greater extent, and shall take in the whole number of infants at a certain age who are born of parents in effect as little able to support them as those who demand our charity in the streets. As to my own part, having turned my thoughts for many years upon this important subject, and maturely weighed the several schemes of our projectors, I have always found them grossly mistaken in their computation. It is true, a child just dropped from its dam may be supported by her milk for a solar year, with little other nourishment, at most not above the value of 2 shillings, which the mother may certainly get, or the value in scraps, by her lawful occupation of begging. And it is exactly at 1 year old that I propose to provide for them in such a manner as, instead of being a charge upon their parents or the parish, or wanting food and raiment for the rest of their lives, they shall, on the contrary, contribute to the feeding and partly to the clothing of many thousands. There is likewise another great advantage in my scheme, that it will prevent those voluntary abortions and that horrid practice of women murdering their bastard children, alas, too frequent among us, sacrificing the poor innocent babes, I doubt, more to avoid the expense than the shame, which would move tears and pity in the most savage and inhuman breast. The number of souls in this kingdom being usually reckoned 1.5 million, of these I calculate there may be about 200,000 couple whose wives are breeders, from which number I subtract 30,000 couple who are able to maintain their own children, although I apprehend there cannot be so many under the present distresses of the kingdom. But this being granted, there will remain 170,000 breeders. I again subtract 50,000 for those women who miscarry or whose children die by accident or disease within the year. There only remain 120,000 children of poor parents annually born. The question therefore is, how this number shall be reared and provided for, which, as I have already said, under the present situation of affairs, is utterly impossible by all the methods hitherto proposed. For we can neither employ them in handicraft or agriculture, they neither build houses, I mean in the country, nor cultivate land. They can very seldom pick up a livelihood by stealing till they arrive at 6 years old, except where they are of towardly parts, although I confess they learn the rudiments much earlier, during which time they can, however, be properly looked upon only as probationers. As I have been informed by a principal gentleman in the county of Cavan, who protested to me that he never knew above 1 or 2 instances under the age of 6, even in a part of the kingdom so renowned for the quickest proficiency in that art. I am assured by our merchants that a boy or girl before 12 years old is no saleable commodity, and even when they come to this age, they will not yield above 3 pounds, or 3 pounds and half a crown at most, on the exchange, which cannot turn to account either to the parents or kingdom the charge of nutriments and rags having been at least 4 times that value. I shall now, therefore, humbly propose my own thoughts, which I hope will not be liable to the least objection. I have been assured by a very knowing American of my acquaintance in London that a young healthy child, well nursed, is, at a year old, a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled, and I make no doubt that it will equally serve in a fricassee or a ragust. I do, therefore, humbly offer it to public consideration that of the 120,000 children already computed, 20,000 may be reserved for breed, whereof only 1/4 part to be males, which is more than we allow to sheep, black cattle, or swine. And my reason is that these children are seldom the fruits of marriage, a circumstance not much regarded by our savages, therefore 1 male will be sufficient to serve 4 females. That the remaining 100,000 may at a year old be offered in sale to the persons of quality and fortune through the kingdom, always advising the mother to let them suck plentifully in the last month so as to render them plump and fat for a good table. A child will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when the family dines alone, the fore or hind quarter will make a reasonable dish, and seasoned with a little pepper or salt, will be very good boiled on the 4th day, especially in winter. I have reckoned upon a medium that a child just born will weigh 12 pounds, and in a solar year, if tolerably nursed, increaseth to 28 pounds. I grant this food will be somewhat dear, and therefore very proper for landlords, who, as they have already devoured most of the parents, seem to have the best title to the children. Infant's flesh will be in season throughout the year, but more plentiful in March and a little before and after. For we are told by a grave author, an eminent French physician, that fish being a prolific diet, there are more children born in Roman Catholic countries about 9 months after Lent than at any other season. Therefore, reckoning a year after Lent, the markets will be more glutted than usual, because the number of popish infants is at least 3 to 1 in this kingdom, and therefore it will have one other collateral advantage, by lessening the number of papists among us. I have already computed the charge of nursing a beggar's child, in which list I reckon all cottagers, labourers, and 4/5 of the farmers, to be about 2 shillings per annum, rags included, and I believe no gentleman would repine to give 10 shillings for the carcass of a good fat child, which, as I have said, will make 4 dishes of excellent nutritive meat, when he hath only some particular friend or his own family to dine with him. Thus the squire will learn to be a good landlord, and grow popular among his tenants. The mother will have 8 shillings neat profit, and be fit for work till she produces another child. Those who are more thrifty, as I must confess the times require, may flay the carcass, the skin of which, artificially dressed, will make admirable gloves for ladies, and summer boots for fine gentlemen. As to our city of Dublin, shambles may be appointed for this purpose, in the most convenient parts of it, and butchers, we may be assured, will not be wanting, although I rather recommend buying the children alive and dressing them hot from the knife, as we do roasting pigs. A very worthy person, a true lover of his country, and whose virtues I highly esteem, was lately pleased in discoursing on this matter to offer a refinement upon my scheme. He said that many gentlemen of this kingdom, having of late destroyed their deer, he conceived that the want of venison might be well supplied by the bodies of young lads and maidens, not exceeding 14 years of age, nor under 12, so great a number of both sexes in every county being now ready to starve for want of work and service, and these to be disposed of by their parents, if alive, or otherwise by their nearest relations. But with due deference to so excellent a friend and so deserving a patriot, I cannot be altogether in his sentiments. For as to the males, my American acquaintance assured me from frequent experience that their flesh was generally tough and lean, like that of our schoolboys, by continual exercise, and their taste disagreeable, and to fatten them would not answer the charge. Then as to the females, it would, I think, with humble submission, be a loss to the public, because they soon would become breeders themselves. And besides, it is not improbable that some scrupulous people might be apt to censure such a practice, although indeed very unjustly, as a little bordering upon cruelty, which, I confess, hath always been with me the strongest objection against any project, how well soever intended. But in order to justify my friend, he confessed that this expedient was put into his head by the famous Salmanazar, a native of the island Formosa, who came from thence to London above 20 years ago, and in conversation told my friend that in his country, when any young person happened to be put to death, the executioner sold the carcass to persons of quality as a prime dainty, and that, in his time, the body of a plump girl of 15, who was crucified for an attempt to poison the emperor, was sold to his Imperial Majesty's Prime Minister of State, and other great mandarins of the court in joints from the gibbet at 400 crowns. Neither, indeed, can I deny that if the same use were made of several plump young girls in this town, who, without one single groat to their fortunes, cannot stir abroad without a chair, and appear at a playhouse and assemblies in foreign fineries, which they never will pay for, the kingdom would not be the worse. Some persons of a desponding spirit are in great concern about that vast number of poor people who are aged, diseased, or maimed, and I have been desired to employ my thoughts what course may be taken to ease the nation of so grievous an encumbrance. But I am not in the least pain upon that matter, because it is very well known that they are every day dying and rotting by cold and famine and filth and vermin as fast as can be reasonably expected. And as to the young labourers, they are now in almost as hopeful a condition. They cannot get work, and consequently pine away from want of nourishment, to a degree that if at any time they are accidentally hired to common labour, they have not strength to perform it, and thus the country and themselves are happily delivered from the evils to come. I have too long digressed, and therefore shall return to my subject. I think the advantages by the proposal which I have made are obvious and many, as well as of the highest importance. For first, as I have already observed, it would greatly lessen the number of papists, with whom we are yearly overrun, being the principal breeders of the nation, as well as our most dangerous enemies, and who stay at home on purpose with a design to deliver the kingdom to the Pretender, hoping to take their advantage by the absence of so many good Protestants, who have chosen rather to leave their country than stay at home and pay tithes against their conscience to an episcopal curate. Secondly, the poorer tenants will have something valuable of their own, which by law may be made liable to a distress, and help to pay their landlord's rent, their corn and cattle being already seized, and money a thing unknown. Thirdly, whereas the maintenance of 100,000 children, from 2 years old and upwards, cannot be computed at less than 10 shillings apiece per annum, the nation's stock will be thereby increased 50,000 pounds per annum, besides the profit of a new dish introduced to the tables of all gentlemen of fortune in the kingdom, who have any refinement in taste. And the money will circulate among ourselves, the goods being entirely of our own growth and manufacture. Fourthly, the constant breeders, besides the gain of 8 shillings sterling per annum by the sale of their children, will be rid of the charge of maintaining them after the first year. Fifthly, this food would likewise bring great custom to taverns, where the vintners will certainly be so prudent as to procure the best receipts for dressing it to perfection, and consequently have their houses frequented by all the fine gentlemen who justly value themselves upon their knowledge in good eating. And a skilful cook, who understands how to oblige his guests, will contrive to make it as expensive as they please. Sixthly, this would be a great inducement to marriage, which all wise nations have either encouraged by rewards or enforced by laws and penalties. It would increase the care and tenderness of mothers towards their children, when they were sure of a settlement for life to the poor babes, provided in some sort by the public, to their annual profit instead of expense. We should soon see an honest emulation among the married women, which of them could bring the fattest child to the market. Men would become as fond of their wives during the time of their pregnancy as they are now of their mares in foal, their cows in calf, or sows when they are ready to farrow, nor offer to beat or kick them, as is too frequent a practice, for fear of a miscarriage. Many other advantages might be enumerated. For instance, the addition of some 1,000 carcasses in our exportation of barreled beef, the propagation of swine's flesh, and improvement in the art of making good bacon, so much wanted among us by the great destruction of pigs, too frequent at our tables, which are no way comparable in taste or magnificence to a well-grown, fat yearling child, which roasted whole will make a considerable figure at a Lord Mayor's feast, or any other public entertainment. But this, and many others, I omit, being studious of brevity. Supposing that 1,000 families in this city would be constant customers for infants' flesh, besides others who might have it at merry meetings, particularly at weddings and christenings, I compute that Dublin would take off annually about 20,000 carcasses, and the rest of the kingdom, where probably they will be sold somewhat cheaper, the remaining 80,000. I can think of no one objection that will possibly be raised against this proposal, unless it should be urged that the number of people will be thereby much lessened in the kingdom. This I freely own, and was indeed one principal design in offering it to the world. I desire the reader will observe that I calculate my remedy for this one individual kingdom of Ireland, and for no other that ever was, is, or I think ever can be upon earth. Therefore let no man talk to me of other expedients, of taxing our absentees at 5 shillings a pound, of using neither clothes nor household furniture except what is of our own growth and manufacture, of utterly rejecting the materials and instruments that promote foreign luxury, of curing the expensiveness of pride, vanity, idleness, and gaming in our women, of introducing a vein of parsimony, prudence, and temperance, of learning to love our country, wherein we differ even from Laplanders and the inhabitants of Topinambu, of quitting our animosities and factions, nor acting any longer like the Jews, who were murdering one another at the very moment their city was taken, of being a little cautious not to sell our country and consciences for nothing, of teaching landlords to have at least 1 degree of mercy towards their tenants. Lastly, of putting a spirit of honesty, industry, and skill into our shopkeepers, who, if a resolution could now be taken to buy only our native goods, would immediately unite to cheat and exact upon us in the price, the measure, and the goodness, nor could ever yet be brought to make one fair proposal of just dealing, though often and earnestly invited to it. Therefore, I repeat, let no man talk to me of these and the like expedients, till he hath at least some glimpse of hope that there will ever be some hearty and sincere attempt to put them into practice. But as to myself, having been wearied out for many years with offering vain, idle, visionary thoughts, and at length utterly despairing of success, I fortunately fell upon this proposal, which, as it is wholly new, so it hath something solid and real, of no expense and little trouble, full in our power, and whereby we can incur no danger in disobliging England. For this kind of commodity will not bear exportation, and flesh being of too tender a consistence to admit a long continuance in salt, although perhaps I could name a country which would be glad to eat up our whole nation without it. After all, I am not so violently bent upon my own opinion as to reject any offer proposed by wise men which shall be found equally innocent, cheap, easy, and effectual. But before something of that kind shall be advanced in contradiction to my scheme, and offering a better, I desire the author or authors will be pleased maturely to consider 2 points. First, as things now stand, how they will be able to find food and raiment for 100,000 useless mouths and backs. And secondly, there being a round million of creatures in humane figure throughout this kingdom, whose whole subsistence put into a common stock would leave them in debt 2 million of pounds sterling, adding those who are beggars by profession to the bulk of farmers, cottagers, and labourers, with their wives and children, who are beggars in effect, I desire those politicians who dislike my overture, and may perhaps be so bold to attempt an answer, that they will first ask the parents of these mortals whether they would not at this day think it a great happiness to have been sold for food at a year old, in the manner I prescribe, and thereby have avoided such a perpetual scene of misfortunes as they have since gone through by the oppression of landlords, the impossibility of paying rent without money or trade, the want of common sustenance, with neither house nor clothes to cover them from the inclemencies of the weather, and the most inevitable prospect of entailing the like or greater miseries upon their breed forever. I profess in the sincerity of my heart that I have not the least personal interest in endeavouring to promote this necessary work, having no other motive than the public good of my country, by advancing our trade, providing for infants, relieving the poor, and giving some pleasure to the rich. I have no children, by which I can propose to get a single penny, the youngest being 9 years old, and my wife past childbearing. End of A Modest Proposal by Dr. Jonathan Swift.
Shakespere by Samuel P. Putnam. From his book, 400 Years of Free Thought, published in 1894. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 1 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in October 2023. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare, 1564 through 1616. Of the age of Shakespeare, Elizabeth Barrett Browning writes, "It was full of poets, as the summer days are of birds. Never since the first nightingale broke voice in Eden arose such a jubilee concert. Never before nor since has such a crowd of true poets uttered such true poetic speech in one day. Why, a common man walking the earth in those days became a poet by position." End quote. What were the influences which made this age so beautiful and crowded it with music? It was an age of boundless hope, of eager looking forward. The bark of Columbus had moored beneath the shadow of Indian groves. Balboa, with eagle eyes, had stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. Magellan had crept about the huge rotundity. Vast empires were revealing their antique wealth. Heroic spirits were everywhere on the alert. The Saxon blood was kindling with the rest. The heart of England throbbed with the swelling excitement. Her mariners drank in the farthest breath of the New World. Her flag floated over seas that had never been ploughed by keel before. Sir Walter Raleigh and his compeers lived a life of romance of which we today can scarcely conceive the freshness and delight. For never since the old Greeks sped along the blue Aegean did such glittering prospects rise upon the adventurer's path. Continents and isles and seas and rivers that seemed endless in their pomp and giving a fair welcome to the bold invader. The vision of man was broadening. The earth was more excellent than he had ever dreamed it to be, and he felt that a mighty inheritance was indeed his. He was beginning also to be conscious of his inward powers as well as outward possessions. Bacon was overthrowing the empty formularies of the schools. Da Vinci, gifted as Apollo while he clothed the dead past with beauty, unlocked the secrets of a mightier future. Copernicus, Galileo, Tycho Brahe, and Kepler were explaining the laws and motions of the sun and planets, and catching hints of the interminable glories beyond. The nations, too, were throwing off the chains of superstition. The surge of the Reformation had swept along, and freedom was the cry. The printing press was diffusing intelligence. All Europe was in the midst of a far-breaking dawn, and the mingling lights of 1,000 new promises stirred humanity to unwonted endeavor. Never before had there been such infinite longings and such splendid activities. But the old life was not yet gone. Indeed, it was more fresh than ever. Ancient customs and belief had not hasted to their setting. Their primeval beauty was intact. The new rather gave them an added luster. It had not blasted with excessive light. The belated traveler still saw fairies dancing in the greenwood. Ghosts haunted the moonlight. Witches rode upon the air. The devil made bargains for human souls. The supernatural flung its somber glories into the natural. A golden heaven, a blazing hell were still vivid in the minds of men, and Palestine, where those blessed feet had trod, was lighted with an ineffable halo. The church in some form or other was supreme. Men were adventurous, pushing, going to the far-off end in search of gold and empire. But they were not deeply skeptical. The fountain of immortal youth still lured them on. They toiled for the philosopher's stone. They sought to read their destiny in the stars. Wherever the warrior went, the priest was by his side to receive his share of the spoils, and by the fluttering tent of the one began the massive cathedral of the other. With all their onward looking, men still worshipped the past. All were passionate pilgrims who expected from their widest wanderings to return to the shrine of their infancy and pour their dearest treasures beneath its venerable shade. There was indeed a rare combination of the old and the new. It was a choice moment in human history. The world will never look upon its like again. The past and the present met in a focus of splendid poesy, whose unequaled radiance will be witnessed no more. Then, indeed, was there large discourse. The mind of man looked before and after. On all sides round were wonders. Man's thoughts leaped from earth to heaven and heaven to earth. Heaven was a reality whose magnificence filled the empyrean, and earth, even in its rudest aspect, was divinely crowned. There were tongues in the trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. Then the poet's fine frenzy had room and verge enough, whether it brooded and triumphed in human griefs and joys, or swept beyond the flaming bounds of space and time. There was nothing to chain the flight or dim the vision. The olden temples were glorious, but they did not subdue. The new lights flashed in gorgeous floods, but did not reveal the weakness of the accepted faith. All things blended in harmony. The true was beautiful, and the beautiful was true. Emotion gave the law to thought, and thought, eager and vast as it was, gladly ministered to the heart, and made real its wildest aspiration. And in this age Shakespeare was born. But not in solitary greatness, not like lone Socrates' height that like a long-swept wave heaves from off the plain. He was the chief of a mighty company, and not without a co-rival does he wear the dignities of that favored hour. There were giants in those days, and each brow was aflame with its own ardor. Rare Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher, Hayward, Ford, Massinger, Decker, Green, Chapman, Webster, these were not pale reflections of Shakespeare. Their own souls touched the heavens and earth, and from the heart of things expressed the regnant fire. They grew with Shakespeare and not out of him, and the music of their thought was at times as grand and sweet as his. It was not Shakespeare, after all, that was supreme, but the Elizabethan era, the English mind, rich with the past and glittering with the future, gathering from one auspicious moment the beauty and the power that will never again come within the grasp of man. There was not one only, but scores to pluck the glistening fruit, and the feast of which all ages shall partake is furnished by many a glorious spirit. It is the whole age that dowers. It is 100 larks that pour their music from the skies. There was something in the bloom of that wondrous day that out-Shakespeared Shakespeare, something more marvelous than himself that overflowed his bounds and sparkled in many a line that he never traced. In all the poets of that period there is something which reminds us of Shakespeare, which the greatest poets of today, with all their witchery of words, cannot give. And so these elder bards did not take their glow from Shakespeare, but from that fiery fountain out of which Shakespeare himself burst. They were, not because Shakespeare was, but all were because the mind of man was exultant with a thrill that time's daintiest touch had liberated from benignant stars. One could not write like Shakespeare today, even if he were intellectually his superior, for the heavens and earth have changed, and our hearts cannot beat with the joy which was so mighty then, and which so flooded the world that the dullest expressed something of its flame and became a poet by position. We can scarcely realize it now, and our noblest bards give no strain of that enchanting melody which even a drunken Caliban could pour forth. Even he could say, "The isle is full of noises, sounds, and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. Sometimes 1,000 twanging instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that if I then had waked after long sleep will make me sleep again. And then in dreaming the clouds, methought, would open and show riches ready to drop upon me, that when I waked I cried to dream again. Who but an Elizabethan poet could fling into the very lap of horror this beauteous picture of Macbeth? This guest of summer the temple-haunting martlet does approve, by his loved mansionry, that the heaven's breath smells wooingly here, no jutty frieze of buttress, no coinage of vantage, but this bird hath made his pendant bed and procreant cradle. Where they most breed and haunt, I have observed, the air is delicate. Or this, in Hamlet, some say that ever against that season comes, wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated. This bird of dawning singeth all night long, and then they say no spirit dares stir abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike. No fairy takes, no witch hath power to charm, so hallowed and so gracious is the time. And what but a Shakespearean lover would put forth his heart like Romeo? Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night, being o'er my head, as is a winged messenger of heaven unto the white, upturned, wondering eyes of mortals that fall back to gaze on him, when he bestrides the lazy pacing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air. Shakespeare wrote, not with the mature resolve of a critic, but with the glad impulse of a child, pouring his whole being into his varied creations. They are not mere receptacles of his wit and wisdom, the bare effluence of his pen. They are his own protean self in the tragedies and comedies of life. It is not the master hand of a mere artist that we see shaping our curious and sublime figures, but a living spirit flashing in manifold joy and power and beauty, like the ocean indeed. Everywhere it's the same mighty deep that lowers and shines. Milton is like a star, but Shakespeare is like the sea. Nothing else can so symbolize not only his intellectual being, but the sweep of its activity. Through what vast action we pass from the beginning to the end of his majestic dramas. There is an ever-progressive motion. When we finish reading Byron or Tennyson, we are just where we were when we began. We have simply been lookers-on, gazing at pictures, images, flowing by in ever-changing wonder and delight. But when we finish reading Hamlet, Macbeth, Lear, Romeo, why, by some enchanter's wand, we seem to have lived years. We have not simply listened to a flow of language as musical, as bright as Apollo's lute strung with his hair. We have seen the human being in infinite movement, and 1,000 new visions have dawned upon us, such as no mere words could give, be they ever so witching. Though we should not despise words, for they are not mere hollow sounds. Each word has a history. It springs out of the depths of human experience. It is freighted oftentimes with the tenderest and grandest accumulations of human progress. And he is indeed a mighty poet who can unlock their wealth and make the common words we use radiant with some new meaning, resetting them so that a fresh brilliance flashes from their familiar forms. But action is above language, for it creates language, and he who creates some new action, who puts the human being where it never was before, and utters its original thought, is indeed a poet, a maker, a creator. This is the transcendent faculty. There have been thousands of singers, but how few creators. Thousands who have poured forth melody and light, making the old things beautiful. But how few who, gifted with song, have yet, by pure thought, added something to the life of the race, whose poetry, like a steam engine, the telegraph, opens a new era. which does not only make old things new, but actually, out of the hitherto unknown, brings a fresh wonder, like a new planet swimming on the ken. Such is Shakespeare's poetry. It is a creative energy, and since Shakespeare, the world has been richer, not in language only, not in ideas only, but in life. He has moved us on into new realms of being. He has not only broadened our view, he has enhanced our power. In Shakespeare we see something more than the characters. The poet's soul seems to be breathing all about them, pouring forth a joyous abundance of unlanguaged poetry which haunts the page with infinite suggestion, and one can dream by the hour over a single line, roaming away into regions far. For the characters and incidents are but the bright and palpable phenomena of a measureless domain, as real as the world about us with its sun and sky and flowers. It is well thus to realize the supremacy, universality, and unequal richness of Shakespeare's genius, for it is a fact of immense significance that he was entirely non-Christian. There is not a single cardinal orthodox doctrine emphasized anywhere in his pages, no total depravity, vicarious atonement, not even God and immortality. All these, if mentioned at all, are purely dramatic and incidental. They make no motive, they create no character, they inspire no poetry, they originate no ideas. Taine says that Shakespeare is pagan. He is pagan if by pagan one means that which is non-religious and natural. But Shakespeare is not a pagan in a religious or even literary sense. He is neither Jew nor Gentile. He is neither Christian nor heathen. He is simply a man of all times, and the fact that this man is neither Christian nor religious shows that Christianity and religion itself are not universal elements of human nature, but special elements. Shakespeare is not distinctively a free thinker. He is not anti-anything. He does not specialize himself at any point. He is always the comprehensive genius, the myriad-minded and many-sided. But if Christianity is what it claims to be, the supreme meaning of human life, then Shakespeare, by his very universality, should have been the greatest of Christians, and every page should have glowed with Christian teachings. But the very universality of Shakespeare is what makes him non-Christian, and this is an unanswerable argument against the claims of Christianity, and declares it to be merely an incident in history and not a central force. Shakespeare uses it as he would any custom or institution. There is no purpose, no teleology in Shakespeare, no end outside of his plays. He writes merely to express himself, to express life as the river flows and the wind sweeps. He has no heroes and no favorites. There is no perfect man in Shakespeare. As Emerson says, Shakespeare is a reporter, and he reports things exactly as they are, and does not change them for any moral purpose whatsoever. The Greek tragedies are different. They are written for a purpose. They elaborate a religious or moral idea. In them the gods are living powers, and man is in relation with them, and his destiny is bound with them, and these somber dramas are written to express these awful conceptions. God is of no special account with Shakespeare, and he uses the other world merely as an appendix to this. Shakespeare is a secular poet through and through. He never preaches, he never poses. He simply tells a story of human life here and now. He does not tell us that the wrong will ever be righted. There is no divine providence in his pages. There is no fall and no redemption. Beyond this world, no hope, no joy, no restitution. Shakespeare reveals the wonderful riches of the present moment, its pains and passions, hopes and fears, sorrows and joys, its grandeur, its weakness, its romance, its heroism, its tenderness, its love. He reveals the opulence of this material world, all the flowers that bloom, all the colors that shine, all the sounds that thrill, and in this vast theater man is the splendid, fitful, crowding personage, while God is only a scene-shifter or supernumerary in the illustrious drama. It is a remarkable testimony to the little practical value of the Christian religion that in its most favored land the greatest of poets should almost wholly ignore its claims, and that it shows not one particle of influence in the development of his magnificent genius. He that is not for me is against me is the dictum of the Church, and it is sound logic. According to this, Shakespeare is one of the supreme free-thought forces of the world, as nature itself is free thought when we really understand its movement. End of Shakespeare by Samuel P. Putnam.
Essay 1, At the Turn of the Year, by William Sharp, published in 1913, and read for Essays Collection Volume 1 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At the Turn of the Year. When one hears of the dead months of dead December and bleak January, the best corrective is to be found in the coppice, or by the stream side, by the field thicket, in the glens, and even on the wide moors, if the snow is not everywhere fallen, a coverlet so dense and wide that even the juniper is not a green spike to show, or the dauntless bunting a clean wind-branch to call from, on the broomy knowe. Even the common sayings reveal a knowledge hidden from those to whom winter is a dead season, and it is a continual surprise to find how many people believe that from the fall of the leaf or the first sleet and snow, till the thrush doubles and trebles his note in the February wet shine, that bird and insect and all green life have gone, that all nature is dead or asleep. Thus, for example, as keen in the hearing of a winter plover must have been uttered when first said by a watcher of the multiform bird life of our winter fields and fallow lands, one who knew that the same drama of life and death is enacted in midwinter as in mid-spring or midsummer, a drama only less crowded, less complex, and less obvious, but not less continual, not less vital for the actors. Who that has watched the peewits seeking worms on ploughed lands at midwinter, and seen them poise their delicate heads and listened for the phantom rustle of a worm in this clod or under yonder fallow, while the greedy but incapable sea-mews inland come from frost-bound coasts or on the front of prolonged gales, hear nothing of the red people, and trust only to bulk and fierce beak to snatch the prey from hungry plover bills? Who that has seen this can fail to recognize the aptness of the saying, as keen in the hearing of a winter plover? Who that has watched the ebb and flow of lark life, resident and immigrant, the troubled winter days of the field travelers, as the familiar word fieldfare means, and the wandering thrushes, the vagrant rooks, the barn-haunting hoodie, the yellowhammer flocks, and the tribes of the finch, the ample riverside life, where heron and snipe, mallard and moorhen, wren and kingfisher, and even plover, and the everywhere adaptable starling are to be found with ease by quick eyes and careful ears? Who that has seen the sudden apparition of the bat, or the columnar dance of the ephemeridae, or the flight of the winter moth along the dishevelled hedgerows, or who that, besides the mistletoe and the ivy, the holly and the fir, the box and the late-flowering clematis, and many other of the green and flowering clans of the forest and the garden, has noted the midwinter blooming shepherd's purse, healing groundsel, bright chickweed, and red dead nettle, can think of nature as lifeless at this season? When amid the rains and storms of December, an old gardener, instead of saying that spring was on the move, remarked to me that 'twill be starling days soon, he gave voice to a truth of observation as impressive as it is beautiful. For often December is not lapsed before the mysterious breeding changes, vita nova, the new life that spreads like a flowing wave so early in the coming year, will begin to be obvious on the dun-hued lapwing, on the inland wandering gull, and even on one or other of the small clan of the bushes more dear and familiar to us. On none, however, is the change so marked as on the blithe starling, surely the bird of cheerfulness, for he will sing, does he ever cease that ever-varying call or flute or whistle of his? When the lark cannot rise in the polar air, when the missel thrush will not throw a challenge on the wet wind, and long before the most jubilant great tit in the forest will ring his early tinkling bell under leafless boughs. For even at Christmas-tide, though rarely, perhaps quite so early, the dark bill will suddenly yellow, and a green and purple sheen will come over the russet plumage. Already nature has looked northward again, and when she looks, there is at once a first movement of the infinite sweet trouble of the new life once more. The creative spirit is come again from the sunways of the south. 'Twill be starling days soon. What is that but a homely way of saying that the old year has not lapsed before the new year has already stirred with the divine throes of rebirth? The king is dead. Long live the king, is the human analogue. There is no interregnum. The cuckoo may have fled before the swallow, the landrail before the wild swan, but during the grey ebb of autumn 10,000 wings have rustled in the dawn as the migrants from oversea descend at last on our English and Scottish shores. A myriad host may have fled at the equinox, or lingered till the wet winds of the west and the freezing blasts of the north swept them from November. But on those east winds from Norway and the Baltic, from Jutland and Friesland, on those south winds leaping upward from the marshes of Picardy and the Breton heathlands, and from all of the swarm-delivering south behind, on those southwest gales warm with the soft air of the isles of the west, and wet with the foam over lost Ease and sunken Lioness, what an incalculable host has come hitherward, like great fans, the invisible pinions of the bird-god, that winged spirit, whom a Finnish legend images in continual suspense at the crossways of the four winds, beat this way and that, so that when already the lament of the wild geese in storm-baffled flight from the south ulus in our Norland dawns, clouds of larks are gathered like dust from the North Sea lands, and are blown upon our shores. A multitude of thrush turn westward. The rook and the hoodie rise on the Danish wind, and yonder shadow drifting over the woods of Norway is none other than 10,000 fieldfares, whose congregation will soon be spilt like rain upon our fields and pastures. When is the turn of the year? We have certainly not to wait till the missel thrush calls down the wind on the moist southwester that comes in February. The changing seasons are indifferent to our calendars. Autumn may burn the lime and chestnut, while summer is still in her glory. Summer may steal back upon us through the September haze, or even after we have heard the dry rustle in the woods of October. We are familiar with the return of halcyon days when St. Luke's peace follows the wind Euroclydon, or when St. Martin's summer gleams like a quiet sunset on the stormy brows of winter. In mid-December the gnat may still be seen spinning her dance by the hedgerow. The warmth-loving bat may still wheel through silent afternoon dusk. The robin will pitch his blithe song from holly to holly. The hedge-sparrow will chase the winter moth. The chaffinch will challenge the marauding tit. In January, when the snow-lids open and the blue is seen, a lark will spray his sudden music from far up in the pale azure, and as the long notes tinkle and the interwoven song falls down the blue invisible ways, we almost imagine that sky glimpse to be the very face of spring. Thus we have to wait for no day on which to note from the calendar that the new year is come, or on which to exclaim that winter is gone and spring has arrived. A day may come in February, perhaps, when suddenly one will realize, as after sleep one realizes one is awake, that the hands of the south are in the woods, that the eyes of the South are looking into the white sleep of blossom and flower, that the breath of the South has awakened love, has stirred music in the hearts of all the clans of song. But if we had not ourselves been asleep, we should not have waited thus long for the exquisite surprise. We should have known the divine conspiracy by which the North and South are lovers, and the West comrade to the East. The conspiracy of the eternal passion by which power desires power, and dominion lusteth after dominion, so that all the effort of the North is to touch the lips of the South. All the dream of the East is to reach the sunset gardens of the West. We should have known, when out of December frost or January snow the red breast thrilled a canticle of joy, or the russet moth sought his wingless love in windless flame-set twilights, that the gray lover already felt the breath from those ardent lips. We should have realized that when across the snow silence the fieldfares no longer edged southward, that when on the upland pasture the lapwing began his bridal change, and in the bare orchard the starling began to glisten as though he had bathed at the edge of the rainbow, or to wonder in some ice-set mirror at his dun beak now grown yellow as the sheltered crocus he knows of under the garden yew. We should have realized that while this dark-browed barbarian from the north slept, the fair woman of the south had passed smiling by and kissed him as she passed. The breeding change that may be seen even before Christmas, the January stir that becomes so obvious a week or so, or any day after the New Year, has come. Here and now we are at the turn of the year. By mid-January, even, here and there, the song thrush and the missel may have begun to build, and even the great tit's bell may tinkle in the coppice or wind-spared russet oak glade. Already the snowdrop and the Christmas rose, the green-white aconite and the pale winter iris are becoming old acquaintances. Many a primrose may have adventured in shy retreats. Any day a wandering minstrel will spill a tinkle of music from among the first yellow spray of hazel catkins. The hedge-sparrow may unloosen song under the early opening woodbine buds. The corn-bunting may crack his fairy hammer, or the wren try his New Year flute among the yellowing gorse. Any day, at the sight of the first nomad daisies or the first gay vagrant dandelion, the yellow hammer may become a lover and a poet. It is this unchanging any-day element that redeems even the longest and dreariest midwinter, the sense of the ever-moving ichor in the eternal veins, the inward exultation at the ever-quickening and ever-slowing but never-ceasing fans of life and death. Yesterday, rain-fog; today, frost-mist. But how fascinating each, how vast and menacing the familiar oaks looked, leaning gigantic over dim, lapsing hedgerows; how phantom-like and processional the elms stealing into view one after the other, and the birches disclosing tresses wet with dews from the secret woods they are gliding from to regain the secret lands beyond the misty river, where I can hear the mallard call, like a sudden tocsin, among the falling towers and silent avalanches of cloudland. It is desolate here where I stand. Nettles grow in the garden while the roses decay. A long way off yet, till the wood thrush rings his falling chime from the April tree or French broom, as the laburnum is called in some parts of the highlands. I know a wood where a great beled Karengoff sleeps to awake months hence in sun-gold beauty. The wood thrush will be its flute. Already I have today cut a slip from a garden laburnum for a friend who wants a flute of the April tree. For there is no timber better for the whistle-wood of the bagpipe than this, and what more fit for the strayed Pan, if perchance he follow the phantom call in the hills of the north. But see, the mist has gone like a haze from blue water. I hear starling music over yonder in the Talu Nanrav, as Ashen calls the country of the woods, the flute of the April tree, and snow at my feet, the flute of the April tree. It has the yellow and white magic of spring in it. End of Essay 1, At the Turn of the Year.
Sicut Dudum by Pope Eugene IV, 1435. Read for Essays Collection Volume 1 by Paula Messina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sicut Dudum, Against the Enslaving of Black Natives from the Canary Islands. Eugene, Bishop, servant of the servants of God. To our venerable brothers, peace and apostolic benediction, etc. 1. Not long ago, we learned from our brother Ferdinand, Bishop at Rubicon, and representative of the faithful, who are residents of the Canary Islands, and from messengers sent by them to the Apostolic See, and from other trustworthy informers, the following facts. In the said islands, some called Lanzarote, and other nearby islands, the inhabitants, imitating the natural law alone, and not having known previously any sect of apostates or heretics, have a short time since been led into the Orthodox Catholic faith with the aid of God's mercy. Nevertheless, with the passage of time, it has happened that in some of the said islands, because of a lack of suitable governors and defenders to direct those who live there to a proper observance of the faith in things spiritual and temporal, and to protect valiantly their property and goods, some Christians, we speak of this with sorrow, with fictitious reasoning and seizing and opportunity, have approached said islands by ship, and with armed forces taken captive, and even carried off to lands overseas very many persons of both sexes, taking advantage of their simplicity. 2. Some of these people were already baptized. Others were even at times tricked and deceived by the promise of baptism, having been made a promise of safety that was not kept. They have deprived the natives of the property, or turned it to their own use, and have subjected some of the inhabitants of said islands to perpetual slavery, sold them to other persons, and committed other various illicit and evil deeds against them, because of which very many of those remaining on said islands, and condemning such slavery, have remained involved in their former errors, having drawn back their intention to receive baptism, thus offending the majesty of God, putting their souls in danger, and causing no little harm to the Christian religion. 3. Therefore, we, to whom it pertains, especially in respect to the aforesaid matters, to rebuke each sinner about his sin, and not wishing to pass by dissimulating and desiring, as is expected from the pastoral office we hold, as far as possible, to provide salutarily with a holy and fatherly concern for the sufferings of the inhabitants, beseech the Lord and exhort through the sprinkling of the blood of Jesus Christ shed for their sins, one and all, temporal princes, lords, captains, armed men, barons, soldiers, nobles, communities, and all others of every kind among the Christian faithful of whatever state, grade, or condition, that they themselves desist from the aforementioned deeds, cause those subject to them to desist from them, and restrain them rigorously. 4. And no less do we order and command all and each of the faithful of each sex, within the space of 15 days of the publication of these letters in the place where they live, that they restore to their earlier liberty all and each person of either sex who were once residents of said Canary Islands, and made captives since the time of their capture, and who have been made subject to slavery. These people are to be totally and perpetually free, and are to be let go without the exaction or reception of money. If this is not done when the 15 days have passed, they incur the sentence of excommunication by the act itself, from which they cannot be absolved, except at the point of death, even by the Holy See, or by any Spanish bishop, or by the aforementioned Ferdinand, unless they have first given freedom to these captive persons and restored their goods. We will that like sentence of excommunication be incurred by one and all who attempt to capture, sell, or subject to slavery, baptize residents of the Canary Islands, or those who are freely seeking baptism, from which excommunication cannot be absolved, except as was stated above. 5. Those who humbly and efficaciously obey these, our exhortations and commands deserve, in addition to our favor and that of the Apostolic See, and the blessings which follow therefrom, but are to be possessors of eternal happiness, and to be placed at the right hand of God, etc. Given at Florence, January 13th, in the year of our Lord, 1435. End of Sicut Dudum, by Pope Eugene IV.
Freedom and Enterprise by F.A. Harper. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 1 by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in February 2024. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Freedom and Enterprise. Footnote: this pamphlet contains the text, with slight rearrangement and revision, of a lecture given under the auspices of the Public Affairs Committees, CURW, Cornell University, April 3, 1945. End footnote. This nation is currently making a decision that is probably one of the three most fundamental decisions of its history. 1. Slavery of state to state. The first of these fundamental decisions was made a little over a century and a half ago on the question of whether or not the colonies should continue in what seemed to them to be a servile status. That was a fight for national freedom. 2. Slavery of person to person. Then, nearly a century ago, we settled the question of slavery on a personal ownership basis. That was a fight for freedom of person from person. 3. The current question is that of slavery of person to state. In the settlement of the first two of these questions, we became involved in wars. Let us hope that in the settlement of the current question of slavery of person to state, we can arrive at a satisfactory decision without resort to war. The best way to avoid war in the settlement of this question, in my judgment, is to face the issue calmly and judiciously. This involves a clear comprehension of the problem and a full understanding of the consequences of various decisions. If we in this country were to vote directly on the question of establishing complete slavery of person to state, there seems little doubt that the decision would be no by an overwhelming vote. But the question is not likely to come in such a clear and definite form. The answer could come quickly, clearly, and completely by revolution, but in the world's democracies, the ultimate decision is more likely to continue to be made in the form of answers to many seemingly little questions, having all sorts of different labels on them. That is why the problem is so intricate, and the means of settlement so varied and hidden. That is why we must see each step in its relation to the whole and final decision. Many persons seem to have a queer notion that there is virtue in freedom of nation from nation, the problem of 1776, and in freedom of person from person, the problem of 1865. But that there is something noble about a form of responsibility that may lead to slavery of person to state, our present problem. Some routes to slavery. The real danger in the democracies, as has been said, is that of slowly sliding into a condition of slavery of person to state, rather than by a sudden revolution. How and why does this happen? A series of little steps are taken, which are at the time seemingly justified by a variety of reasons. Some of these reasons are laudable as to intent, and others are not. The more important among the basic reasons are 1. A desire to change or control others, 2. The search for security, and 3. The desire of individuals or groups to improve their own economic status or that of others by means of direct governmental intervention. Then there is a group of secondary reasons, excuses, etc., which will be discussed later as scenery along the road. Desire to change or control others. It has been well said that all of us are dictators at heart. That statement is probably correct, except possibly for Mr. Milquetoast, though people have this urge in varying degrees. Hitler illustrates an advanced stage of this disease. We should not forget, however, that the world is literally full of would-be Hitlers or Mussolinis. They would not admit it, but they must be judged by their acts and not by what they say. The desire to change or control others expresses itself in many ways. Perhaps the mildest form is the phenomenon found on every street corner, where one person talks convincingly to another. The technique of education is essentially a similar process. The teacher or professor is paid to influence others on an organized basis, supposedly in the direction of truth. It is important to note that the urge to educate and the urge to propagandize arise from the same basic human instinct. The two processes may thus be identical as to method, and propagandizing may even be called schooling, education, or information by its users. Distinguishing between the two is usually difficult, if not impossible, at close range, but the distinction is of vast importance. Honest education is one of the most important agencies for progress in a free society, whereas propaganda is one of the most vile and yet effective devices for converting freedom and liberty into state servitude. In all countries with dictatorships, history seems to have recorded that the road to serfdom was paved largely by the intellectuals. A strange thing, for they are the very persons who should have the greatest respect for education as opposed to propaganda. It is easy to be misled by the fact that a mere paper hanger became the leader of one such movement, and to forget that intellectuals played an important part in the early development of that movement. Why is it that intellectuals are so willing to pave the road to serfdom? It is not, in most instances, an intentional crime. They do not know that it leads toward serfdom. With the best of intentions, they cherish a sincere desire to improve the lot of their fellow men through the use of their superior knowledge. It is axiomatic that they should earnestly desire quick and universal adoption of measures based on their knowledge and discoveries. They believe that the millennium can be hastened in that way. How can adoption of these measures be accomplished? One possible means is education, by which individuals are led to act in the desired manner as a result of acquired belief. But the process of education is too slow to satisfy many of these impatient intellectuals. The skepticism and ignorance of the masses, and the tenacity with which they cling to their superstitions, is an annoying impediment to progress. As a substitute for the slow process of education, the power of government offers a vehicle for quick action. This device becomes at first enticing and then irresistible, despite its substitute of force for action that results from belief. It is for these reasons that many sincere intellectuals become willing supporters and active leaders in movements which constitute a shift away from freedom and liberty toward slavery to the state. The loss of liberty and freedom which any one measure entails may seem small, But the cumulative effect becomes serious when this sort of thing is multiplied many times. The road to serfdom is paved with small bricks, each constituting an important part of the whole. The desire to control is not always, however, combined with programs of forced betterment. The motives are sometimes less laudable. There is the joy derived from controlling others merely for the sake of exercising control. Some admired leaders are motivated by this urge and are to be especially feared because their ability for leadership intensifies the threat to freedom and liberty. Search for security. One of the most common routes towards serfdom is followed by those in search of economic security. Everyone wants security, and any program so labeled has wide appeal. In order to appraise any governmental security plan, we must look behind its name. It may be helpful first to consider the anatomy of real security. The simplest form of security is the type practiced by the squirrel. He stores nuts for winter. This affords him security as long as the reserve lasts. People do the same thing privately. They may store up consumer goods, such as food. It is not necessary that they store this food in their own cellars, as the colonial settlers did. It may be kept for them elsewhere, with some sort of warehouse receipts that can be exchanged for food when they need it. Money in your pocket is essentially the same thing. You can exchange it for the food at the store. But you can do the same thing in other ways, too. You may deposit the money in a bank, or you may put it into insurance policies, or you may invest it in stocks, bonds, a farm, or a business. These are all means of providing private security. If the person involved is to have greater security, he must save. That is, he must restrict his spending to less than his income. Another way for an individual to increase private security is to increase his productive capacity. This may be done through education or by some form of training, or it may be through invention of tools or methods that increase efficiency. An individual may marry well, or arrange for the death of a rich uncle, or he may steal from his neighbor or rob a bank. These are security plans of different types, having only limited possibilities of application. When we begin to consider group security plans, the question becomes more complicated. Life insurance illustrates one type. The essence of the idea is that individuals who wish to do so can pool their unpredictable risks. Some individuals gain and others lose in the process, but the plan is voluntary and each participant has the chance to either gain or lose. The group as a whole must pay the costs of administration. The result is a form of security on an individual basis for those within the group, but the security of the group collectively is lessened by the amount of the administrative costs. What can a government do? Government can do certain things which will encourage private security. It can create stability in the buying power of money, that is, prevent wild inflation or violent deflation. It can protect property rights. It can protect the right to rewards for hard work and wise management. It can refrain from granting special benefits to those who have not saved at the expense of those who have saved. It can protect the rights to free access to all knowledge. And it can do everything possible to stimulate training for more productive work, inventive genius, and increased efficiency. These are sound things that a government can do to increase the security of its citizens without infringement on individual liberties and freedom. The government may also operate group security programs such as life or accident insurance. How does this compare with protection available from private companies? The government may be either more or less efficient. It may make the plan compulsory. It may subsidize the rates, which amounts to a shifting of costs as between individuals. It may make the rates actuarially unequal in order to accomplish certain social objectives. The government can by many devices increase the security of some individuals at the expense of others. These are infringements on liberty and freedom without any direct increase in the total of national welfare. At the extreme, prisoners are highly secure in food, clothing, and housing. Slaves have, in addition, a high degree of security of employment, as did the people in Germany during the 30s. The total production of goods and services is the only worthwhile concept of true security on a national basis. A nation can consume only the equivalent of what it produces. If the government arbitrarily gives one person a greater part of the total produced in any given year, whether in the form of security benefits or by some other name, it must be taken away from someone else in the same year. Distribution of the parts of a total is a very different thing from changing the size of the total. Many persons have the false idea that government can hand out security benefits at will without cost. They think of the government as a thing apart, as a source of showers of manna, as a sort of spigot that can be turned on and off at will to give its citizens additional economic benefits from a limitless reservoir that needs no replenishment. Having that false idea, they make demands on their government and become willing buyers of one-way tickets on the road to serfdom. And as long as they make these demands, politicians will gladly work at the ticket window in seeking public favor. The desire of individuals and groups to better themselves. I can recall having heard of only 2 instances in which persons declined raises in pay. That suggests another important human trait, the desire for a better living. Practically everyone would like more pay and thinks that his services to society are worth more than he is getting. A well-known economist once said that a fair price, a fair wage, or a fair rent at any time is approximately 20% more than the present rate. A new device has been developed as an aid to attaining fair return by this test. Groups of persons banded together are discovering that they are all underpaid, or that the market price for all their products or services is too low, or that all their profits are too small. This is not surprising, for if each is getting too little individually, combinations of individuals will find common ground for complaint. And so, as pressure groups, they assert their just demands. No important segment of our economy is totally immune from the use of this type of power, and it is being rapidly expanded for the avowed purpose of meeting power with power. This sort of pressure group action never developed greatly in our early history. A person who is completely self-sufficient can see no use in such antics. He is his own employer, furnishes his own capital, and is the market for his own products. Try to imagine an argument with himself over prices, wages, and profits. His common sense tells him that he cannot better his economic welfare by any process of shifting money from his left pocket to his right, or vice versa. In a highly complex society, the same principle holds, namely, that a shift of money from the left pocket to the right does not make the nation as a whole either richer or poorer. It does, of course, benefit some individuals at the expense of others. That is why pressure groups have come into being. Groups demand the correction of inequities. But how is equity to be determined? Some claims represent real inequities, whereas others are merely forms of attempted robbery. Fairness will not be accomplished by granting all requests, nor by decisions based on the size of the organization and the power behind the request. In pressure group action, as in military action, power does not ensure justice. It ensures nothing but the privileges of power, which may be unjust. Even when the organization of a pressure group stems from an unjust situation, there is no certainty that the power will evaporate when the point of equity is reached. On the contrary, the power is far more likely to persist and to ride on victoriously through the point of equity into inequity. Suppose the price of frog legs should, in fairness, be $2 a pound instead of $1.90 a pound. A pressure group is organized with sufficient power to force it up to $2. Will the rise be halted at $2? Certainly not, if, as was the case, the price was granted only because the power of the pressure group was greater than all opposition. The question then becomes, how can fairness be determined and maintained in an environment of pressure groups? The answer is simple. Submit the question to impartial committees. But where and how are impartial committees to be found? A popular belief is in and by the government. It is somehow assumed that the frailties of human judgment and motive will disappear automatically when decisions are shifted from person to state. This would be true only if government could be operated without persons, by some device whereby decisions could be arrived at by some faultless method, which is not the case. The desire of individuals or groups to better themselves, then, leads to the delegation of power to the government in exchange for individual liberty and freedom. And this, too, makes willing buyers of one-way tickets on the road to serfdom. Scenery along the road. The scenery along this road to serfdom, the title of Hayek's book, is interesting and significant in its meaning if one can keep an objective viewpoint. There are signboards pointing out directions and saying interesting things, and there are various forms of camouflage. High motives, ignorance, and specific intent to confuse and mislead the people all combine to make this scenery possible. Here are a few of the most interesting points to watch for. Some signboards. Among the signs pointing ahead down the road are some labeled progress, liberal, forward-looking, planning, planned welfare, fairness, in the public interest, etc. Some pointing in the opposite direction are labeled conservative, reactionary, backward-looking, selfish interest, unprogressive, behind the times, etc. The public generally thinks of these two groups of terms as practically synonymous with good and evil. Because of established prejudices, these signs or labels immediately set people for or against a thing without any further consideration, if they believe in signs. In fact, one who would even stop to consider the ideas in The Road to Serfdom, and especially one who voices approval, immediately acquires somewhat of a blot on his escutcheon. He is, quote, a reactionary and deserves no further attention, end quote. Merely labeling a program with one of these terms is no guarantee of its virtue or lack thereof. One has to look beyond the label, inside the package. False labeling, so abhorred, is not restricted to consumer goods. It occurs also in terms concerned with programs and ideas in the realm of economics. Those who hold Hayek's viewpoint are not opposed to progress. Instead, they differ from their opponents on how best to attain progress. They are not opposed to the public interest, but they have their own views as to what is in the public interest. They are not opposed to true security. They are not opposed to true liberalism, of which they themselves claim ownership. Switching direction of the signs. People instinctively adhere to ideas leading away from serfdom. Man is born with a strong desire for liberty and freedom, and many believe that he is born with the right thereto. A device used in totalitarian countries to offset this instinctive urge has been to leave people in fond possession of certain terms for which they are willing to fight, but to change the meaning of words by the use of propaganda. It is like a person whose heart is set on going north to Trumansburg, but whom you wish to entice to go south to Owego instead. Rather than try to convince him that Owego is, after all, the better place, you let him keep his pet notions and just switch the signboards around. So he goes happily along, and you burn his bridges behind him. Typical of this sort of thing in totalitarian countries are the prejudices of people for liberty and freedom. So the leaders let them keep the terms, but change the meaning slowly, step by step, until they are in essence believing in subjection of person to state, almost the exact opposite of the original meaning. We have seen, for instance, how this type of transformation has been accomplished in Germany. Interesting things have happened over the centuries to the meanings people have attached to liberal and laissez-faire. The apparent origins of these terms suggest how they formerly represented beliefs that would be labeled as conservative and reactionary by many of the present self-styled liberals. Laissez-faire, now viewed with contempt by many, was part of the slogan of the great liberal movement in France 2.5 centuries ago. The full term laissez-faire, laissez-aller, laissez-passer, when literally translated in terms of the issues, means let us be free to work, to travel, and to trade. It was the slogan for a campaign to free people and industry from excessive regulation and interference by government. Liberal originated in Spain about 1810 to describe a political movement toward freedom and liberty. Its meaning was the opposite of servile, and an initial issue was that of freeing the press from governmental censorship. Mere words like liberal are unsatisfactory as descriptions of economic or political policies. Meanings almost the direct opposite of one another carry the same label in different countries or even within one country. The confusion is intensified by those who have a purpose in promoting confusion of thought, including those who aspire to dictatorial control over a freedom-loving people. If we are to preserve our freedom and liberty, we must constantly analyze the nature of issues and programs and ignore labels that have been attached to them. The way toward equality. Another enticing sign along the road toward serfdom is equality. It is one of the most appealing enticements of all, and therefore holds great danger to liberty and freedom. Analysis of this question is most difficult to accomplish with brevity, yet its importance justifies the attempt. Equality of economic benefits, both income and wealth, seems to have wide appeal. To some, it is appealing for ideological reasons. They believe equality to be ideal from the standpoint of justice. Others support the idea for selfish reasons. I would guess that 4/5 or more of the people believe themselves to be below the average in income and therefore stand to gain through equalization. And everyone would like to equalize with those who are better off than he himself is. Hayek's type of liberalism supports the idea of equality of opportunity, but not necessarily equality of income. To understand this reasoning, we must consider why incomes differ. 1. Incomes differ because people differ in their economic drive, in the extent to which they want to apply themselves to work versus use of their time in recreation and leisure. It is their privilege to so choose, but if they choose a higher proportion of leisure, the economic penalty attached should not be shifted to others. 2. Incomes differ because people differ in their economic ability. Men are not created equal in economic capacity, and these differences cannot be corrected by laws or by governments. The things that law and governments can do are to give everyone more nearly equal economic opportunities. 3. Incomes differ because of all sorts of limitations on free and fair competition, monopolies, etc., etc. Many of these are the result of measures enacted with avowed objectives such as security and fair trade. It is this type of thing which Hayek and all true liberals would not tolerate. As they see it, a clear function of law and of government is to ensure freedom of opportunity by protecting against these abuses. Whether or not we like this situation, incomes have a strong and persistent tendency toward inequality. Some of this tendency is a natural force, just as much as the force of gravity and the tendency of water to seek its own level. Those resulting from natural forces can be altered only at the cost of loss of individual liberty and freedom. Some inequality is the product of certain laws and regulations, or of the economic environment which is allowed to exist. Abundant evidence shows that government has been unable to prevent inequality of incomes, except perhaps temporarily. It can, however, do much to influence the basis for income differences, the rules of the game, so to speak. It can either encourage or discourage income differences based on economic productivity and the contributions to progress, as contrasted with the circumstances of birth, membership in effective pressure groups, or aptitude for political gangsterism and intrigue, as seems to have prevailed in Germany. Equalization of incomes is likely to poison initiative and retard progress to the extent that the real incomes of everyone are lowered from what they otherwise would be. The fact that large incomes suffer more than small ones should not be comforting to those whose smaller incomes are further reduced as the result of a program supposed to benefit them. Hayek's type of thinking has been unfairly accused of holding no sympathy for the lot of the other fellow, of being unreasonably selfish. They believe that destitution and need can be dealt with most efficiently and fairly through voluntary charity and localized relief. They are opposed to state-sponsored equalization of incomes without regard to the individual's economic contribution. Those capable of producing should be allowed to do so, and should be given every possible encouragement and inducement. Giving them something for nothing does not do this. Instead, it stifles initiative and reduces production, and therefore defeats the purpose of economic betterment for the nation. Equalization of incomes can be accomplished only by moving down the road toward serfdom. Law-abiding citizens. Signs may be placed along this road designed to brand all going down it as law-abiding citizens and all who resist as lawless citizens. That is to say, all laws, no matter what their nature or effect, purport to be both desirable and just. On the contrary, it should be recognized that law and regulation can be used to destroy liberty and freedom as well as to protect it. Law can be used, in other words, for the purpose of legalizing plunder of types that without the law would be looked upon as forms of robbery. This idea of the sanctity of law in a democracy is due to a large degree to the belief that if it came into being in a democracy, it cannot be undesirable. That depends on one's test of desirability. If desirability is to include the protection of liberty and freedom, laws and regulations in a democracy certainly can be undesirable. This is a very important point and will be discussed further. You are protected by the democratic process. Belief in the democratic process as a defense of liberty and freedom can become a sort of ineffective Maginot line behind which we hide while riding on our way towards serfdom. It accounts for much of the complacency in the democracies and for the type of feeling so well described by "it can't happen here." As an extreme, it is conceivable that a people could suddenly vote themselves into complete slavery by the democratic process, or they may at any time vote retention of whatever slavery status they have already attained. It was reported, for instance, that many Negro slaves in the South before the Civil War would have voted to remain as slaves, apparently because they were reasonably well satisfied with their economic lot and because they wanted so much to retain security in preference to the insecurity of freedom in the outside economic world. Probably many German people would have honestly voted for a continuation of their servile status. Instances abound illustrating how people have voted partial slavery on themselves, or more commonly on others, by the democratic process. It has been aptly said that in a democracy, the idea of majority rule is less important than that of protection of minorities against the plunder of the majority. No, democracy does not ensure individual liberty and freedom. Laws or regulations in a democracy may be used for legalized plunder as well as for protection. They may be used as a device for robbery of the minorities, which may eventually degenerate into a process of allowing segments of a population to rob each other legally. Reciprocal robbery is not the way to acquire a high and rising standard of living for a nation, and the democratic process by itself does not seem to be an adequate defense against these dangers. Fair prices, wages, and profits. A common complaint against free enterprise and free markets is that some prices, wages, and profits are always at unfair levels. And so along the serfdom highway are to be seen signs promising fairness to all as the reward to the traveler. Especially appealing to great numbers of people is the idea of the confiscation of profits supposed by them to be unnecessary or excessive and existing at the expense of employment and payrolls. The function of profits as a vitalizer of the free enterprise system is too little understood. Profits have a positive, not a negative, effect on employment and payrolls. Their effects are tremendous, with a leverage of from 2 to 5 times. Profits stimulate employment and payrolls by several times their own magnitude. Also, too little understood is the fact that wage rates can easily be too high in relation to profits and other rates of return in the nation's economy, too high for the good of labor itself. When this happens, every 1% that wage rates are too high apparently causes a 3 to 4% increase in unemployment. From this, it is easy to see how insufficient and meaningless are mere words of acclaim for the free enterprise system. The important thing is what is done, not what is said. Kindly words for free enterprise and acclaim for the objective of full employment are not enough. They will not offset the unemployment that results from adverse measures which prevent free enterprise from working. Using force of government and of pressure groups in ways that result in too low profits and too high wage rates will result in conditions of unemployment and low business activity, which in turn will induce additional further measures leading down this road towards serfdom. On the other hand, profits can be too high and wage rates too low. When widespread and continuous, however, they are probably always the results of curbs on free enterprise and free competition, except for instances involving deception and misrepresentation. Threats to justice that must be guarded against in any form of economic system. Hayek and his group favor doing away with all such curbs and injustices, which is a constructive program of great challenge. The charge that some individual injustices can always be found in a free market probably is true. Its proponents do not claim perfection for it, if by perfection is meant the protection of everyone against making an economic mistake and suffering the consequences allotted by the consumer in the marketplace. Many of these instances alluded to as evidence against the free market system are, in fact, the product of lack of complete freedom. The question is, will any other system make so few mistakes, and in addition perform so well in terms of economic progress? This group believes that no other one will, even aside from the question of the liberty and freedom which it preserves and other systems destroy. To measure fairness in prices, wages, and profits requires some basis by which fairness can be judged. As has already been discussed, almost everyone believes his share to be unfair, whether it is or not. The producers all think the price is too low, the laborers all think wages are too low, and the owners all think profits after taxes are too low. Why cannot these complaints easily be satisfied by the simple device of raising the retail price enough to cover increases in all of them? Because the consumer then becomes an obstructionist and says that he will not pay the increase. In fact, he claims that the price is already too high and should be lowered. To answer this new dilemma, why not let the government pay the increase and perhaps also pay some of the consumer's retail price? Footnote: this type of solution goes under various terms such as subsidies and price control. In wartime, they pass as necessary emergency measures, but in peacetime they offer an equally enticing solution to the position in which a government finds itself when it tries to acquiesce to pressure groups from all sides at once. End footnote. The only catch in this solution is that the government cannot really be a rich uncle to everyone, because in reality it is nothing more than all consumers on the one hand and all producers on the other. Who will pay for it is a very practical question. The solution of letting the government pay for it can be described as an attempt to better yourself by increasing your pay to yourself and then sending yourself the bill. If the costs did not boomerang on the citizens themselves, this solution would have all the advantages of perpetual motion as a source of power. The most equitable method yet devised for deciding these complicated questions of fair prices, wages, and profits is the mechanism of a free market, operating in an environment of really free enterprise and free competition. Those who so believe have been accused of advocating a do-nothing policy. On the contrary, it is a positive and constructive program. Whether or not a thing is constructive must be judged by its results rather than by how much dust it stirs up, how much furor it creates, or how much it costs to operate. Advocacy of a free market is thought of by many as being endorsement of robbery in the market. But voluntarily agreeing to trade at a price which, under some other circumstances, might have been lower, is a very different thing from taking a man's pocketbook at the point of a gun. Many instances criticized as evils of the free market are, on the contrary, the product of some lack of freedom, and are condemned by the advocates of the free market. Strangely, many who trust the democratic process for decisions in political affairs deride the free market for decisions in economic affairs. Yet the two are the exact equivalents of each other. Only in a free market does everyone have a chance to cast his vote in the election that will decide what is a fair price, wage, and profit, and what should be produced. To contradict the justice of that decision is to contradict the whole concept of justice by the democratic process. Neither the democratic process nor the free market is perfect, but they are believed to have fewer faults and to do a better job than any other known device. A sure way to take a shortcut to serfdom is to throw overboard the sovereign rights of all the people in either the political or the economic realm. A comparison may well be made, too, between economic freedom and religious freedom. If one believes that a public official, committee, or pressure group is best qualified to decide economic questions of price, wage, and profit, he should also believe that matters of religious belief for individuals can best be decided in the same way. The reasons for religious freedom are reasons for economic freedom. Fatalism. There are those who say that the trip down the road to serfdom is inevitable, the trend of history, etc., and that those who balk are behind the times and will be run over. Those inclined to accept the fatalistic argument should search history books to see if there has been any such one-way trend. The search will be interesting and fruitful. Many of the very same measures now claimed to be necessary because of 20th century conditions have been tried again and again over the centuries to take care of new conditions that then existed. The record of their degree of success or failure is there for study. It would be much cheaper for us to read these lessons of history than to set up the same experiments again under new names. Important periods of history have been moves away from serfdom. History is full of instances where inevitability was broken by people determined to free themselves of partial or complete slavery. Sometimes they did the job for themselves, as in England. Sometimes it has been done by outsiders, as we aspire to do in Germany. In still other instances, individuals fled from serfdom, like the medieval serfs who became free by custom, if they could flee to a city and escape capture for a year and a day. Many of the settlers of this country were those who sought freedom and liberty in a new location. The fatalistic claim of inevitability is a snare. Natural forces, in a sense, have aspects of inevitability. If one is to resort at all to the argument of fatalism, it would lead him toward such things as continued inequalities of income rather than toward equality. But the matter of serfdom is a choice for us to make. It is not an irresistible natural force driving us in one direction. In matters of choice, fatalism becomes a causal force only to the extent that people believe in it. It is not otherwise a cause, and it deserves consideration here only because of its danger as a way of thinking about such questions. It is regrettable that fatalism offers such an easy escape from perplexing problems. Closely allied to the fatalistic argument is the one, let us take the middle way. The middle way is frequently taken by those who do not know where they are going, and so find comfort in having company on both sides. But a position is not necessarily right, simply because it is in the middle. A more rational basis for decision is called for. Style. Some attach the label of modern to movement down this road, as though that proved its soundness. One who balks is then ridiculed as though he were wearing an 1870-style hat in the 1945 Easter parade. If this question were of the same nature as the style of hats, and sweeping changes were of no more consequence, there would need be little concern with this attitude. But this is a very serious question. A dangerous notion along the same line is that the new is better than the old, simply because it is new, and that every change is progress toward betterment. The mere fact that a few leading Englishmen a century to a century and a half ago held some of these same views does not automatically make them wrong, as some would have you believe. By this same reasoning, one would ridicule the 10 Commandments and the Constitution. He would believe them to be wrong because they did not originate at some time well into the 20th century. A thing is neither right nor wrong merely because it is old. We must determine soundness of ideas by more fundamental tests than what are they wearing this year. The motley array moves down the road. Those traveling along the road to serfdom make a motley array. Some are going that way as a means of increasing their profit margins, and others as a means of eliminating the evil of profits. Some go to raise wages or prices, and others to prevent their increase. Many know not that the nature and objectives of their fellow travelers are direct opposites of their own. Others know, but hope to gain ascendancy over the other journeyers. Some are sincere altruists who honestly wish to help their fellow men. This group includes many intellectuals whose motives are entirely unselfish. It includes many religious leaders who seem to believe that we can have all this and heaven too. It includes many public servants in both elective and appointive offices. Another large group includes those who are perfectly willing to accept this benevolent aid from the government, even at the sacrifice of liberty and freedom. Some have a lust for power, including those already in positions of power, as well as many, many aspirants. Some are those innocent, pathetic individuals who have been fooled by the reversal of signboards. They are going in the opposite direction from what they think. Some go along simply because all the other people are going, like people joining a crowd that is running down the street to an unknown destination. They may go along simply for social or political reasons. Lastly, there is a group who know or suspect where the road leads. They react in different ways. Some stand in opposition to certain measures and demand their just rights. They are brought before the new law and are condemned. Some merely shout warnings and are ridiculed for being alarmists. Others, like Hayek in Austria, quietly leave the country for haven elsewhere. Still others, and I begin to suspect the number is great, humbly submit and peacefully march along against their better judgment. Some tolerate measures in wartime because they believe them to be war necessities. Many look upon the whole affair as a sort of grab bag currently in vogue and justify their participation on this basis. I know it is wrong, but I'm going to get my share of the gravy because I'll have to help pay for it anyhow. As this motley mob has moved along in countries like Germany, it has fallen into more and more orderly columns, marching in step. On the surface, it would appear that order has been brought out of chaos. How was it done? By a whole series of national programs, by adult education groups, set up to explain these programs to the people, by youth movements to help educate the youth and to make them healthy, with free food, camps, and various forms of appealing recreation, by compulsory military training to ensure the national safety, etc. Moving toward a one-way street. According to Hayek, several other things characteristically happen as a nation moves down the road. Among them are two highly important ones. 1. Truth is driven underground by the process of smear and destruction. And 2. The worst get to the top and acquire control. Why do these things happen? It is basically because the whole program is in contradiction to some inherent tendencies of people and to some economic principles that are as powerful in their area as are the laws of nature. For one thing, people wish to be free and to have liberty. For another, incomes are inherently unequal as a result of differences in capacity and in inclination to work. For these and other reasons, people must be led to discard certain ideas. This can be done in all sorts of ways. Propaganda becomes education. Sources of information are controlled so as to screen out that which would poison people's minds. As has been discussed, new meanings are applied to cherished words. People are led to adopt slogans rather than analyze what lies behind the slogans. They are induced to follow leaders blindly rather than to follow ideals irrespective of person. All this involves the destruction of truth as we know it. Why do the worst get to the top? It is because the whole system pays dividends to persons adept at the destruction of truth. They must be willing to use almost any measures to attain their ends. They must be respecters of might and force and have a willingness to ignore the rights and beliefs of individuals. They must be willing to follow the orders of superiors without question. The further down the road a nation goes, the clearer it becomes that the most successful leader is the one who can carry out the plans of the state, in spite of opposition from individuals within the state. To believe that kindly Samaritans will continuously stay in control as the procession moves down this road is as unrealistic as to expect that kindly and altruistic men will maintain leadership of gangs in a robber economy. The road becomes increasingly a one-way street as the people move along it. It becomes increasingly difficult for the nation or for individuals to turn back. When individuals do turn back, as while driving on a one-way street, it becomes a violation of law, with penalties of increasing seriousness, even to the death penalty, as we have seen in totalitarian nations. As the leadership changes more and more from the scrupulous to the unscrupulous, and from the altruistic to the crafty, the more admirable intellectuals who led the movement in its earlier days are pressed into the background, or they may be given important jobs which keep them so busy laying bricks for extensions to the road or making needed repairs that they have little time to meditate. Or if in their spare moments they do meditate and wish to speak their mind, silence is imposed on them by their superiors because of their position in the government. These points about the destruction of truth and about the types of people who take the lead are worthy of far more attention than I have given them. Biological processes quickly replace individuals who may have met death in the process. But the replacement of truth, ideals, and knowledge is not so easy and not so rapid. What to do about it? The next logical question is, what can we do about it? That is beyond the scope of this discussion, the purpose of which is to explain this brand of economic thought as a basis for appraising it. So far as I know, Hayek and the rest of this group have no program of action except the completely informal one of true education. The whole idea of revolution by force is the direct opposite of their ideals, as is also the notion that anyone should be asked either to think or act according to authority from someone else. It is the responsibility of everyone, in other words, to do his own thinking and act accordingly. Once he understands the basic principles and makes a choice, no one need tell him what he should do or how he should stand on any question. The answers will come crystal clear to him. If he is confused on any problem, it is evidence that he doesn't yet understand the basic principles involved, in which case, as a professor, I would suggest that he may be behind in his reading. End of Freedom and Enterprise by F.A. Harper.
The Day After Christmas by Joyce Kilmer, published in 1916, read for Essays Collection Volume 1 by Paula Messina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Day After Christmas. Of course, people still ride on the elevated railways, but not the people who used to be taken over by their mothers from Jersey City on the Cortlandt Street ferry about once every month, and then up 6th Avenue by the elevated en route for the shops. These people now know the swift and monotonous tube train instead of the rakish ferry boat, the dull subway instead of the stimulating elevated railway. And even if they knelt upon the seats of the subway car, their rubbers projecting into the aisles, and their faces pressed against the windows, they would see only blank walls and dismal stations instead of other people's Christmas trees. These evanescent bits of glory lent special delight to aerial journeyings for weeks after Christmas. For in defiance of the 12th Night Convention, certain citizens were wont to keep their Christmas trees in place until February. And in the opinion of the tenants of the third stories of the tenements, apartment houses is the more courteous word, which bordered the elevated, the place of the Christmas tree was close up against the front window, where all the world could enjoy its green and gold and red. Like nearly all genuine vulgar customs, vulgar is used in its most honorable sense, this habit of showing the public the home's chief splendor was, or is, for undoubtedly furs dressed for holiday still brighten some lower 6th Avenue windows, based on generous courtesy. It was not possible for Mr. Tenement to keep open flat, so to speak, at Christmas time, to summon all 6th Avenue in to partake of a bowl of wassail that steamed upon his gas range. But he performed all the hospitality that his ungentle residence allowed. He placed his bit of greenwood with its cardboard angel, its red paper bells, and its strings of tinsel, where it would give to the greatest possible number the same delight that it gave to its owner. It is, you observe, in your own psychological way, the Rogers Group principle. Your grandmother put "Going for the Cows," you remember, on the marble top of the walnut table by the window in the front parlor. The Nottingham lace curtains were parted just above the head of the boy who was urging the dog after the woodchuck. And everybody who went up or down Maple Avenue got a good view of that masterpiece of realism. Therein your grandmother showed truer courtesy than did you when you put Rodin's Le Baiser in that niche above the second landing of your stairway. The same quality of almost quixotic generosity is suggested by the composition of the old-fashioned holly wreaths, which hung in the windows, showed to passers-by lustrous green leaves and scarlet berries, and to those who hung them only a circle of pale stems and wire. Even the lithographers maintain this courteous tradition. They stamp their cardboard holly wreaths on only one side. and this is the side which is to face the street. Well, these fenestral firs and hollies exist, and they are among the numerous joys of the days that follow Christmas. These post-Christmas days shine with a light softer, but perhaps more comfortable than that of the great feast itself. Particularly is this true of the first day after Christmas, especially when that day is Sunday. In England, of course, as in the time of the late Samuel Pickwick, Esquire, who brought about the renaissance of Christmas, this is called Boxing Day, not because it is the occasion of fistic encounters, but because it is the time appointed for the distribution of those more or less spontaneous expressions of goodwill which are called Christmas boxes. Its more orthodox title is St. Stephen's Day. It is, you know, the day on which the illustrious King Wenceslas, with the assistance of his page, did his noble almoning. Says the old carol, good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even. Brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel, when a poor man came in sight, gathering winter fuel. Hither, page, and stand by me. See, thou dost it telling yonder peasant, who is he? Where and what his dwelling? Sire, he lives a good league hence, underneath the mountain, over by the forest fence, by St. Agnes' fountain. Bring me flesh and bring me wine, bring me pine logs hither, thou and I will see him dine, when we bear them thither. Page and monarch forth they went together, through the night wind's wild lament, and the wintry weather. We are not old English kings, so instead of having our page bring flesh and wine to the poor man on St. Stephen's Day, we give $1 to the youth from the still-vexed Bermouths who chaperones the elevator in our apartment house. And for weeks before Christmas, we affix to the flaps of the envelopes containing our letters little stamps bearing libelous caricatures of St. Nicholas of Bari. Theoretically, this last process provides a modicum of Christmas cheer for certain carefully selected and organized poor people. However this may be, the fact remains that the day after Christmas is a very good day indeed. The excitement of giving and receiving has passed away. There remains the quieter joy of contemplation. And since this year the day after Christmas is Sunday, this contemplation will not be disturbed by the arrival of the postman, who a relentless bill-bringer is, like the Greeks, to be feared even when bearing gifts. And in spite of the remarks of every humorist who ever borrowed from his mother-in-law 2 cents to put on an envelope which should carry a joke about her to an editor, this post-Christmas meditation nearly always is pleasant. It is assisted by the consumption of wife-bestowed cigars, which, again despite the humorists, are better than those a man buys for himself. It is a pleasant meditation, for its subjects are things given and things received, good deeds done and good deeds experienced. It also contains this day after Christmas feeling, a quality of reconciliation, not of reconciliation with ancient enemies. This was all orthodoxly attended to on Christmas Eve, but of reconciliation with affairs of readjustment. On Christmas Day, there may have been some slight disappointment, some fly in the ointment, or worse still, in the punch. Forgetting for a moment that you were just now pictured smoking cigars presented to you by your wife, let us consider you to be, as you probably are, a young woman of some 18 summers, and perhaps an equal number of winters. It is the day after Christmas. It is, although you are unaware of the fact, St. Stephen's Day. Yesterday, although you endeavored to conceal the fact, only revealing it in the unnecessary viciousness with which you scrubbed the remains of a red and white striped candy basket from the countenance of your infant brother. Yesterday, I repeat, you were annoyed. And the cause of your annoyance was that you received from the amorous Theophilus a paltry dozen, instead of 24 or 36 American beauties. Now, however, during your post-Christmas meditation, your annoyance is swept away by the refreshing thought that Theophilus will now have $12 or $24 more to invest in that extraordinary solitaire diamond ring with which he purposes to decorate your not too reluctant hand as soon as people begin to see through your bluff of not being engaged. This thought cheers you considerably, and you dreamily give the aforesaid infant brother permission to consume a barley sugar elephant, which makes him very unwell. Or let us, on the other hand, suppose that you, who are now reading this inquiry into the theory of motives and ideas, are that infant brother himself. Your age, we will say, is 3, and you are, we regret to say, somewhat sticky. Nevertheless, your frame of mind is, on the whole, more satisfactory than it was yesterday. You had in all confidence requested Santa Claus to bring you a large, live baboon. Instead, he brought you a small tin monkey on a stick. This was a genuine disappointment, as poignantly felt as will be any more obvious tragedy of your adult years. But, like all sorrows of childhood, it had the blessed quality of brevity. Now, on the day after Christmas, you contemplate with favor your tin monkey. One of his legs is broken, but he has come off his stick, and is therefore the more agreeable companion. Your father's apology for Santa Claus, to the effect that the baboon of your desire would have walked off with your stockings if he had been placed in them, seems reasonable, and there is manna for your soul in the thought that your father will take you to the Bronx Zoo this afternoon, and that you then can show your tin monkey to the baboon that lives there. This peaceful meditation is one of the most delightfully comfortable features of the day after Christmas. This day has not the concentrated excitement of Christmas. It is, I think, the most restful day in the year. It is not marked, like January 2nd, with the shock of receiving bills and the strain of keeping new resolutions. It is a delightfully lazy day, a sort of sublimated Sunday afternoon. And one conclusion which you should draw from your St. Stephen's Day meditation is that the nobility of Christmas traditions and customs is proved by their surviving the most unfavorable, even absurd conditions of life. It was not difficult for the Puritans to destroy the maypole. Its gay garlands never rose from the dust into which their iron heels trod them. But the Christmas tree, which even more than the maypole was an adulterous abomination to those of our forefathers who turned the sword of the Lord and of Gideon against the primitive red citizens of New England. The Christmas tree blooms with new splendor every year. It is set up even in the conventicle and New Salems which the Pilgrims established, and as its green branches glow with their precious freight of scarlet and gold, around it dance, tango in fact, the descendants of John Alden and Priscilla Mullins. But the Christmas tree and its attendant glories have survived an assault sterner than that of the Puritans. They are healthily surviving modern metropolitan conditions, the deadly foe of many gracious things. And the mere fact of survival is itself beautiful. It is very fine, of course, for Santa Claus to clamber down the broad chimney of a great farmhouse. But it is really noble of him to penetrate the mysterious smokestacks of a New York building, and making some subtle use, I suppose, of the steam radiator, to visit every apartment which has its complement of childhood. It is admirable for a country child to believe in Santa Claus. But how much more admirable is the faith of the city child, the faith which stands the shock of the imitation Santa Clauses who strut about the department stores and beg at every corner. These things, I said, are natural fruits of after-Christmas meditations. And the Christmas tree remains. Although the gifts that surround it have been taken away, it is a pleasanter sight than it was yesterday, because it is already a beautiful old friend, a friend to whom we are grateful. It does not look ridiculous because its great day is gone, as, for example, a firecracker looks ridiculous on July 5th. For Christmas is more than a day. It is a season, of which December 25th is only the commencement. And as the Christmas tree seems pleasanter and more friendly when some of its needles have formed little green aromatic heaps on the carpet, and when the china angel and 2 or 3 of the red glass balls have been taken down for the baby to play with, so does the Christmas season seem pleasanter and more friendly when its first great feast and pageant has come to its joyous close and become a part of time's rich treasury of golden days. End of the Day After Christmas by Joyce Kilmer.
The Fun of Writing by Christopher Morley, published 1923. Read for Essays Collection Volume 1 by Larry Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fun of Writing. On the way to the station this warm/chilly morning, note to Linotype Man, please kill the inappropriate adjective. We like to be accurate, and this April weather is so inconstant. We were thinking how little appreciated is the true pleasure of writing. Writing is an art, or, if you prefer, a trade, never wholly and properly enjoyed except by the intensely indolent. What we mean is this: there are a lot of things in life that are not at all as they should be. But the writer, by magnificent pretense, improves all that. Gardening, for instance. No one enjoys seeing beds thickly decorated with bright flowers and superb vegetables more than we do. But the grubby and tiresome task of groping about with trowels and quicklime and all the other fertilizers is distasteful. Getting sweet peas to climb is a noxious business. Somehow the seedsman always palms off on us a kind of horizontal sweet pea that runs lowly along the ground and never blossoms at all. But take up the pen or typewriter, and how quickly everything is rectified. When you set to work to compose a story, how easy it is to have things nice and genteel. Thus: out in the bland freshness of the suburban morning, Mr. Frogbones was enjoying his garden. In twin beds under the tall French windows, the gardenias and sunflowers were just opening towards the violet orb. Sweet peas and daffodils and vast claret-colored roses aspired upon a green trellis. "How I love a little nosegay," he said, as he clipped off a couple of dozen of the great cider-tinted chrysanthemums and bore them indoors to his wife. In the breakfast-room a well-trained maid-servant was putting the fragrant coffee on the table, and the children were drinking their morning milk with neatness and gusto. "Elsie," said Mrs. Frogbones to the maid, "you may bring in the sausages, kidneys, bacon, scrambled eggs, anchovy toast, marmalade, grapefruit, porridge, raisin bread, and gooseberry jam. Mr. Frogbones is ready for breakfast." Now, what could be easier, what could be more agreeable, than to write that? And yet not a word of it is true. We know Henry Frogbones well. His garden is contemptible. The maid's coffee is execrable, and she is going to leave at the end of the week anyway. His children roar with anguish when they see a mug of milk which they detest. But how pleasant it is to lend a hand to the travailing universe when you are writing! As Henry Frogbones finished his ample breakfast, the large absinthe-colored limousine rolled with a quiet crunch across the terrace, which was pebbled with small blue gravel. He slipped on his new herringbone surtout, lit a fine black cheroot, hitched up one spat which had got twisted, and rolled away to town. Ambrose, the chauffeur, was accustomed to his employer's ways. He drove gently so that Mr. Frogbones could read the morning paper with comfort. After an hour's ride through exquisite scenery, if the editor pays more than 5 cents a word, it may be well to describe this scenery, Mr. Frogbones reached his office, where the morning mail had already been opened and classified by a competent assistant. In the anteroom a number of callers were waiting, held in check by a respectful young man, who was explaining to them that no one can possibly disturb Mr. Frogbones until his morning article is written. As a matter of fact, we don't feel that we can go on with this any further. It is beginning to seem too unlikely, but it only seems unlikely to us because we know the truth about old Frogbones. The average magazine reader would swallow it without cavil. That is why we say that writing is huge fun, because you can solve all the perplexities and distractions of life as you go along, and really enjoy yourself at the same time, and, most remarkable of all, get paid for it. End of the fun of writing.
The Darwinian Hypothesis by Thomas H. Huxley, published 1859. Read/recorded for Essays Collection, Volume 1, by bobpliley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Darwin, on the Origin of Species. There is a growing immensity in the speculations of science to which no human thing or thought at this day is comparable. Apart from the results which science brings us home and securely harvests, there is an expansive force and latitude in its tentative efforts which lifts us out of ourselves and transfigures our mortality. We may have a preference for moral themes like the Homeric sage, who has seen and known much, cities of men and manners, climates, councils, governments. Yet we must end by confession that the windy ways of men are but dust which rises up and is lightly laid again, in comparison with the work of nature, to which science testifies, but which has no boundaries in time or space to which science can approximate. There is something altogether out of the reach of science, and yet the compass of science is practically illimitable. Hence it is that from time to time we are startled and perplexed by theories which have no parallel in the contracted moral world. For the generalizations of science sweep on in ever-widening circles and more aspiring flights through a limitless creation, while astronomy with its telescope ranges beyond the known stars, and physiology with its microscope is subdividing infinite minutiae, we may expect that our historic centuries may be treated as inadequate counters in the history of the planet on which we are placed. We must expect new conceptions of the nature and relations of its denizens, as science acquires the materials for fresh generalizations. Nor have we occasion for alarms if a highly advanced knowledge, like that of the eminent naturalist before us, confronts us with an hypothesis as vast as it is novel. This hypothesis may or may not be sustainable hereafter. It may give way to something else, and higher science may reverse what science has here built up with so much skill and patience. But Its sufficiency must be tried by the tests of science alone if we are to maintain our position as the heirs of Bacon and the acquitters of Galileo. We must weigh this hypothesis strictly in the controversy which is coming, by the only tests which are appropriate, and by no others whatsoever. The hypothesis to which we point, and of which the present work of Mr. Darwin is but the preliminary outline, may be stated in his own language as follows. Quote, "Species originated by means of natural selection or through the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life." End quote. To render this thesis intelligible, it is necessary to interpret its terms. In the first place, what is a species? The question is a simple one, but the right answer to it is hard to find, even if we appeal to those who should know most about it. It is all those animals or plants which have descended from a single pair of parents. It is the smallest distinctly definable group of living organisms. It is an eternal and immutable entity. It is a mere abstraction of the human intellect having no existence in nature. Such are a few of the significations attached to this simple word, which may be culled from authoritative sources. And if, leaving terms and theoretical subtleties aside, we turn to facts and endeavor to gather a meaning for ourselves by studying the things to which, in practice, the name of species is applied, it profits us little, for practice varies as much as theory. Let the botanist or the zoologist examine and describe the productions of a country, and one will pretty certainly disagree with the other as to the number, limits, and definitions of the species into which he groups the very same things. In these islands, we are in the habit of regarding mankind as of one species, but a fortnight's steam will land us in a country where divines and savants, for once in agreement, vie with one another in loudness of assertion, if not in cogency of proof, that men are of different species, and more particularly that the species Negro is so distinct from our own that the 10 Commandments have actually no reference to him. Even in the calm region of entomology, where if anywhere in this sinful world passion and prejudice should fail to stir the mind, one learned coleopterist will fill 10 attractive volumes with descriptions of species of beetles, 9/10 of which are immediately declared by his brother beetlemongers to be no species at all. The truth is that the number of distinguishable living creatures almost surpasses imagination. At least 100,000 such kinds of insects alone have been described and may be identified in collections, and the number of separable kinds of living things is underestimated at 500,000. Seeing that most of these obvious kinds have their accidental varieties, and that they often shade into others by imperceptible degrees, it may well be imagined that the task of distinguishing between what is permanent and what is fleeting, what is a species, and what a mere variety, is sufficiently formidable. But is it not possible to apply a test whereby a true species may be known from a mere variety? Is there no criterion of species? Great authorities affirm that there is, that the unions of members of the same species are always fertile, while those of distinct species are either sterile or their offspring, called hybrids, are so. It is affirmed not only that this is an experimental fact, but that it is a provision for the preservation of the purity of species. Such a criterion as this would be invaluable. But unfortunately, not only is it not obvious how to apply it in the great majority of cases in which its aid is needed, but its general validity is stoutly denied. The Honorable and Reverend Mr. Herbert, a most trustworthy authority, not only asserts as the result of his own observations and experiments that many hybrids are quite as fertile as their parent species, but he goes so far as to assert that the particular plant Crinum capense is much more fertile when crossed with a distinct species than when fertilized by its proper pollen. On the other hand, the famous gardener, though he took the greatest pains to cross the primrose and the cowslip, succeeded only once or twice in several years. And yet, it is a well-established fact that the primrose and the cowslip are only varieties of the same kind of plant. Again, such cases as the following are well established. The female of species A, if crossed with the male of species B, is fertile. But if the female of B is crossed with the male of A, she remains barren. Facts of this kind destroy the value of the supposed criterion. If, weary of the endless difficulties involved in the determination of species, the investigator, contenting himself with the rough practical distinction of separable kinds, endeavors to study them as they occur in nature, to ascertain their relations to the conditions which surrounds them, their mutual harmonies and discordances of structure, the bond of union of their parts and their past history, he finds himself, according to the received notions, in a mighty maze, and with as most the dimmest adumbration of a plan. If he starts with any one clear conviction, it is that every part of a living creature is cunningly adapted to some special use in its life. Has not his Paley told him that seemingly useless organ, the spleen, is beautifully adjusted as so much packing between the other organs? And yet, at the onset of his studies, he finds that no adaptive reason whatsoever can be given for one half of the peculiarities of vegetable structures. He also discovers rudimentary teeth, which are never used in the gums of the young calf and in those of the fetal whale. Insects which never bite have rudimental jaws, and others which never fly have rudimental wings. Naturally blind creatures have rudimental eyes, and the halt have rudimentary limbs. So again, no animal or plant puts on its perfect form at once, but all have to start from the same point, however various the course which each has to pursue. Not only men and horses, and cats and dogs, lobsters and beetles, periwinkles and mussels, but even the very sponges and animalcules commence their existence under forms which are essentially undistinguishable. And this is true of all the infinite variety of plants. Nay, more, all living things march side by side along the high road of development, and separate the latter the more like they are. Like people leaving church, who all go down the aisle, but having reached the door, some turn into the parsonage, others go down the village, and others part only in the next parish. A man in his development runs for a little while parallel with, though never passing through, the form of the meanest worm, then travels for a space beside the fish, then journeys along with the bird and the reptile for his fellow travelers, and only at last, after a brief companionship with the highest of the four-footed and four-handed world, rises into the dignity of pure manhood. No competent thinker of the present day dreams of explaining these indubitable facts by the notion of the existence of unknown and undiscoverable adaptations to purpose. And we would remind those who, ignorant of the facts, must be moved by authority, that no one has asserted the incompetence of the doctrine of final causes in its application to physiology and anatomy more strongly than our own eminent anatomist, Professor Owen, who, speaking of such cases, says, on the nature of limbs, page 39 and 40, quote, I think it will be obvious that the principle of final adaptations fails to satisfy all the conditions of the problem, end quote. But if the doctrine of final causes will not help us to comprehend the anomalies of living structure, the principle of adaptation must surely lead us to understand why certain living beings are found in certain regions of the world and not in others. The palm, as we know, will not grow in our climate, nor the oak in Greenland. The white bear cannot live where the tiger thrives, nor vice versa. And the more the natural habits of animal and vegetable species are examined, the more do they seem, on the whole, limited to particular provinces. But when we look into the facts established by the study of the geographical distribution of animals and plants, it seems utterly hopeless to attempt to understand the strange and apparently capricious relations which they exhibit. One would be inclined to suppose a priori that every country must be naturally peopled by those animals that are fittest to live and thrive in it. And yet how, on this hypothesis, are we to account for the absence of cattle in the pampas of South America, when those parts of the New World were discovered? It is not that they were unfit for cattle, for millions of cattle now run wild there, and the like holds good of Australia and New Zealand. It is a curious circumstance, in fact, that the animals and plants of the northern hemisphere are not only as well adapted to live in the southern hemisphere as its own autochthones, but in many cases absolutely better adapted, and so overrun and extirpate the aborigines. Clearly, therefore, the species which naturally inhabit a country are not necessarily the best adapted to its climate and other conditions. The inhabitants of islands are often distinct from any other known species of animals or plants. Witness our recent examples from the work of Sir Emerson Kennett on Ceylon. And yet, they have almost always a sort of general family resemblance to the animals and plants of the nearest mainland. On the other hand, there is hardly a species of fish, shell, or crab common to the opposite sides of the narrow Isthmus of Panama. Wherever we look, then, living nature offers us riddles of difficult solution, if we suppose that what we see is all that can be known of it. But our knowledge of life is not confined to the existing world. Whatever their minor differences, geologists are agreed as to the vast thickness of the accumulated strata which compose the visible part of our earth, and the inconceivable immensity of the time of whose lapse they are the imperfect but the only accessible witnesses. Now, throughout the greater part of this long series of stratified rocks are scattered, sometimes very abundantly, multitudes of organic remains, the fossilized exuviae of animals and plants which lived and died, while the mud of which the rocks are formed was yet soft ooze, and could receive and bury them. It would be a great error to suppose that these organic remains were fragmentary relics. Our museums exhibit fossil shells of immeasurable antiquity, as perfect as the day they were formed, whole skeletons without a limb disturbed, nay, the changed flesh, the developing embryos, and even the very footsteps of primeval organisms. Thus, the naturalist finds in the bowels of the earth species as well defined as, and in some groups of animals more numerous than, those that breathe the upper air. But singularly enough, the majority of these entombed species are wholly distinct from those that now live. Nor is this unlikeness without its rule and order. As a broad fact, the further we go back in time, the less the buried species are like existing forms. And the further apart the sets of extinct creatures are, the less they are like one another. In other words, there has been a regular succession of living beings, each younger set being in a very broad and general sense somewhat more like those which now live. It was once supposed that this succession had been the result of vast successive catastrophes, destructions, and recreations en masse. But catastrophes are now almost eliminated from geological, or at least paleontological, speculation. And it is admitted on all hands that the seeming breaks in the chain of being are not absolute, but only relative to our imperfect knowledge, that species have replaced species, not in assemblages, but one by one, and that, if it were possible to have all the phenomena of the past presented to us, the convenient epochs and formations of the geologists, though having a certain distinctness, would fade into one another with limits as undefinable as those of the distinct and yet separable colors of the solar spectrum. Such is a brief summary of the main truths which have been established concerning species. Are these truths ultimate and irresolvable facts, or are their complexities and perplexities the mere expressions of a higher law? A large number of persons practically assume the former position to be correct. They believe that the writer of the Pentateuch was empowered and commissioned to teach us scientific as well as other truth, that the account we find there of the creation of living things is simply and literally correct, and that everything which seems to contradict it is, by nature of the case, false. All the phenomena which have been detailed are, on this view, the immediate product of a creative fiat, and consequently are out of the domain of science altogether. Whether this view prove ultimately to be true or false, it is by any rate not at present supported by what is commonly regarded as logical proof, even if it be capable of discussion by reason, and hence we consider ourselves at liberty to pass it by, and turn to those views which profess to rest on a scientific basis only, and therefore admit to being argued to their consequences. And we do this with the less hesitation, as it so happens that those persons who are practically conversant with the facts of the case, plainly a considerable advantage, have always thought fit to range themselves under the latter category. The majority of these competent persons have up to the present time maintained two positions. The first, that every species is, within certain defined and or definable limits, fixed and incapable of modification. The second, that every species was originally produced by a distinct creative act. The second position is obviously incapable of proof or disproof, the direct operation of the Creator not being subjects of science, and it must therefore be regarded as a corollary from the first, the truth or falsehood of which is a matter of evidence. Most persons imagine that the arguments in favor of it are overwhelming, but to some few minds, and these, it must be confessed, intellects of no small power and grasp of knowledge, they have not brought conviction. Among these minds, that of the famous naturalist Lamarck, who possessed a greater acquaintance with the lower forms of life than any man of his day, Cuvier not excepted, and was a good botanist to boot, occupies a prominent place. Two facts appear to have strongly affected the course of thought of this remarkable man. The one, that finer or stronger links of affinity connect all living beings with one another, and that thus the highest creature grades by multitudinous steps into the lowest. The other, that an organ may be developed in particular directions by exerting itself in particular ways, and that modifications once induced may be transmitted and become hereditary. Putting these facts together, Lamarck endeavored to account for the first by the operation of the second. Place an animal in new circumstances, says he, and its needs will be altered. The new needs will create new desires, and the attempt to gratify such desires will result in an appropriate modification of the organs exerted. Make a man a blacksmith, and his brachial muscles will develop in accordance with the demands made upon them. And in like manner, says Lamarck, the efforts of some short-necked bird to catch fish without wetting himself have, with time and perseverance, given rise to all our herons and long-necked waders. The Lamarckian hypothesis has long since been justly condemned, and it is the established practice of every tyro to raise his heel against the carcass of the dead lion, but it is rarely either wise or instructive to treat even the errors of a really great man with mere ridicule. And in the present case, the logical form of the doctrine stands on a very different footing from its substance. If species have really arisen by the operation of natural conditions, we ought to be able to find those conditions now at work. We ought to be able to discover in nature some power adequate to modify any given kind of animal or plant in such a manner as to give rise to another kind, which would be admitted by naturalists as the distinct species. Lamarck imagined that he had discovered this vera causa in the admitted facts that some organs may be modified by exercise, and that modifications once produced are capable of hereditary transmission. It does not seem to have occurred to him to inquire whether there is any reason to believe that there are any limits to the amount of modification producible, or to ask how long an animal is likely to endeavor to gratify an impossible desire. The bird, in our example, would surely have renounced fish dinners long before it had produced the least effect on leg or neck. Since Lamarck's time, almost all competent naturalists have left speculation on the origin of species to such dreamers as the author of The Vestiges, by whom well-intentioned efforts the Lamarckian theory received its final condemnation in the eyes of all sound thinkers. Notwithstanding this silence, however, the transmutation theory, as it has been called, has been a skeleton in the closet to many an honest zoologist and botanist who had a soul above the mere naming of dried plants and skins. Surely has such an one thought, nature is a mighty and consistent whole, and the providential order established in the world of life must, if we could only see it rightly, be consistent with that dominant over the multiform shapes of brute matter. But what is the history of astronomy, of all the branches of physics, of chemistry, of medicine, but a narration of the steps by which the human mind has been compelled, often sorely against its will, to recognize the operation of secondary causes in events where ignorance beheld an immediate intervention of a higher power. And when we know that living things are formed of the same elements as the inorganic world, that they act and react upon it, bound by 1,000 ties of natural piety, Is it probable, nay, is it possible that they and they alone should have no order in their seeming disorder, no unity in their seeming multiplicity, should suffer no explanation by the discovery of some central and sublime law of mutual connection? Questions of this kind have assuredly often arisen, but it must have been long before they received such expression as would have commanded the respect and attention of the scientific world, had it not been for the publication of the work which prompted this article. Its author, Mr. Darwin, inheritor of a once celebrated name, won his spurs in science when most of those now distinguished were young men, and has for the last 20 years held a place in the front ranks of British philosophers. After a circumnavigatory voyage undertaken solely for the love of his science, Mr. Darwin published a series of researches which at once arrested the attention of naturalists and geologists. His generalizations have since received ample confirmation, and now command universal assent. Nor is it questionable that they have had the most important influence on the progress of science. More recently, Mr. Darwin, with a versatility which is among the rarest of gifts, turned his attention to a most difficult question of zoology and minute anatomy, and no living naturalist and anatomist has published a better monograph than that which resulted from his labors. Such a man, at all events, has not entered the sanctuary with unwashed hands, and when he lays before us the results of 20 years' investigation and reflection, we must listen, even though we are disposed to strike. But in reading his work, it must be confessed that the attention which might at first be dutifully soon becomes willingly given. So clear is the author's thought, so outspoken his conviction, so honest and fair the candid expression of his doubts, those who would judge the book must read it. We shall endeavor only to make its line of argument and its philosophical position intelligible to the general reader in our own way. The Baker Street Bazaar has just been exhibiting its familiar annual spectacle: straight-backed, small-headed, big-barreled oxen, as dissimilar from any wild species as can well be imagined, contended for attention and praise with sheep of half a dozen different breeds and sties of bloated, preposterous pigs, no more like a wild boar or sow than a city alderman is like an orangutan. The cattle show has been, and perhaps may again be, succeeded by a poultry show, of whose crowing and clucking prodigies it can only be certainly predicated that they will be very unlike the aboriginal Phasianus gallus. If the seeker after animal anomalies is not satisfied, a turn or two in 7 Dials will convince him that the breeds of pigeons are quite as extraordinary and unlike one another and their parent stock, while the Horticultural Society will provide him with any number of corresponding vegetable aberrations from nature's types. He will learn with no little surprise, too, in the course of his travels, that the proprietors and producers of these animal and vegetable anomalies regard them as distinct species, with a firm belief, the strength of which is exactly proportioned to their ignorance of scientific biology, and which is the more remarkable as they are all proud of their skill in originating such species. On careful inquiry, it is found that all these and the many other artificial breeds or races of animals and plants have been produced by one method. The breeder, and a skillful one, must be a person of much sagacity and natural or acquired perceptive faculty. Notes with some slight difference, arising he knows not how, in some individuals of his stock. If he wished to perpetuate the difference, to form a breed with the peculiarity in question strongly marked, he selects such male and female individuals as exhibit the desired character and breeds from them. Their offspring are then carefully examined, and those which exhibit the peculiarity the most distinctly are selected for breeding. And this operation is repeated until the desired amount of divergence from the primitive stock is reached. It is then found that by continuing the process of selection, always breeding, that is, from well-marked forms, and allowing no impure crosses to interfere, a race may be formed, the tendency of which to reproduce itself is exceedingly strong. Nor is the limit to the amount of divergence which may be thus produced known. But one thing is certain, that if certain breeds of dogs or of pigeons or of horses were known only in a fossil state, no naturalist would hesitate in regarding them as distinct species. But in all these cases we have human interference. Without the breeder, there would be no selection, and without the selection, no race. Before admitting the possibility of natural species having originated in any similar way, it must be proved that there is in nature some power which takes the place of man and performs a selection sua sponte. It is the claim of Mr. Darwin that he professes to have discovered the existence and the modus operandi of this natural selection, as he terms it. And if he is right, the process is perfectly simple and comprehensible, and irresistibly deducible from very familiar but well-nigh forgotten facts. Who, for instance, has duly reflected upon all the consequences of the marvelous struggle for existence which is daily and hourly going on among living beings? Not only does every animal live at the expense of some other animal or plant, but the very plants are at war. The ground is full of seeds that cannot rise into seedlings. The seedlings rob one another of air, light, and water, the strongest robber winning the day and extinguishing his competitors. Year after year, the wild animals with which man never interferes are on the average neither more nor less numerous than they were. And yet we know that the annual produce of each pair is from 1 to perhaps 1,000,000 young, so that it is mathematically certain that, on the average, as many are killed by natural causes as are born each year, and those only escape which happen to be a little better fitted to resist destruction than those which die. The individuals of a species are like the crew of a foundered ship, and none but good swimmers have a chance of reaching the land. Such being unquestionably the necessary conditions under which living creatures exist, Mr. Darwin discovers in them the instrument of natural selection. Suppose that in the midst of this incessant competition, some individuals of a species A present accidental variations which happen to fit them a little better than their fellows for the struggle in which they are engaged. Then the chances are in favor not only of these individuals being better nourished than the others, but of their predominating over their fellows in other ways, and of having a better chance of leaving offspring, which will of course tend to reproduce the peculiarities of their parents. Their offspring will, by a parity of reasoning, tend to predominate over their contemporaries, and there being, suppose, no room for more than one species such as A, the weaker variety will eventually be destroyed by the new destructive influence which is thrown into the scale, and the stronger will take its place. Surrounding conditions remaining unchanged, the new variety which we call B, supposed, for argument's sake, to be best adapted for these conditions which can be got out of the original stock, will remain unchanged. All accidental deviations from the type becoming at once extinguished, as less fit for their post than B itself. The tendency of B to persist will grow with its persistence through successive generations, and it will acquire all the characters of a new species. But, on the other hand, if the conditions of life change in any degree, however slight, B may no longer be that form which is best adapted to withstand their destructive and profit by their sustaining influence. In which case, if it should give rise to a more competent variety, C, this will take its place and become a new species. And thus, by natural selection, the species B and C will be successively derived from A. That this most ingenious hypothesis enables us to give a reason for many apparent anomalies in the distribution of living beings in time and space, and that it is not contradicted by the main phenomena of life and organization, appeared to us to be unquestionable. And so far it must be admitted to have an immense advantage over any of its predecessors. But it is quite another matter to affirm absolutely either the truth or falsehood of Mr. Darwin's views at the present stage of the inquiry. Goethe has an excellent aphorism defining that state of mind which he calls fatigue skepsis, active doubt. It is doubt which so loves truth that it neither dares rest in doubting nor extinguish itself by unjustified belief. And we commend this state of mind to students of species with respect to Mr. Darwin's or any other hypothesis as to their origin. The combined investigations of another 20 years may perhaps enable naturalists to say whether the modifying causes and the selective power which Mr. Darwin has satisfactorily shown to exist in nature are competent to produce all the effects he ascribes to them, or whether, on the other hand, he has been led to overestimate the value of his principle of natural selection as greatly as Lamarck overestimated his vera causa of modification by exercise. But there is at all events one advantage possessed by the more recent writer over his predecessor. Mr. Darwin abhors mere speculation as nature abhors a vacuum. He is as greedy of cases and precedents as any constitutional lawyer, and all the principles he lays down are capable of being brought to the test of observation and experiment. The path he bids us follow professes to be not a mere airy track fabricated of ideal cobwebs, but a solid and broad bridge of facts. If it be so, it will carry us safely over many a chasm in our knowledge, and lead us to a region free from the snares of those fascinating but barren virgins, the final causes, against whom a high authority has so justly warned us, quote, "My sons, dig in the vineyard," end of quote, were the last words of the old man in the fable, and though his sons found no treasure, they made their fortune by the grapes. End of the Darwinian Hypothesis by Thomas H. Huxley.
The Decline of the Drama by Stephen Leacock, published 1921. Read for Essays Collection No. 1 by Winnifred Assmann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decline of the Drama. Coming up home the other night in my car, the Guy Street car, I heard a man who was hanging on to a strap say, "The drama is just turning into a bunch of talk." This set me thinking, and I was glad that it did, because I am being paid by this paper to think once a week, and it is wearing. Some days I never think from morning till night. This decline of the drama is a thing on which I feel deeply and bitterly, for I am, or I have been, something of an actor myself. I have only been in amateur work, I admit, but still I have played some mighty interesting parts. I have acted in Shakespere as a citizen. I have been a fairy in A Midsummer Night's Dream, and I was once one end, choice of ends, of a camel in a pantomime. I have had other parts, too, such as A Voice Speaks from Within, or A Noise is Heard Without, or A Bell Rings from Behind, and a lot of things like that. I played as a noise for 7 nights, before crowded houses where people were being turned away from the door, and I have been a groan, and a sigh, and a tumult. And once I was a vision passes before the sleeper. So when I talk of acting and of the spirit of the drama, I speak of what I know. Naturally, too, I was brought into contact, very often into quite intimate personal contact, with some of the greatest actors of the day. I don't say it in any way of boasting, but merely because, to those of us who love the stage, all dramatic souvenirs are interesting. I remember, for example, that when Wilson Barrett played the Bat and had to wear the queer suit with the scales, it was I who put the glue on him. And I recall a conversation with Sir Henry Irving one night when he said to me, "Fetch me a glass of water, will you?" And I said, "Sir Henry, it is not only a pleasure to get it, but it is to me, as a humble devotee of the art that you have ennobled, a high privilege. I will go further." "Do," he said. Henry was like that. Quick, sympathetic, what we call in French, vibrant. Forbes Robertson I shall never forget. He owes me 50 cents. And as for Martin Harvey, I simply cannot call him Sir John, we are such dear old friends. He never comes to this town without at once calling in my services to lend a hand in his production. No doubt everybody knows that splendid play in which he appears, called The Breed of the Treshams. There is a torture scene in it, a most gruesome thing. Harvey, as the hero, has to be tortured, not on the stage itself, but off the stage in a little room at the side. You can hear him howling as he is tortured. Well, it was I who was torturing him. We are so used to working together that Harvey didn't want to let anybody do it but me. So naturally I am a keen friend and student of the drama, and I hate to think of it going all to pieces. The trouble with it is that it is becoming a mere mass of conversation and reflection. Nothing happens in it. The action is all going out of it, and there is nothing left but thought. When actors begin to think, it is time for a change. They are not fitted for it. Now in my day, I mean when I was at the apogee of my reputation, I think that is the word. It may be apology, I forget. Things were very different. What we wanted was action, striking, climatic, catastrophic action, in which things not only happened, but happened suddenly and all in a lump. And we always took care that the action happened in some place that was worthwhile, not simply in an ordinary room with ordinary furniture, the way it is in the new drama. The scene was laid in a lighthouse, top story, or in a madhouse at midnight, or in a powerhouse, or a doghouse, or a bathhouse, in short, in some place with a distinct local color and atmosphere. I remember in the case of the first play I ever wrote, I write plays too, the manager to whom I submitted it asked me at once, the moment he glanced at it, "Where is the action of this laid?" "It is laid," I answered, "in the main sewer of a great city." "Good, good," he said, "keep it there." In the case of another play, the manager said to me, "What are you doing for atmosphere?" The opening act, I said, is in a steam laundry. Very good, he answered as he turned over the pages. And have you brought in a condemned cell? I told him that I had not. That's rather unfortunate, he said, because we are especially anxious to bring in a condemned cell. 3 of the big theatres have got them this season, and I think we ought to have it in. Can you do it? Yes, I said. I can if it's wanted. I'll look through the cast, and no doubt I can find one at least of them that ought to be put to death. Yes, yes, said the manager enthusiastically. I am sure you can. But I think of all the settings that we used, the lighthouse plays were the best. There is something about a lighthouse that you don't get in a modern drawing room. What it is, I don't know, but there's a difference. I have always liked a lighthouse play, and have never enjoyed acting so much, have never thrown myself into acting so deeply as in a play of that sort. There is something about a lighthouse, the way you see it in the earlier scenes, with the lantern shining out over the black waters, that suggests security, fidelity, faithfulness, to a trust. The stage used generally to be dim in the first part of a lighthouse play, and you could see the huddled figures of the fishermen and their wives on the foreshore, pointing out to the sea, the back of the stage. "See," one cried with his arm extended, "there is lightning in yon sky." I was the lightning, and that my cue for it. "God help all the poor souls at sea tonight." Then a woman cried, "Look, look, a boat upon the reef." And as she said it, I had to rush round and work the boat to make it go up and down properly. Then there was more lightning, and someone screamed out, "Look, see, there's a woman in the boat." There wasn't really, it was me, but in the darkness it was all the same, and of course the heroine herself couldn't be there yet because she had to be downstairs getting dressed to be drowned. Then they all cried out, "Poor soul, she's doomed," and all the fishermen ran up and down making a noise. Fishermen in those plays used to get fearfully excited, and what with the excitement and the darkness and the bright beams of the lighthouse falling on the wet oilskins and the thundering of the sea upon the reef. Ah me, those were plays. That was acting. And to think that there isn't a single streak of lightning in any play on the boards this year. And then the kind of climax that a play like this used to have. The scene shifted right at the moment of the excitement, and lo, we are in the tower, the top story of the lighthouse, interior scene. All is still and quiet within, with the bright light of the reflectors flooding the little room, and the roar of the storm heard like muffled thunder outside. The lighthouse keeper trims his lamps. How firm and quiet and rugged he looks. The snows of 60 winters are on his head, but his eye is clear and his grip strong. Hear the howl of the wind as he opens the door and steps forth upon the iron balcony 80 feet above the water and peers out upon the storm. "God pity all the poor souls at sea," he says. They all say that. If you get used to it and get to like it, you want to hear it said, no matter how often they say it. The waves rage beneath him. I threw it at him, really, but the effect was wonderful. And then, as he comes in from the storm to the still room, the climax breaks. A man staggers into the room in oilskins, drenched, wet, breathless. They all staggered in these plays, and in the new drama they walk, and the effect is feebleness itself. He points to the sea. A boat upon the reef, with a woman in it." And the lighthouse keeper knows that it is his only daughter, the only one that he has, who is being cast to death upon the reef. Then comes the dilemma. They want him for the lifeboat. No one can take it through the surf but him. You know that because the other man says so himself. But if he goes in the boat, then the great light will go out. Untended, it cannot live in the storm. And if it goes out, ask of the angry waves and the resounding rocks of what tonight's long toll of death must be without the light. I wish you could have seen it. You who only see the drawing-room plays of today. The scene when the lighthouse man draws himself up, calm and resolute, and says, "My place is here. God's will be done." And you know that as he says it and turns quietly to his lamps again, the boat is drifting at that very moment to the rocks. "How did they save her?" My dear sir, if you can ask that question, You little understand the drama as it was. Save her? No, of course they didn't save her. What we wanted in the old drama was reality and force, no matter how wild and tragic it might be. They did not save her. They found her the next day in the concluding scene, all that was left of her when she was dashed upon the rocks. Her ribs were broken. Her bottom boards had been smashed in. Her gunwale was gone. In short, she was a wreck. The girl? Oh, yes, certainly they saved the girl. That kind of thing was always taken care of. You see, just as the lighthouse man said, "God's will be done," his eye fell on a long coil of rope hanging there. Providential, wasn't it? But then we were not ashamed to use Providence in the old drama. So he made a noose in it and threw it over the balcony and hauled the girl up on it. I used to hook her onto it every night. A rotten play? Oh, I am sure it must have been. But somehow those of us who were brought up on that sort of thing still sigh for it. End of The Decline of the Drama by Stephen Leacock.
The Problem of Consciousness by Walter S. Hunter. Published 1924. Recorded for Essays Collection Volume 1 by Glenn Carruthers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Problem of Consciousness. For the past 25 years, there has been a rising tide of discontent amongst psychologists with reference to that phase of the subject matter of their science termed consciousness. The reader need not be reminded of the long history of this term in man's reflective thought, nor of its involvement with numerous philosophical problems, not in themselves essential to a scientific understanding of human nature. Even in a treatise like Dunlap's Elements of Scientific Psychology, where the author has made a vigorous effort to divorce his account from unnecessary speculation, the following quotation will indicate that most, if not all, of the ancient controversies are present in condensed form, awaiting only discussion and expansion in order to spread their blighting influence over the field. Quote, "Consciousness, as precisely used in psychology, means merely awareness of something, and where we find the word consciousness, we can substitute perfectly the word awareness. For instance, when I look at the page in front of me, the situation is expressed in part by 'I see the page,' or 'I am aware of the page,' or 'I am conscious of the page.' Consciousness is neither the I nor the page. It is necessary to emphasize this, because much confusion has been bred on the point. There are three aspects of the situation involved: the I, the page which I see, and the fact of seeing the page. These three are not identical, although the situation is not complete unless all are present." End quote. The author's exposition of this quotation is such a typical statement of the conventional point of view with which we wish to contrast the contribution of the present paper that we shall quote again from it and advise the reader to consult the passage in which the author continues his exposition. Quote, "This total situation, in which there is conscious adjustment, is best designated by the term experience. When we consider in detail such a situation in which we have experience, we find that there are four factors which are to be taken into account. Three of these factors are immediately given as essential parts of the experience, and the fourth is inferred or discovered as a condition of experience. These four factors are: 1. Something of which we are conscious. That something is called content. 2. Consciousness or awareness of the content. 3. I, or the ego, which is conscious, or has the consciousness. 4. Bodily or organic activity. Physical science includes among its data only observable facts. Psychological science includes in addition two other facts, the second and third in our list above, neither of which are observable, but which are nevertheless empirical data, in that they are given in experience itself and are not inferences. The inclusion of these data is the only point in which psychology fundamentally differs from physical science, and if we ignore these data, we thereby abandon psychology completely and go over to strictly physical science." End quote. Before proceeding with the exposition of our subject, it is important for the appreciation of the problem of consciousness that we notice briefly the typical ways in which consciousness has been treated in psychology. The structural psychologist has accepted consciousness as a separate constituent or aspect of the universe coordinate with matter. Psychology becomes then the study of states of consciousness, As such, there is no logical justification for the inclusion by the science of such fundamental material as behaviour offers, except insofar as these physical occurrences are accompanied by consciousness. Such a view of psychology and its subject matter was certain to produce revolt. The functional psychologist, strongly influenced by the Darwinian tradition and seeking to relate the two aspects of the psychophysical organism, began the opposition by treating consciousness as an instrument for environmental adjustment. Interest was now focused in this school upon the biological functions of the discriminable conscious processes, rather than upon the analysis of these processes into their irreducible elements and attributes. This point of view, however, still shared with structuralism the philosophical heritage of a divided universe composed of mind and matter, but it attempted to develop a scientific foundation for the belief which common sense had long held valid, viz., that mind or consciousness was other than an epiphenomenal manifestation in the universe. The third attitude towards consciousness is represented by behaviorism as championed by Watson and Weiss. This point of view, recognizing the scientific undesirability of attempting to deal with such private, ungeneralizable data as states of consciousness, which in addition were by definition alien to the world of observable environmental adjustment, solved its problem of the subject matter of psychology by first ignoring consciousness and, at last, by denying its existence. Here then are the three historical positions. 1. Consciousness exists as a separate aspect of the universe, but it has no causal place in such a world. 2. Consciousness exists as a separate aspect of the universe and enters into functional and causal relationships with the physical world. 3. Consciousness does not exist, psychology thus applying itself to the study of behaviour alone. Our problem in the present paper is to seek another more acceptable position about which the various phenomena and points of view can be unified. The behavioristic position, with its dogmatic rejection of consciousness, cannot finally prove acceptable. It is all but impossible to believe that observable data do not exist which have afforded the basis for philosophical speculation upon the nature of the mind, the psyche, consciousness. Surely, where there is so much smoke, there must be fire. So long as the behavioristic position goes no further than Weiss even has done in his clear-cut and incisive analysis of the relation between structural and behaviorist psychology, so long will a large percentage of psychologists regard the program as inadequate. The data on consciousness may be difficult to secure. They may be of no practical value when once attained, and their recognition may serve seriously to disrupt the causal sequence of science and thereby introduce mystery. And yet no mere denial of the existence of consciousness can permanently win a wide following among psychologists. Weiss, in the article referred to above, speaks of conscious material as an unnecessary assumption added to the language report of the subject, and therefore as something which may be dispensed with. His statement is as follows, quote, "In other words, psychologists have agreed amongst themselves that an introspective report is no more than a reaction. It is a verbal reaction plus some kind of conscious process, which may be either sensorial, imaginal, or affective. The behaviorist may well ask of what scientific value is this habit of supplementing, in a methodological sense, the observer's reaction by another reaction of an entirely different type, consciousness, which the observer did not report. By inferring a conscious correlate to the introspective report, the experimenter is not able to derive anything more from the report than is expressed in it. The manual and introspective reactions of the observer in a psychological experiment can be classified just as minutely and scientifically without inferring a conscious correlate as they can with it. The structuralist point of view can, of course, be consistently maintained. There is a justification for inferring the existence of a conscious correlate for at least some of our actions, but the heuristic value of this assumption seems doubtful when it is shown that behaviorism is not less discriminative or descriptive than structural psychology, and, in addition, it has the promise of at least a system whose parts are causally related to each other in the sense that a temporal description of a given form of behavior is more uniform than the temporal description of the conscious states which are said to go with it. If this is true, then the law of parsimony will operate to eliminate the unnecessary assumption of a conscious correlate for behavior implied by introspection." End quote. Alongside of these statements should be placed the following, which Weiss makes in an article on the relation of functional and behavior psychology. Quote, consciousness and introspection, to have any scientific value, must be regarded as speech reactions, which are restricted to the terms used in psychology. End quote. This last statement I do not understand to supplant the former ones, but to add to them the assertion that, from a scientific point of view, consciousness and the introspective report must be regarded as one and the same thing. The introspective report then becomes a minor reaction, to use Weiss's term, set off by obscure physiological changes in comparison with the main reaction, which is determined by experimental conditions, e.g. the response in a reaction time experiment. An opposing view, which I should like to set by the side of this statement of Weiss's, is found in Washbourne's paper on introspection as an objective method. The reasoning is as follows. 1. The objective description of the stimulus-response situation makes no place for quality. Redness, for example, is different from the stimulus and also from the response, and yet it so certainly exists that the burden of proof must rest with those who deny its existence. 2. The certainty of the existence of redness depends upon language behavior, which reports the occurrence of that quality following upon a certain type of stimulation. 3. If we admit the reliability of language report upon the presence of attributes of a present stimulus, then there is no sufficient reason for questioning its dependability when the stimulus is absent. Thus, if a subject reports red when affected by the proper stimulus, there is no good reason for questioning his testimony if, following a red stimulus, he reports the occurrence of a blue-green afterimage. If, therefore, the reliability of a subject's report can be established where outside verification is possible, as e.g. on the presence of overtones or on the blurring of a visual object, the same subject's testimony may be accepted with reference to the presence of similar phenomena where outside verification is impossible. To one who grants the cogency of this reasoning, as I do, the need for further work in an effort to bring greater order in the psychological world is obvious. It is not sufficient to say, as Tolman does, that quality does not get into the science, that only the verbal report gets there. Mays running selective reactions, the nature of atoms, and 1,000 other things also do not get incorporated into science, and yet they exist. Science is made up of systematized verbal reports by experts, whether the field be psychology or physics. The great essential is that we recognize that certain behavior is not merely itself, but that it is also a report of something other than the behavior, as the vocal response red stands for or symbolizes, in the organism's own reaction history, something other than the response itself. Can we secure an understanding of the nature of consciousness which will conserve the interests of scientific study of human nature? To do so, we must work in the light of data gathered both by the behaviorists and the structuralist, and we must provide for both introspective and non-introspective methods. I say we must because it is unreasonable to suppose that keen-minded scientists can be so far astray as the two schools think each other to be. What we desire is to fit consciousness into a general scheme of observable phenomena in a manner conducive to experimental and not merely to theoretical verification. The accomplishment of this is the only way in which dualism and mysticism can be excluded from the science. Only when the facts of consciousness are included can agreement be reached between psychologists. This harmony is not sought for logical purposes, but for practical experimental returns which are certain to accrue if the division in our understanding of psychology can be overcome. If it is at all possible, the answer to the question, what is consciousness, should be put as a formulation of observable phenomena and not as a theory. By doing so, we may be able to avoid the interminable philosophical controversies which beset the subject. Let us first present the observable phenomena which are to be examined, and then proceed to the study of the adequacy of the resulting formulation. Language responses enter into a twofold relationship with the receptor and effector activities. On the one hand, they themselves constitute an effector activity aroused by the stimulation of receptors, and on the other hand, they have as their consequence both receptor and effector changes. There is thus a verifiable twofold relationship. On the one hand, proceeding from antecedent receptor activity to subsequent language response, and on the other, from antecedent language response to subsequent receptor and effector processes. Interest in the present discussion centers upon the first relationship. To the extent that one analyzes the latter, to the extent does he concern himself with the functions of the first receptor-effector relationship. Our formulation so far is in no way intended to prejudice the possibility of arousing language responses by means other than the stimulation of receptors. It is quite possible that neural changes not immediately and directly traceable to receptor activities may also condition the response in question. This is a matter for experiment and experimentally founded theoretical analysis to decide. For purposes of exposition, however, it is well to limit ourselves to the well-established case, viz. that where the presentation of a given stimulus with the instructions, "What is it?" is followed by a language response in an organism possessing 1. A certain receptor capacity, 2. A certain habit history, and 3. Language ability. No misunderstanding can, I think, arise with reference to item number 1. By item number 2 is meant that the organism must have been trained to respond in what the experimenter regards as a relevant way when the instructions are given. No one, so far as I know, has regarded this ability as unlearned. Item number 3 calls for a more extended discussion. What are we to understand by language ability? In the first place, let it be said, no particular value is attached to the term language ability. This term seems to be the most suitable to apply to the experimentally verifiable phenomena which we are to analyze and describe. If the reader desires, he may call it anything else which he may wish, so long as he agrees with us on the general nature of the observable data. But to proceed, there is a form of behaviour which possesses the following essential characteristics, among others. First, it is symbolic, and secondly, it can be reinstated by the organism at the proper time. Contrasted with this behaviour is that typified by the usual stimulus-response situation. Here the behaviour, A behaviour, is called out by an unambiguous situation involving the presence of the originally effective stimulus and, so far as the organism is concerned, the stimulus-response situation in no sense involves a symbol or substitute. The behaviour which I have in mind may be illustrated by the knee-jerk, by the act of reaching for an object presented visually, or by a cat chasing a mouse. In these cases, the stimuli are presented in a certain setting, which is also effective in controlling the behaviour, and after a longer or shorter interval of time, the response takes place. The form of A behaviour is universally present throughout the animal kingdom. The first form of behaviour described, I behaviour, is, on the other hand, limited to a very small portion of the animal series. So far, it has been demonstrated in adult and young humans, and perhaps the following animals as well: chimpanzees by Paula, dogs by Walton, and raccoons by Hunter. Search for it has been made without success in cats and white rats. This I behaviour is found in the successful performance of the delayed reaction experiment and elsewhere. It may help in our exposition to describe this experiment because of its bearing upon the discovery of language capacity and therefore of consciousness in animals. Our exposition of the nature of consciousness, it need hardly be said, in no way depends for its validity upon the truth or falsity of our interpretation of the delayed reaction. In this experiment, the animal is trained to make a response R to stimulus S, a response R2 to stimulus S2, and a response R3 to stimulus S3. The responses differ chiefly in the spatial direction taken, although they might be made to differ in other respects. The three stimuli differ in location. After these stimulus-response connections have been made, the subject is tested by presenting one stimulus, let us say S, by removing this stimulus, and then, after the interval of a delay, by permitting the subject to respond in a situation where none of the three original stimuli are present, but where all three of the original responses are alike physically possible. If the subject can make the response R, the explanation can only lie in the development of a substitute for S, a substitute which functions in the absence of the stimulus. Furthermore, the substitute, in order to control the response, must either be present itself or some of its consequence must be present at the moment when the response is begun. The experimental conditions may be so arranged as to exclude the possibility of a substitute outside the animal, so that the successful performance of R is sufficient evidence for the development of a substitute within the organism. Thus far, the reaction described does not differ from any habit-forming or conditioning process, and as such has been demonstrated even in the rat. The usual conditioned reflex is found as low as the snail and the earthworm. The essentials of our type I behavior are only added if it is possible for the substitute stimulus to disappear during the interval of delay and yet be revived at a time to condition the correct response. If the subject is thoroughly distracted during the enforced delay of the response, there is every reason to assume that the substitute has been displaced. If the correct response occurs, the substitute must have been present. Therefore, where the correct response occurs after distraction during delay, the substitute process possesses our two characteristics of language response, an LR symbolic character and reinstatability under the control of the organism, as opposed to reinstatement under the control of S, the original external stimulus, or some external substitute. I have therefore called this substitute process an LR. It is a phenomena whose occurrence is experimentally verifiable, and, if our later formulation of the nature of consciousness is correct, the present account makes it possible to indicate the presence of consciousness in animals without depending upon such theories as that of evolutionary continuity or of the anatomical similarity of organisms. The experimental search for the language processes as just described can be and has been carried out upon man as well as upon the animals below him. With man, other methods are also available. With the animals below him, this is not the case because of the absence of gestural and vocal language. The reader will not, I am sure, confuse the vocal responses, the cries, moans, and calls of infrahuman animals with the true language responses which we are discussing. These responses are no more language than is the knee-jerk or the protective wink reflex. We can illustrate what would be necessary for these responses to become language. Thus, moaning becomes a case of language activity only when it appears as a substitute for some other situation, such as bodily distress, and when it can be aroused, it would probably be correct to say by the organism, in the absence of its adequate stimulus, injury. Usually in man, a social significance attaches to the language activity, so that the response is a substitute stimulus for another organism's behavior, as well as for the control responses in the first organism. This would occur, e.g., if my moaning resulted in tender behavior of another toward me when there were no real bodily distress present to condition the moan. We need not, in the present discussion, attempt to decide whether this social status is always present in language or not. What we have said with reference to the vocal response of moaning is equally applicable to many vocal and verbal responses. Thus the responses red, white, and blue, and A, B, C are not necessarily language. They become such only if they function as a substitute whose revivability is under the organism's control. Hand movements may become language activities in the same way, and it is important to recognize that the same language characteristics may remain although the responses become slight and implicit. Here then, at the conclusion of this brief examination of language activity, we may repeat the statement first made that the presentation of a given stimulus with the instructions, "What is it?" may be followed by a language activity in an organism possessing 1. A certain receptor capacity, 2. A certain habit history, and 3. Language ability. This phenomenon is observable and verifiable and is typified in what we shall term, for convenience of future reference, the type X situation, where the language response red follows upon a certain visual stimulus and a certain instruction stimulus. We must also call attention to our former statement that the type X situation contains an LR which follows upon a sensory process SP, and also that the LR in turn leads into further receptor and effector activities. Thus, the visual stimulus plus the instruction stimulus is followed by the language response red, which sets up kinesthetic auditory processes, which may in turn set up another response, color. So far, I believe, we are upon solid ground where agreement is possible. Let us proceed to advance our problem by stating the main thesis to be examined in this paper. The irreversible relationship, sensory process to language response, is the phenomenon termed consciousness. By being irreversible, I mean that where language response to sensory process or response occurs, we do not have a phenomena termed consciousness. Only the one-way relationship is vital. From now on, we must consider the many phases of any attempted solution to the nature of consciousness as a subject for scientific as opposed to philosophic study. During the discussion, it will be interesting to note how many of the values which are claimed for consciousness will be conserved by our formulation. Even with the subjective psychologist, consciousness for scientific purposes has been intimately connected in one way or another with language responses, usually verbal in kind. This we have already noted in the quotation from Weiss, who is a behaviorist. The following from Judd, who is a subjectivist, will indicate the truth of our statement for this group of psychologists. Quote, "The inquiry is involved at this point in a perplexing circle. Human mental processes, as we know them, are intimately related to language. Even when we think about our most direct experiences, we use words. When we enlarge our association, we usually do so with the aid of words. Yet these words do not seem at all explicable except when we assume complex ideational processes as the necessary conditions for their development and interpretation. Did human mental advance result from the development of language, or did language result from the development of associational processes? The only answer to this question is to say that language and ideational processes develop together and are necessary to each other. So long as animals were absorbed in direct responses to the demands of their environment, their mental complexes were of a direct primitive type, and stimulations issued into our direct motor channels with relatively little possibility of ideational organization. As soon as a type of response developed, which was indirect, there was a complete change in the general mode of bodily and conscious organization. Thus, if one has different names for two objects which resemble each other closely, he will be aided in discriminating them through the use of different verbal reactions to them. Speech is, accordingly, both a product of ideation and an aid to its development. If it is true, in a general way, that general tendencies of thought have been dependent upon the development of words to express ideas, it is still more true in the case of the individual that his mental tendencies are very largely determined by the forms of social thought expressed in words. A child who has his attention called to certain colours and who is, at the same time, given a name for these colours, is more likely to identify them in later experience than if no name has been given. The name serves as an incentive to the concentration of attention upon a particular phase of experience, which would otherwise be lost in the general mass of sensations. Without the word, the possibility of dwelling upon the single phase of experience in thought would be small. This is the reason why the retention of facts in memory is so closely related to the naming of objects. Some experimental evidence can be adduced to show that names are of great importance in this respect. If one is confronted with a large number of pieces of grey paper ranging from black to white, and is asked to discriminate as many of these different greys as he is able to recognize with certainty, it will be found that he can distinguish ordinarily about 5 classes of grey shades. If, now, after making this test under ordinary conditions, the individual is allowed to examine the various shades of grey and to adopt a series of names or numbers for them, it will be found that he can notably increase the range and certainty of his discrimination. The names furnish, as stated above, definite means of concentrating attention upon slight differences which existed from the first, but which were not noted in experience." End quote. During the preparation of the present paper, an article on the nature of consciousness has appeared in this journal by K.S. Lashley. Lashley gives a very keen presentation of man as machine and concludes as follows, quote, "The conception of consciousness here advanced is, then, that of a complex integration and succession of bodily activities which are closely related to, or involve verbal and gestural information, and hence most frequently come to social expression." End quote. And again, quote, "The relation of any integration to the speech and gestural mechanisms is of prime importance for its conscious aspects. Not only is the single certain evidence of consciousness in another person the existence of consistent, rational, expressive movements, but the introspective evidence that there was consciousness at a given moment consists in the occurrence of thoughts, verbal or gestural sequences, conditioned by the state at that moment. The core of the conscious integration is the verbo-gestural coordination." End quote. We find with Lashley, therefore, as with Weiss and Judd, an appreciation of the close relationship between consciousness and language responses, but we do not find an analysis of that relationship. With so very general a conception of consciousness as that presented in the first quotation from Lashley, it is difficult to work. Which complex integration of bodily activity is to be the equivalent of consciousness? Does this complex integration continue to appear in a hysterical subject, and, if so, how is its presence determined? How is it related to the process of habit formation in order to care for the relationship which is asserted by many to hold between consciousness and the increasing integration of acquired responses? How shall we formulate the phenomena covered in the view that consciousness is an instrument of adjustment possessing greater effectiveness than instincts and habits? My chief objection to Lashley's position is its indefiniteness. Furthermore, I am sorry he stresses the physico-chemical theory so much. In the first place, this antagonizes many psychologists who do not like the philosophy of the man-machine. In the second place, the physico-chemical theory is one concerning the ultimate explanation of behavior, and not one descriptive on the subject matter of psychology. I see no reason why psychologists should be asked to commit themselves to such a theory at this early date. We are studying such phenomena as the learning process, or discriminative reactions, or performance in intelligence tests. What we need in the field of explanation for a good many years to come is a close adherence to empirically derived data rather than loyalty to a possibly ultimate physico-chemical goal. I should like to record here my complete agreement, however, with what Lashley says on pages 346 to 7 concerning valuation versus scientific description. In seeking empirical justification for our thesis, let us examine first the problem of the lower limit of sensitivity to contact. The untrained subject, we shall assume, only gives the language response contact or yes to a stimulus of number 5 intensity. This connection between stimulus and response has been set up at some prior time in his life history. Anything less than 5 is subliminal or outside of consciousness. Now with training, where the same response is called for with lower intensities of stimulation, it becomes about that the response is given to an intensity 3. It is now said that the limit has been lowered and that consciousness occurs where it did not before. Let us suppose that extended training fails to establish a connection between the response and an intensity below 3. 3 now is termed the psychological threshold. Intensities between 3 and 1, let us say, will be followed by certain responses, R, circulatory for example, and so intensity 1 is termed the physiological threshold. It is said that the two thresholds cannot be made to coincide. The objective criterion of consciousness is here the language response. The equivalent of consciousness is the type X situation here presented. This result of our analysis leads at once into observational and not merely into theoretical work, because it now becomes a real experimental problem to determine how faint a stimulus may be and yet determine a language response. Wherever such a situation is found, there we have a state of consciousness. Let us take as a further illustration the discrimination of overtones in a clang. The beginner in the psychology laboratory does not hear these overtones, although physics can demonstrate that correlated vibrations exist in the stimulus. The subject is not conscious of the tones, at least he makes no verbal report of their presence, and for scientific purposes he is said to be unaware of them. The experimenter now presents the vibration frequency of the first overtone, SP, by itself. This stimulus elicits a response, LR. SP is then presented as part of a complex stimulus in order to see whether or not the same response, LR, will now appear. If it does not, the training is continued. Just as soon as the verbal response, LR, is made to the complex stimulus, just so soon does the subjectivist say that the consciousness of the overtone is present. Again, we have a case of the type X situation. Why do we not say that the language response is the subjectivist's consciousness, and not merely a criterion of its presence? Because LR, if it is to be rated as conscious, must in its turn have a language response condition to it, and so be the beginning part of a type X situation. Only in the irreversible situation do we have consciousness. now becomes a fertile field of experimentation to determine what stimulus aspects may be determinants of language responses and not merely of non-language responses. The irreversible relationships between these stimulus aspects and the language responses will then be states of consciousness. We've chosen the two cases of the lower limit of sensitivity and the discrimination of a component aspect of a complex situation as the most vital aspects of adult human nature upon which to base our formulation, for a very definite reason. If it were possible, we should follow the truly genetic method in the establishment of our thesis as well as its application. There are, however, no well-established facts concerning the consciousness of infants and children, so that we must necessarily test our conception upon adults. When, however, we examine that situation at this age level, it is found that the phenomena termed consciousness, although very generally conceded to exist, is very complex and has a long history in the individual's lifetime. We must therefore select for an analysis of the most definite, least ambiguous, and most experimentally inviting of the instances where consciousness is extended or where new consciousness arises. Having arrived at our formulation upon this basis, its adequacy, and therefore its truth, can be tested by examining its harmony with certain accepted data gathered from adults, children, and infrahuman animals, and by observing the extent and vitality of the experimental implications of the conception. In the two fundamental cases of conscious limen with which we have dealt, nothing has been found which does not come under our formulation. These cases, while convincing, may nevertheless not be thought crucial. If so, then the critical case for the formulation is the following. Can a receptor, which does not normally condition consciousness, be made to do so? Stated from our point of view as a matter for scientific verification, can activity in a receptor, which does not normally condition a language response, be made to do so by training? To be sure, we have almost shown that this is possible to a limited degree, for the so-called subliminal receptor activities do not normally condition language activities. Perhaps the really crucial case comes with receptors, all of whose activities psychology now treats as permanently subliminal to consciousness. Can the receptors in the viscera, which do not condition sensation, be made to do so by training? Only positive results can be crucial, for the everyday training of the subject may have resulted in connecting with language responses all of the different kinds of receptors which it is possible to connect. All that training may be able to do may be of the order discussed above. This, however, is a matter for experiment and not for theory to decide. The experimental fruitfulness of the type X formulation is by no means exhaustive in the above instances. Are verbal language responses the LRs most readily connected with neural conditions? Are there implicit language responses which are even more sensitive? Experiment can and will undoubtedly answer these questions. What is the extent of the type X situation in the animal series? What is its natural history in the individual? The older students attempted to proceed by analogy and by philosophical theory to determine where consciousness was present. The present method of approach contains as much analogy and no more than is involved in the study of the appearance and mode of change of air respiratory apparatus in animals, or in the determination of the presence and development of walking activities in the child. The present formulation does not use the terms, or derivatives of, mind and matter, and is no more concerned with philosophical questions than is the problem of the mechanism of heredity in the science of biology. And yet, if what we have presented is true, then philosophy will use it and argue about it, because a part of the business of philosophy is so to treat the fundamental aspects of the sciences. These philosophical controversies need not, however, distract us from the chief business of the day any more than similar ones distract the biologist and the physicist. So far, our account has been in terms of peripherally initiated neural processes, SP, whose stimuli can be controlled by the experimenter. This is the all-important field in which to meet our problem first. Classical psychology regards the sensory processes, sensations, as the originals of knowledge, and images as their derived copies. If our account of consciousness, therefore, is adequate in the field of sensation, we may proceed without undue hesitation into the less accessible fields of images, thoughts, and feelings. I can imagine the structuralist admitting the truth of our type X formulation in the fundamental case of the establishment of a lower limit of sensitivity, and yet insisting that over and above, or in between, the elements of irreversible relationship is to be found a consciousness which is the sensation. Indeed, he might claim this and still be willing to admit that the present formulation is one way of describing the neural conditions accompanying consciousness. My reply to this is as follows. Nothing is found in the type X situation other than the establishment of the irreversible relationship. If scientific observations can find nothing else, then the assumption of the existence of a state of consciousness over and above that of the irreversible relationship is not justified unless such an assumption is forced by experimental findings. If one billiard ball strikes another, we are not justified in assuming the transfer of a force, or the presence of electrical charges, or the interpolation of a totally different spiritual substance unless experiment points to this. Nor need we assume the presence of a devil in a knife merely because we are injured by the knife. The consciousness, however, which the psychologist-philosopher has believed in, is said to be an observable something and not a thing which must be inferred, and we insist that we are unable to find any observable extras in the irreversible relationship described. What reply shall we make, however, to the critic who suggests that in the experiment upon the lower limit of sensitivity, consciousness first appears and is then reported by the language response? We shall first hasten to concede that consciousness of the contact may be reported as having been present at a time when no overt language behavior was observed by the experimenter. There are several possible explanations or descriptions which may be given of the problem raised by the critic's question. 1. Consciousness in the conventional sense of that word may have been present. 2. A language response, not observable by the experimenter but nevertheless a genuine motor response of the language type, may have been present. And 3. Some neural processes controlling, or physiologically equivalent to, a language response may have been aroused by the sense organ stimulation without, however, leading at the same time to an implicit LR. We should be guided in our choice of the probable answer to this question by the scientific adequacy and fruitfulness of each possibility. To accept number 1 is to be plunged back at once into all the interminable controversies from which we were seeking to escape. This explanation, therefore, should be chosen only if some other better one is not forthcoming, one which not only will help us avoid controversies, and which will lead us to an experimental attack upon our problem of human nature, but one which will not violate the law of parsimony by introducing a multiplicity of causes, one of which is of a totally different order from the others. With reference to explanation number 2, it can be shown, and it is generally admitted, that language responses may be detected which are not overt and which are not open to ordinary external observation. If this is true in many cases, it is even more reasonable to assume that it is true in all cases, and that future experimentation of a more refined character will verify the hypothesis than it is to assume the existence of a different aspect of the universe as one of the several phenomena present. However, even if future experimentation never reveals such responses, and as a practical matter, of course, it cannot do so for every case which occurs, the third possible explanation is not to be ignored. This third hypothesis does not contradict any known physiological law, and it is in harmony with much current neurological speculation. It might conceivably be experimentally justified beyond doubt. This third hypothesis calls attention to the possibility that the effects of previous SP-LR relationships may be conserved in the nervous system and so be involved in present activities as the essential equivalents of the original relationships. It is generally agreed that practice effects are retained throughout the field of stimulus-response relationships, and that, being retained, they become integrated with subsequent relationships. There are also demonstrable effects upon behavior of the instructions given the subject, which lend color to the theory of a cortical set, which aids in the regulation of responses. The third possibility, which we are discussing, invokes a phenomena of this general type. It assumes the retention of the SP-LR relationships in neural terms. However, it is not so acceptable as hypothesis number 2, because from the nature of the case it is always less observable than an LR and therefore less open to verification. Footnote. Psychology, in the major portion of its experimental and observational work, has not concerned itself with neural processes. Only in theory and in attempts at explanation has it done so. These efforts, we may concede, have had important effects upon the interpretive points of view adopted by individual psychologists, but here their value has largely ended. The sufficient refutation of this statement, if I may put in a word in defense of behaviorism, that behaviorism is physiology, lies in the comparison of physiological and behavioristic studies. Watson does not even include Charrington's work, and I believe makes no mention of Loeb in the psychology from the standpoint of a behaviorist. Of course, some may deny behaviorism, and animal psychology in particular may be nothing but a science of muscle twitches, but the subject has yet to start in that direction. If its present status is judged by the experimental work which is being done, so Dunlap's statement which we have quoted, that without consciousness and the ego psychology reduces to the physical science, is also experimentally unjustifiable. We are not concerned with philosophical distinctions between the sciences. Psychologists are studying phenomena which no other group of scientists is attacking, and to call the phenomena psychical or physical does not advance the study. We are looking for verifiable data of an experimental character on human nature. What we are called makes little difference. Academically, we are at present known as psychologists, but we need not therefore be prepared to die in defense of the psyche in our name. Main text. Once the irreversible relationship, SP to LR, has been established, it may be latent or active depending upon a variety of physiological factors. Only when active is the consciousness present. Let us illustrate. An American flag is shown. The subject is conscious of the flag if the flag stimulus arouses a language response. He may be conscious of the flag and not of the red in it. He becomes conscious of the red, i.e. he discriminates or separates out or attends to the red when the red stimulus evokes an LR. This can be verified by non-experimental procedures or experimentally in the tachyoscope type of observation, which, so far as it is a study of consciousness, is a study of the establishment of an SP-LR relationship under certain temporal conditions. Let us examine one further case. A light ray, 660 micrometers, stimulates the subject's eye. The subject speaks the word red under the additional control of the Aufgabe, what is it? Now, of what was the subject conscious? Our answer is that wherever the irreversible relationship SP-LR occurs, there is consciousness. Thus, if the word red were a language and not a mere verbal response, consciousness would be present. The structuralist would say that at that moment the subject was aware of a red quality. Note, furthermore, that according to our position, as well as according to that of the structuralists, the subject may not have been conscious of the response red. He becomes conscious of his LR only when it in turn evokes a report, LR. Granted this, then the consciousness of the red quality does not describe the simple SP-LR situation, but does describe the complex irreversible relationship, SP to LR. In other words, there is in all probability an implicit language response involved, although there may be only its cortical equivalent, as indicated on page 19. If scientific record is to be had, of course, at least one of the LRs must be explicit. This LR may be one which the subject is unconscious, i.e. one of which he can make no subsequent report, and yet it may be in the form of writing and so remain, after the disappearance of the consciousness, as an indicator to the world of science by the presence of the type X situation. How can we detect the presence of the irreversible relationship SP to LR? This question must be answered both from the point of view of the experimenter and from that of the subject. As the first prerequisite, the former's point of view, the possibility of the existence of the LRs must be established for the particular subject concerned. This can be done, as we have noted. The experimenter may then observe the clinical picture presented by the subject and thenceforth assume the presence of the relationship whenever that clinical picture is presented. It is thus that he distinguishes between the conscious and the unconscious conditions of individuals, between one who is awake and one who is asleep, between one who knows what he is doing and one who does not, between one who is under an anesthetic and one who is not, etc. But the individual possessing language capacity may nevertheless not have the LR set up by any and every SP. The extent of this conditioning must be experimentally determined. In man, processes in the retinas, cochleas, olfactory membranes, etc. may certainly condition an LR. The static sense cannot, probably, receptors in the heart, probably not, etc. With raccoons, it is possible that the eyes can condition an LR, and that experiment might indicate that no other process could. If the experimenter's study of consciousness is to be scientific as opposed to practical, he must be prepared to ask exactly whether or not the criteria of language are fulfilled by the response. He must not merely rely upon his clinical picture of whether or not the subject is awake and attending to business. The regulation experimenter upon consciousness assumes, on the basis of common sense, that the subject is conscious at the time of the experiment, and then proceeds to take the subject's report of his conscious processes. It would be worthwhile to return to this point in an account of introspection, and in such a discussion we should be interested in the warrant for assuming that the subject's report is really a report upon his conscious processes. For the present, however, it is necessary to ask ourselves how the subject detects the presence of the irreversible SP to LR process. This, from the point of view of the subjectivist, is one of the most important questions which we could undertake to answer. A great many processes occur within the organism, many of which are under the control of the nervous system. Of these latter, some are ordinary stimulus-response processes, while others we have called SP to LR processes. How does the organism, the subject, know the SP to LR process? We cannot admit that an awareness or knowledge accompanies this process or is inserted in it unless we are prepared to recognize a separate aspect of the universe, the conscious aspect of the structuralist. Our present problem, then, concretely put, is this. Light of wavelength, 660 micrometers, stimulates my eyes and I say red. This response we shall assume is an LR. It is, however, ridiculous to suppose that before I know that I am aware of the red, or that before I can manifest the LR, I must know the essential criteria of an LR. This is no more true than it is that I must know the nature of an instinct before making an instinctive response. The external observer, it is true, must know the criteria of an LR before he can assert that I am conscious. But I report at once, I see the red, or I don't see the red. Let us seek the answer to our question in the following manner, keeping as close to observable data as we can. 1. The type X situation is fundamentally different from other connections in the organism in the sort of adaptive value which it possesses, involving as it does a symbolic element. 2. It is this situation making possible communication between individuals and is, therefore, 3. That phase of the individual which becomes organized primarily with reference to the LRs of other individuals. By point number 3, I wish to indicate that education almost, if not exclusively, concerns those processes which may be conditioned to language responses. 4. The so-called conscious personality is made up of the highly complex integrations of the type X situations. 5. It is to be noted that, as I master language, I learn to apply the term conscious to any situation in which these verbal responses occur. On the basis of common sense, consciousness is a much larger phenomena than it is on the basis of science. The social environment has not made a separate aspect of the universe out of a certain stimulus-response relationship and made another aspect of the universe out of a certain other stimulus-response relationship. Rather, it has attached the response, being conscious, to a heterogeneous group of situations involving verbal and language responses. It remains for the laboratory procedure of the structuralist to insist upon the technical use of the term consciousness to cover only the phenomena of our type X situation. Popularly, the words "I know where he is" and "I remember his name" indicate consciousness. Technically, however, before the subject can truly say, "I am conscious of so-and-so," he must be taught to apply those terms only under certain conditions. the nature of which he must largely figure out himself upon the basis of his reading and laboratory suggestion. The result is that the subjectivists are not agreed upon the means of identifying consciousness, and so recognize a stimulus error. Our presentation, however, has taken the typical situation where consciousness is said to be, and has formulated it in verifiable terms, which puts the situation within reach of experiment. Except so far as it is desirable to use the term consciousness technically, we can add the following account to what we have already said on the question. How does the subject identify that which is conscious? I and I am conscious, being verbal responses, sometimes of the LR type, are caught in the vicious circle of the verbal response, i.e., they can be conditioned only by such processes, SP processes or other verbal processes, as can condition verbal responses. Wherever they occur, we have the popular consciousness. But to ask why we are not conscious of the heartbeat or of the pupillary contraction is to ask why the receptor processes which arise there cannot or do not condition these responses. When I say I am not conscious of the heartbeat, I report the inability to have an LR or merely verbal response conditioned by that particular activator process. Where a verbal or language response appears, there I report I am conscious. Where it has not been established, there I report I am not conscious. The functionalists have given an account of the life history of consciousness, which has been widely accepted. This account contains some important truth requiring our consideration, and we shall summarize as follows. Consciousness appears when habits and instincts fail to adjust the organism to its environment. Consciousness disappears when the conflict or problem disappears, i.e., when the habits and instincts are again able to care for the organism. Something like this certainly occurs. We find Wundt and his disciples recognizing it in their accounts of the genesis of instinct and of derived action. Consciousness is generally said to be much present when a new problem for habit formation is set, and to be less and less present as the habitual activities become more and more automatized. Our account in the present paper recognized this when it was pointed out that the response given may be a language response in appearance only. We must now direct attention specifically to the life history of the irreversible SP to LR relationship, and note how closely it tallies with the similar account given for consciousness. Let us use our clearest and least ambiguous example of the appearance of consciousness, which comes with a lowering of the psychological limit of sensitivity. SP is repeatedly given in an effort to associate it with LR, the word contact, e.g., or the word yes. Here is a problematical solution in which the subject may be acutely conscious but not conscious due to a lowered limit. When the SP to LR relationship is set up, or to the degree that it is set up, that which the subjectivist calls consciousness of contact is present. If now the problem is too much overlearned, LR may follow SP so automatically that it is reduced from a case of I behavior to one of A behavior. Concurrently, the functionalist says that consciousness disappears. The verbal response now occurs so invariably and so certainly that it is no longer any more a language response than is the knee-jerk. No experimental evidence has been gathered to show at what stage in the learning process this phenomenon occurs. The experimenter can get at the facts partly in a qualitative manner in terms of his clinical picture of how the subject behaves, and partly in terms of the subject's report. In the latter case, if the apparent type X situation can in its turn be connected with another LR, then the experimenter concludes that his subject was conscious and was not merely responding automatically. In other words, one check which we have upon the true language character of a response is whether or not it can be related to another response, which the experimenter is willing to assume is a true LR. Ordinarily, the situation is handled to the satisfaction of the layman. There do occur times of difficulty, however, even for him, when it is all but impossible to determine whether consciousness is or is not present. I have in mind here, e.g., the case of an individual talking and answering questions in his sleep. Again, one of the most baffling questions of recent psychology has arisen out of the difficulty which we are now describing. Is imageless thought a state of consciousness, or is it the absence of consciousness due to the automatic way in which answer follows question? The experimenter cannot be certain, for although his subject may talk at length about the situation, it is practically impossible to determine whether the word responses are determined by the state of consciousness in question, or, by other states of consciousness, or even by other behavior of the A type after the pattern of a chain reflex. We shall be helped in our understanding of the present formulation of consciousness if we discuss briefly one specific problem of psychology. The limitations of space make it impossible to discuss more. We shall choose the problem of the distinction between instinct and emotion. Diverse as are the various definitions of the terms instinct and emotion, there is a very widespread agreement that the two phenomena are closely related. Emotion is said by many to be the conscious or subjective side of certain inherited responses termed the instincts. If an individual is angry, it expresses the emotion of anger, while the outside observer can note only the instinct. To be sure, not all instincts are accompanied by emotions, but all emotions have an instinctive correlate. Such an account, however, is defective inasmuch as the subjectivist who gives it usually feels that he must ignore the instinct, the observable behavior. He therefore tends either to define the instinct in terms of some mystical purposiveness, or else treat only the general question of the relation of instinct to consciousness. Watson, on the other hand, refusing to admit the existence of consciousness, defines emotion, as well as the instinct, as a pattern reaction. The distinction between the two is then said to be that the responses in the case of emotion terminate within the organism, while those of the instinct terminate without. Such a statement of difference does not commend itself as significant. Only by a violent change in the meaning of the terms can striking, trembling, and running be excluded from the category of emotional seizures, and certainly the student of consciousness cannot be expected to lend his support to such a view which excludes or denies the very aspect of the phenomena in which he is chiefly interested. From the point of view of the present formulation, the relationship is as follows. Certain stimulus-response relationships occur which neither involve language activities at the present time, nor which may involve such activities in the future, adrenal gland secretions, e.g. To the extent that the associations are unlearned, to that extent are the responses to be called instincts. Other bodily disturbances, such as the facial responses in anger, although constituting instances of what we term type A behavior, may be connected with language responses so that the total situation, S to R to LR, becomes an example of the type X situation and therefore consciousness. Where this particular type X occurs, we say that the subject has discriminated or become conscious of the facial responses. In the study of emotions, we deal conventionally only with type X situations, where the R in the total situation is the result of an unlearned association with S. Now, it happens that in the typical emotional seizure, the stimulus-response activities are so complex that few specific and detailed LRs arise. This is also favoured by the type of training to which the organism is subjected. The result is an irreversible SP to LR relationship, where the initial term is almost a total bodily disturbance. This type X is therefore the total feel of the emotion. We may therefore say that wherever type A behaviour occurs, there we have instinct, and that wherever A behaviour occurs as the antecedent, and an LR as the consequent, the resulting type X situation is emotion. The qualifying adjective for certain is introduced in this statement to care for what seems to be the facts, viz. That certain A behaviour, such as play, does not have an accompanying emotion. The formulation which we had offered for instinct and emotion must be varied as experimental evidence is secured necessitating such revision. It need not be varied because of shifts in philosophical bias and in the emphasis upon consciousness, which occur from one psychologist to another. Our account opens up a legitimate field for experimentation in the study of the distribution of LR associations in the field of A behavior. What shall be said about the function of consciousness? It will be remembered that the functionalist regards consciousness as an instrument of adjustment, serving to adjust the organism to its environment when instincts and habits fail. We ourselves and many others hesitate to agree with this statement because of the very obvious interactionism which it assumes between two radically different aspects of the universe. The present answer to the problem carries us back to that of the life history of the type X situation, which has already been discussed in this paper. We must now indicate the function which it serves during this history. First, it enables the organism to adjust itself in a selective manner to stimulating conditions which are absent at the moment of response. The irreversible SP to LR relationship thus does things or controls behavior or adjusts the organism, whichever way one wishes to put it, in ways that are impossible for instincts and habits. A behavior. Observation, both by the subject and by the experimenter, reveals that this irreversible relationship appears in profusion when the automatic forms of response break down. When it appears, successful adjustment is often facilitated by a very virtue of the peculiar function which is inherited in the type X situation. There is interaction here, but it is an interaction of the same general nature as that between one bodily process and another. It is not an interaction which conduces to speculation and obstructs the progress of scientific observation. What has been described is the general function of the irreversible relationship. It is possible that different specific functions may be found for different subclasses of consciousness. However, as I read present-day experimental work, I can lay my hand upon no well-defined functions peculiar to this process as opposed to that process which can be accepted as probably established. Consciousness formulated as the irreversible SP to LR relationship is therefore not a devitalized affair, but is a process whose active participation in the life processes of the individual is assured. Indeed, it is assured not only in general, as is that of type A behavior, but in particular as a unique relationship involving substitute processes which make the individual to a large degree independent of his present ostensible environment. It is the scientific equivalent of the philosopher's consciousness, and leads the way into fruitful experimental fields and away from unsolvable paradoxes. One more question before we conclude. Is it possible, and then is it desirable, to have a science devoted and limited to the study of the type X situation? Since the irreversible SP to LR relationship is a verifiable phenomenon, the reply must be that it can certainly be studied and that a group of men can attempt to devote themselves exclusively to its study. However, although this attempt at an SP to LR science is possible, and indeed has been made by the subjectivists, it is an unwise and undesirable effort. It is unwise in the first place because the type X situation is not a process set off by itself to be studied in isolation, but is one element in a vital integrated complex of observable behavior. As a stimulus-response relationship, which is extremely complex as well as late in appearance in the animal series, it can be better studied when put in relation to its genetic setting than when taken by itself and treated as a reporter of an ineffable aspect of the universe whose existence, let it be noted, we have been unable to verify over and above the irreversible SP to LR relationship. In the second place, it is often impossible to decide whether the specific stimulus-response condition under observation is of the type X class or not. Thus, while our conception makes possible the formulation of new modes of experimental attack, and while it throws new light upon old procedures, nevertheless, our formula cannot make the study of the type X situation as simple as that of other stimulus-response relationships. Our exposition has already called attention to this difficulty, but if certainty of the presence in any specific instance of the irreversible SP to LR relationship is often an elusive and baffling goal, it is not different when a certainty of the presence of consciousness has been sought by the structuralist. I need here refer only to the long drawn-out controversies over the question of the awareness of undiscriminated contents of consciousness and to the stimulus error problem. The latter consists essentially in making an introspective report upon something other than a state of consciousness. It thus becomes impossible for the experimenter to determine whether the subject is describing consciousness or whether he is simply talking and giving information about it. This stimulus error, of course, is not an error found in behavioristic studies. It is an error committed and recognized by the structuralist in his attempts to grapple with consciousness. The problem could be made clearer in detail by a discussion of introspection in its relation to the type X situation, but the present paper cannot undertake the work. If it is undesirable to attempt the task of limiting psychology to the study of the irreversible SP to LR relationship, it is equally undesirable to attempt to ignore that phenomena. As concrete verifiable processes of human nature possessing adaptive value of a characteristic order, these relationships demand investigation of the most thoroughgoing kind. Psychology will therefore include both types of subject matter. Footnote: It has been said that behaviorism could never have appeared if the method of introspection had not first discovered the fundamental problems of human nature. The implication is, since historically the 2 points of view or methods are so related that, therefore, the introspective method is more fundamental and should continue to be treated so. Many methods, however, have been used in science which have later been shown either to be premature or inadequate, or both. It is quite possible that the type X situation is so complex that its final scientific envisagement will be best secured through the indirect approach which our paper has suggested. Certainly, it is reasonable to suppose that, in a hierarchy of stimulus-response relationships, scientific progress will be most dependable if investigation is from the simple to the complex and from the more to the less readily controlled. Main text. And if I read the signs of the times aright, the work on irreversible SP to LR relationship will become less and less dominant in the science until a thoroughgoing attack can be made upon it in the light of methods and results derived from the work upon simpler but otherwise comparable phenomena. End of The Problem of Consciousness by Walter S. Hunter. Recording by Glenn Carruthers, Ghana Country.
The White Rose Road by Sarah Orne Jewett. Published September 1889. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The White Rose Road. Being a New Englander, it is natural that I should first speak about the weather. Only the middle of June, the green fields and blue sky and bright sun, with a touch of northern mountain wind blowing straight toward the sea, could make such a day, and that is all one can say about it. We were driving seaward through a part of the country which has been least changed in the last 30 years. Among farms which have been won from swampy lowland and rocky, stump-buttressed hillsides, where the forests wall in the fields and send their outposts year by year farther into the pastures. There is a year or two in the history of these pastures before they have arrived at the dignity of being called woodland, and yet are too much shaded and overgrown by young trees to give proper pasturage, when they made delightful harbors for the small wild creatures which yet remain, and for wild flowers and berries. Here you send an astonished rabbit scurrying to his burrow, and there you startle yourself with a partridge, who seems to get the best of the encounter. Sometimes you see a hen partridge and her brood of chickens crossing your path with an air of comfortable dooryard security. As you drive along the narrow grassy road, you see many charming sights and delightful nooks on either hand, where the young trees spring out of a close-cropped turf that carpets the ground like velvet. Towards the east, in the quaint fishing village of Ogunquit, I find the most delightful woodland roads. There is little left of the large timber which once filled the region, but much young growth, and there are hundreds of acres of cleared land and pasture ground where the forests are springing fast and covering the country once more, as if they had no idea of losing in their war with civilization and the intruding white settler. The pine woods and the Indians seem to be next of kin, and the former owners of this corner of New England are the only proper figures to paint into such landscapes. The twilight under tall pines seems to be untenanted and to lack something, at first sight, as if one opened the door of an empty house. A farmer passing through with his axe is but an intruder, and children straying home from school give one a feeling of solicitude at their unprotectedness. The pine woods are the red man's house, and it may be hazardous even yet for the gray farmhouses to stand so near the eaves of the forest. I have noticed a distrust of the deep woods among elderly people, which was something more than a fear of losing their way. It was a feeling of defenselessness against some unrecognized but malicious influence. Driving through the long woodland way, shaded and chilly when you are out of the sun, across the Great Works River and its pretty elm-grown interval, across the short bridges of brown brooks, delayed now and then by the sight of ripe strawberries and sunny spots by the roadside, one comes to a higher open country where farm joins farm and the cleared fields lie all along the highway, while the woods are pushed back a good distance on either hand. The wooded hills, bleak here and there with granite ledges, rise beyond. The houses are beside the road, with green dooryards and large barns, almost empty now, and with wide doors standing open, as if they were already expecting the hay crop to be brought in. The tall green grass is waving in the fields as the wind goes over, and there is a fragrance of white weed and ripe strawberries and clover blowing through the sunshiny barns, with their lean sides and their festoons of brown, dusty cobwebs. Dull, comfortable creatures they appear to imaginative eyes, waiting hungrily for their yearly meal. The eave swallows are teasing their sleepy shapes, like the birds which flit about great beasts. Gay, movable, irreverent, almost derisive, those barn swallows fly to and fro in the still, clear air. The noise of our wheels brings fewer faces to the windows than usual, and we lose the pleasure of seeing some of our friends who are apt to be looking out, and to whom we like to say good day. Some funeral must be taking place, or perhaps the women may have gone out into the fields. It is hoeing time and strawberry time, and already we have seen some of the younger women at work among the corn and potatoes. One sight will be charming to remember. On a green hillside sloping to the west, near one of the houses, a thin little girl was working away lustily with a big hoe on a patch of land perhaps 50 feet by 20. There were all sorts of things growing here, as if a child's fancy had made the choice. Straight rows of turnips and carrots and beets, a little of everything, one might say. But the only touch of color was from a long border of useful sage, in full bloom of dull blue, on the upper side. I am sure this was called Katie's or Becky's piece by the elder members of the family. One can imagine how the young creature had planned it in the spring, and persuaded the men to plow and harrow it, and since then had stoutly done all the work herself, and meant to send the harvest of the piece to market, and pocket her honest gains as they came in for some great end. She was as thin as a grasshopper, this busy little gardener, and hardly turned to give us a glance as we drove slowly up the hill close by. The sun will brown and dry her like a spear of grass on that hot slope, but a spark of fine spirit is in the small body, and I wish her a famous crop. I hate to say that the piece looked backward, all except the sage, and that it was a heavy bit of land for the clumsy hoe to pick at. The only puzzle is what she proposes to do with so long a row of sage. Yet there may be a large family with a downfall of measles yet ahead, and she does not mean to be caught without sage tea. Along this road, every one of the old farmhouses has at least one tall bush of white roses by the door, a most lovely sight, with buds and blossoms and unvexed green leaves. I wish that I knew the history of them, and whence the first bush was brought, perhaps from England itself, like a red rose that I know in Kittery, and the new shoots from the root were given to one neighbor after another all through the district. The bushes are slender, but they grow tall without climbing against the wall, and sway to and fro in the wind with a grace of youth and an inexpressible charm of beauty. How many lovers must have picked them on Sunday evenings, and all the bygone years, and carried them along the roads or by the pasture footpaths, hiding them clumsily under their Sunday coats if they caught sight of anyone coming. Here, too, where the sea wind nips many a young life before its prime, how often the white roses have been put into paler hands and withered there. In spite of the serene and placid look of the old houses, one who has always known them cannot help thinking of the sorrows of these farms in their almost undiverted toil. Near the little gardener's plot, we turned from the main road and drove through lately cleared woodland up to an old farmhouse, high on a ledgy hill, whence there is a fine view of the country seaward and mountainward. There were few of the once large household left there, only the old farmer who was crippled by war wounds, active, cheerful man that he was once, and 2 young orphan children. There has been much hard work spent on the place. Every generation has toiled from youth to age without being able to make much beyond a living. The dollars that can be saved are but few, and sickness and death have often brought their bitter cost. The mistress of the farm was helpless for many years. Through all the summers and winters she sat in her pillowed rocking chair in the plain room. She could watch the seldom visited lane, and beyond it, a little way across the fields, were the woods. Besides these, only the clouds and the sky. She could not lift her food to her mouth. She could not be her husband's working partner. She never went into another woman's house to see her works and ways, but sat there, aching and tired, vexed by flies and by heat, and isolated in long storms. Yet the whole countryside neighbored her with true affection. Her spirit grew stronger as her body grew weaker, and the doctors, who grieved because they could do so little with their skill, were never confronted by that malady of the spirit, a desire for ease and laziness, which makes the soundest of bodies useless in complaining. The thought of her blooms in one's mind like the whitest of flowers. It makes one braver and more thankful to remember the simple faith and patience with which she bore her pain and trouble. How often she must have said, "I wish I could do something for you in return," when she was doing 1,000 times more than if, like her neighbors, she followed the simple round of daily life. She was doing constant kindness by her example, but nobody could tell the woe of her long days and nights, the solitude of her spirit as she was being lifted by such hard ways to the knowledge of higher truth and experience. Think of her pain when one after another her children fell ill and died and she could not tend them. And now, in the same worn chair where she lived and slept, sat her husband, helpless too, thinking of her and missing her more than if she had been sometimes away from home, like other women. Even a stranger would miss her in the house. There sat the old farmer looking down the lane in his turn, bearing his afflictions with a patient sternness that may have been born of watching his wife's serenity. There was a half-withered rose lying within his reach. Some days nobody came up the lane, and the wild birds that ventured near the house and the clouds that blew over were his only entertainment. He had a fine face, of the older New England type, clean-shaven and strong-featured, a type that is fast passing away. He might have been a Cumberland dalesman, such were his dignity and self-possession, and the English soberness of manner. His large frame was built for hard work, for lifting great weights and pushing his plow through new-cleared land. We felt at home together, and each knew many things that the other did of earlier days, and of losses that had come with time. I remembered coming to the old house often in my childhood. It was in this very farm lane that I first saw anemones and learned what to call them. After we drove away, this crippled man must have thought a long time about my elders and betters, as if he were reading their story out of a book. I suppose he has hauled many a stick of timber pine down for shipyards, and gone through the village so early in the winter morning that I, waking in my warm bed, only heard the sleds creak through the frozen snow as the slow oxen plodded by. Near the house a trout brook comes splashing over the ledges. At one place there is a most exquisite waterfall, to which neither painter's brush nor writer's pen can do justice. The sunlight falls through flickering leaves into the deep glen, and makes the foam whiter and the brook more golden brown. You can hear the merry noise of it all night, all day, in the house. A little way above the farmstead it comes through marshy ground, which I fear has been the cause of much illness and sorrow to the poor, troubled family. I had a thrill of pain, as it seemed to me that the brook was mocking at all that trouble with all its wild carelessness and loud laughter, as it hurried away down the glen. When we had said goodbye and were turning the horses away, there suddenly appeared in a footpath that led down from one of the green hills the young grandchild, just coming home from school. She was as quick as a bird and as shy in her little pink gown, and balanced herself on one foot like a flower. The brother was the elder of the 2 orphans. He was the old man's delight and dependence by day, while his hired man was afield. The sober country boy had learned to wait and tend, and the young people were indeed a joy in that lonely household. There was no sign that they had ever played like other children. No truckle cart in the yard, no doll, no bits of broken crockery in order on a rock. They had learned a fashion of life from their elders, and already could lift and carry their share of the burdens of life. It was a country of wild flowers. The last of the columbines were clinging to the hillsides. Down in the small fenced meadows belonging to the farm were meadow rue, just coming in flower, and red and white clover. The golden buttercups were thicker than the grass, while many melons were standing straight and slender among the pine stumps, with their first blossoms atop. Red beckias had found their way in, and appeared more than ever like bold foreigners. Their names should be translated into country speech, and the children ought to call them rude beckies, by way of relating them to bouncing Bets and sweet Williams. The pasture grass was green and thick after the plentiful rains, and the busy cattle took little notice of us as they browsed steadily and tinkled their pleasant bells. Looking off, the smooth round back of Great Hill caught the sunlight with its fields of young grain, and all the long wooded slopes and valleys were fresh and fair in the June weather, away toward the blue New Hampshire hills on the northern horizon. Seaward stood Agamenticus, dark with its pitch pines, and the far sea itself, blue and calm, ruled the uneven country with its unchangeable line. Out on the white rose road again, we saw more of the rose trees than ever, and now and then a carefully tended flower garden, always delightful to see and think about. These are not made by merely looking through a florist's catalogue and ordering this or that new seedling and a proper selection of bulbs or shrubs. Everything in a country garden has its history and personal association. The old bushes, the perennials, are apt to have most tender relationship with the hands that planted them long ago. There is a constant exchange of such treasures between the neighbors, and in the spring, slips and cuttings may be seen rooting on the window ledges, while the house plants give endless work all winter long, since they need careful protection against frost and the long nights of the severe weather. A flower-loving woman brings back from every one of her infrequent journeys some treasure of flower seeds, or a huge miscellaneous nosegay. Time to work in the little plot of pleasure ground is hardly won by the busy mistress of the farmhouse. The most appealing collection of flowering plants and vines that I ever saw was in Virginia, once, above the exquisite valley spanned by the natural bridge, a valley far too little known or praised. I had noticed an old log house as I learned to know the outlook from the picturesque hotel, and was sure that it must give a charming view from its perch on the summit of a hill. One day I went there, one April day when the whole landscape was full of color from the budding trees, and before I could look at the view I caught sight of some rare vines, already in leaf, about the dilapidated walls of the cabin. Then across the low paling I saw the brilliant colors of tulips and daffodils. There were many rose bushes. In fact, the whole top of the hill was a flower garden, once well cared for and carefully ordered. It was all the work of an old woman of Scotch-Irish descent, who had been busy with the cares of life, and a very hard worker. Yet I was told that to gratify her love for flowers she would often go afoot many miles over those rough Virginia roads, with a root or cutting from her own garden, to barter for a new rose or a brighter blossom of some sort, with which she would return in triumph. I fancied that sometimes she had to go by night on these charming quests. I could see her business-like, small figure setting forth down the steep path, when she had a good conscience toward her housekeeping, and the children were in order to be left. I am sure that her friends thought of her when they were away from home, and could bring her an offering of something rare. Alas, she had grown too old and feeble to care for her dear blossoms any longer, and had been forced to go to live with the married son. I dare say that she was thinking of her garden that very day, and wondering if this plant or that were not in bloom, and perhaps had a heartache at the thought that her tenants, the careless colored children, might tread the young shoots of peony and rose, and make havoc in the herb bed. It was an uncommon collection made by years of patient toil and self-sacrifice. I thought of that deserted southern garden as I followed my own New England road. The flower plots were in gay bloom all along the way. Almost every house had some flowers before it, sometimes carefully fenced about by stakes and barrel staves from the miscreant hens and chickens which lurked everywhere, and liked a good scratch and fluffing in soft earth this year as well as any other. The world seemed full of young life. There were calves tethered in pleasant shady spots, and puppies and kittens adventuring from the doorways. The trees were full of birds, bobolinks and catbirds and yellowhammers and golden robins, and sometimes a thrush, for the afternoon was wearing late. We passed the spring which once marked the boundary where three towns met, Berwick, York, and Wells, a famous spot in the early settlement of the country, but many of its old traditions are now forgotten. One of the omnipresent regicides of Charles I is believed to have hidden himself for a long time under a great rock close by. The story runs that he made his miserable home in this den for several years, but I believe that there is no record that more than 3 of the regicides escaped to this country, and their wanderings are otherwise accounted for. There is a firm belief that one of them came to York and was the ancestor of many persons now living there, but I do not know whether he can have been the hero of the Baker's Spring Hermitage beside. We stopped to drink some of the delicious water, which never fails to flow cold and clear under the shade of a great oak, and were amused with the sight of a flock of gay little country children who passed by in deep conversation. What could such atoms of humanity be talking about? "Old times," said John, the master of horse, with instant decision. We met now and then a man or woman who stopped to give us hospitable greeting, but there was no staying for visits, lest the daylight might fail us. It was delightful to find this old established neighborhood so thriving and populous, for a few days before I had driven over 3 miles of road and passed only one house that was tenanted, and 6 cellars or crumbling chimneys where good farmhouses had been, the lilacs blooming in solitude, and the fields, cleared with so much difficulty a century or 2 ago, all going back to the original woodland from which they were won. What would the old farmers say to see the fate of their worthy bequest to the younger generation? They would wag their heads sorrowfully with sad foreboding. After we had passed more woodland and well-known quarry, where, for a wonder, the derrick was not creaking and not a single hammer was clinking at the stone wedges, we did not see anyone hoeing in the fields, as we had seen so many on the White Rose Road, the other side of the hills. Presently we met 2 or 3 people walking sedately, clad in their best clothes. There was a subdued air of public excitement and concern, and one of us remembered that there had been a death in the neighborhood. This was the day of the funeral. The man had been known to us in former years. We had an instinct to hide our unsympathetic pleasuring, but there was nothing to be done except to follow our homeward road straight by the house. The occasion was nearly ended by this time. The borrowed chairs were being set out in the yard in little groups. Even the funeral supper had been eaten, and the brothers and sisters and near relatives of the departed man were just going home. The new grave showed plainly out in the green field nearby. He had belonged to one of the ancient families of the region, long settled on this old farm by the narrow river. They had given their name to a bridge, and the bridge had christened the meeting house which stood close by. We were much struck by the solemn figure of the mother, a very old woman, as she walked toward her old home with some of her remaining children. I had not thought to see her again, knowing her great age and infirmity. She was like a presence out of the last century, tall and still erect, dark-eyed and of striking features, and a firm look not modern, but as if her mind were still set upon an earlier and simpler scheme of life. An air of dominion cloaked her finely. She had long been queen of her surroundings and lawgiver to her great family. Royalty is a quality, one of nature's gifts, and there one might behold it as truly as if Victoria, Regina, Imperatrix had passed by. The natural instincts common to humanity were there undisguised, unconcealed, simply accepted. We had seen a royal progress. She was the central figure of that rural society. As you looked at the little group, you could see her only. Now that she came abroad so rarely, her presence was not without deep significance, and so she took her homeward way with a primitive kind of majesty. It was evident that the neighborhood was in great excitement and quite thrown out of its usual placidity. An acquaintance came from a small house farther down the road, and we stopped for a word with him. We spoke of the funeral and were told something of the man who had died. "Yes, and there is a man layin' very sick here," said our friend in an excited whisper. "He won't last but a day or 2. There's another man buried yesterday that was struck by lightnin', comin' across the field when that great shower begun. The lightnin' stove through his hat and run down all over him and plowed a spot in the ground." There was a knot of people about the door. The minister of that scattered parish stood among them, and they all looked at us eagerly, as if we too might be carrying news of a fresh disaster through the countryside. Somehow the melancholy tales did not touch our sympathies as they ought, and we could not see the pathetic side of them as at another time. The day was so full of cheer, and the sky and earth so glorious. The very fields looked busy with their early summer growth. The horses began to think of the clack of the oat-bin cover, and we were hurried along between the silvery willows and the rustling alders, taking time to gather a handful of stray-away conserve roses by the roadside. and where the highway made a long bend eastward among the farms, two of us left the carriage and followed a footpath along the green river bank and through the pastures, coming out to the road again only a minute later than the horses. I believe that it is an old Indian trail followed from the Salmon Falls farther down the river, where the up-country Indians came to dry the plentiful fish for their winter supplies. I have traced the greater part of this deep, worn footpath, which goes straight as an arrow across the country, the first day's trail being from the falls, where Mason's settlers came in 1627 and built their great works of a sawmill with a gang of saws, and presently a grist mill beside, to Emery's Bridge. I should like to follow the old footpath still farther. I found part of it by accident a long time ago. Once, as you came close to the river, you were sure to find fishermen scattered along. Sometimes I myself have been discovered. But it is not much use to go fishing any more. If some public-spirited person would kindly be the Frank Buckland of New England, and try to have the laws enforced that protect the inland fisheries, he would do his country great service. Years ago, there were so many salmon that, as an enthusiastic old friend once assured me, you could walk across on them below the falls. But now they are unknown, simply because certain substances which would enrich the farms are thrown from factories and tanneries into our clear New England streams. Good river fish are growing very scarce. The smelts and bass and shad have all left this upper branch of the Piscataqua, as the salmon left it long ago, and the supply of one necessary sort of good cheap food is lost to a growing community, for the lack of a little thought and care in the factory companies and sawmills, and the building in some cases of fishways over the dams. I think that the need of preaching against this bad economy is very great. The sight of a proud lad with a string of undersized trout will scatter half the idlers in town into the pastures next day, but everybody patiently accepts the depopulation of a fine clear river, where the tide comes fresh from the sea to be tainted by the spoiled stream, which started from its mountain sources as pure as heart could wish. Man has done his best to ruin the world he lives in, one is tempted to say at impulsive first thought. But after all, as I mounted the last hill before reaching the village, the houses took on a new look of comfort and pleasantness. The fields that I knew so well were a fresher green than before. The sun was down, and the provocations of the day seemed very slight compared to the satisfaction. I believed that with a little more time we should grow wiser about our fish and other things beside. It will be good to remember the White Rose Road and its quietness in many a busy town day to come. As I think of these slight sketches, I wonder if they will have to others a tinge of sadness. But I have seldom spent an afternoon so full of pleasure and fresh and delighted consciousness of the possibilities of rural life. End of The White Rose Road by Sarah Orne Jewett. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
Signs and Symbols by Joyce Gilmer. Published in 1916, recorded for Essays Collections Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Signs and Symbols. Those people whom an hostile fate has made both athletes and reformers have among their aversions one which they proclaim with an enthusiasm so intense as to be almost infectious. They dislike passionately the harmless, unnecessary signboard when it has been so placed as to become a feature of the rural landscape. Wooden cows silhouetted against the sunset only irritate them by their gentle celebrations of malted milk. The friendliest invitation to enjoy a cigarette, a corset, or a digestive tablet fills them with anger if it comes from the face of a sea-shadowing cliff or from among the ancient hemlocks of a lofty mountain. There is, of course, a modicum of reason in their attitude. It is wrong to paint the lily at all. It is doubly wrong to paint where rainproof socks across its virgin petals. It is wrong to mar beauty. That is an axiom of all aesthetics, and of all ethics. It would be wrong, for example, although it would be highly amusing, to throw by means of a magic lantern great colored phrases against Niagara's sheet of foam. It would be wrong to carve, as many earnest readers of our magazines believe has been done, an insurance company's advertisement on the Rock of Gibraltar. But the aesthete reformer, in condemning such monstrosities as this, condemns merely an hypothesis. And since the hypothesis obviously is condemnable, he starts a crusade against the innocent facts upon which the purely hypothetical evil is based. It is wrong to mar the snowy splendor of the Alps. Therefore, he says, the Jersey meadows must not bear upon their damp bosom the jubilant banner of an effective safety razor. The sylvan fastness of our continent must be saved from the vandal. Therefore, he says, you may not advertise breakfast food on a hoarding in the suburbs of Paterson. If the aesthete reformers in question will examine the subject dispassionately, they will see that there is really nothing in the signboard as it stands today about which they may justly complain. Advertisers do not deliberately annoy the public. They will not be so foolish as to seek to attract people by spoiling what was beautiful. It must be remembered that a landscape may be rustic and yet not beautiful. The aesthete do not dislike. Instead, he hails with enthusiasm a worn stone bearing the dim inscription, 18 mile to the City of London. Why then should he shudder when he sees a bright placard which shouts, 18 miles to the White Way Shoe Bazaar, Paterson's pride? To my mind, there is a vivacity and a humaness about the second announcement, utterly lacking in the first. The aesthete dotes upon the swinging boards which, with crude paintings, announce the presence of British inns. If The Purple Cow by Geoffrey Pump, entertainment for man and beast, delights his soul, why does he turn in angry sorrow from stop at the new Mammoth Hotel when you are in Omaha, 500 rooms and baths, $1.50 up all fireproof? It is a cheerful invitation, and it should bring the jaded travelers through the track-pierced wastes a comfortable sense of approaching welcome and companionship. There are many things which might be said in favor of urban signboards, especially in favor of those elaborate arrangements in colored lights which make advertisements of table waters and dress fabrics as alluringly lovely as the electrical splendor of the first act of Dukas, Ariane et Barbe Bleue. But in the city, the signboard is always something supererogatory. It may be decorative, but it is not necessary. One does not need a 6-yard announcement of a beer's merit when there are 3 saloons across the street. Even the placards of a place line almost unceasingly the thoroughfares of a district in which the theaters are conspicuous. But in the country the signboards are no luxuries but stern necessities. This the aesthete reformers fail to see because they lack a sense of the unfitness of things. It is their incongruity which gives the rustic signboards the magic of romance. The deliberately commercial announcement, firmly set in an innocent meadow or among the eternal hills, has exactly the same charm as a buttercup in a city street or a grey wood dove fluttering among the stern eaves of an apartment house. What a benefaction to humanity these rural signboards are! To the farmer, they are, in addition to being a source of revenue, a piquant suggestion of the wise and wealthy city. He loves and fears the city, as mankind always loves and fears the unknown. Once he thought that it was paved with gold. He must have thought so. Otherwise, how could he have accounted for the existence of gold bricks? He is less credulous now, but still the big signs down where his track cuts across the old pasture pleasantly thrill his fancy. And what would a railway journey be without these gay and civilizing reminders? They hide the shame of black and suicidal bogs, with cheery hints of vaudeville beyond. They throw before the privacy of farmhouses a decent bale of cigarette advertisements. He whose spit vacation ward from the city is glad of them, for they remind him that he is where factories and huge shops may come only in this pictured guise, theme-painted ghosts of their noisy selves. He who gladly speeds back to domesticity and the ordered comforts of metropolitan life sees them as welcoming seneschals, glorious advanced posts of civilization. They are the least commercial of all commercial things. They are as human and as delightful as explorers or valentines. End of Signs and Symbols by Joyce Gilmer.
A New Declaration of Independence by Emma Goldman. Read for Essays Collection, Volume 1 by Christine Rottger, March 8th, 2024, Westford, Massachusetts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A New Declaration of Independence by Emma Goldman. When in the course of human development, existing institutions prove inadequate to the needs of man, when they serve merely to enslave, rob, and oppress mankind, the people have the eternal right to rebel against and overthrow these institutions. The mere fact that these forces, inimical to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, are legalized by statute laws, sanctified by divine rights, and enforced by political power, in no way justifies their continued existence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all human beings, irrespective of race, color, or sex, are born with the equal right to share at the table of life. That to secure this right, there must be established among men economic, social, and political freedom. We hold further that government exists but to maintain special privilege and property rights, that it coerces man into submission and therefore robs him of dignity, self-respect, and life. The history of the American kings of capital and authority is the history of repeated crimes, injustice, oppression, outrage, and abuse, all aiming at the suppression of individual liberties and the exploitation of the people. A vast country, rich enough to supply all her children with all possible comforts and ensure well-being to all, is in the hands of a few, while the nameless millions are at the mercy of ruthless wealth-gatherers, unscrupulous lawmakers, and corrupt politicians. Sturdy sons of America are forced to tramp the country in a fruitless search for bread, and many of her daughters are driven into the street, while thousands of tender children are daily sacrificed on the altar of Mammon. The reign of these kings is holding mankind in slavery, perpetuating poverty and disease, maintaining crime and corruption. It is fettering the spirit of liberty, throttling the voice of justice, and degrading and oppressing humanity. It is engaged in continual war and slaughter, devastating the country and destroying the best and finest qualities of man. It nurtures superstition and ignorance, sows prejudice and strife, and turns the human family into a camp of Ishmaelites. We, therefore, the liberty-loving men and women, realizing the great injustice and brutality of this state of affairs, earnestly and boldly do hereby declare that each and every individual is and ought to be free to own himself and to enjoy the full fruit of his labor, that man is absolved from all allegiance to the kings of authority and capital, that he has, by the very fact of his being, free access to the land and all means of production, and entire liberty of disposing of the fruits of his efforts, that each and every individual has the unquestionable and unabridgable right of free and voluntary association with other equally sovereign individuals for economic, political, social, and all other purposes, and that to achieve this end man must emancipate himself from the sacredness of property, the respect for man-made law, the fear of the church, the cowardice of public opinion, the stupid arrogance of national, racial, religious, and sex superiority, and from the narrow puritanical conception of human life. And for the support of this declaration, and with a firm reliance on the harmonious blending of man's social and individual tendencies, the lovers of liberty joyfully consecrate their uncompromising devotion, their energy and intelligence, their solidarity and their lives. End of A New Declaration of Independence by Emma Goldman.
Looking Back on Girlhood by Sarah Orne Jewett, published January 7, 1892. Read for Essays Collection Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Looking Back on Girlhood. In giving this brief account of my childhood, or to speak exactly, of the surroundings which have affected the course of my work as a writer, my first thought flies back to those who taught me to observe, and to know the deep pleasures of simple things, and to be interested in the lives of people about me. With its high hills and pine forests, and all its ponds and brooks and distant mountain views, there are few such delightful country towns in New England as the one where I was born. Being one of the oldest colonial settlements, it is full of interesting traditions and relics of the early inhabitants, both Indians and Englishmen. 2 large rivers join just below the village at the head of tidewater, and these, with a great inflow from the sea, make a magnificent stream, bordered on its seaward course now by high wooded banks of dark pines and hemlocks, and again by lovely green fields that slope gently to long lines of willows at the water's edge. There is never-ending pleasure in making one's self familiar with such a region. One may travel at home in a most literal sense, and be always learning history, geography, botany, or biography, whatever one chooses. I have had a good deal of journeying in my life and have taken great delight in it, but I have never taken greater delight than in my rides and drives and tramps and voyages within the borders of my native town. There is always something fresh, something to be traced or discovered, something particularly to be remembered. One grows rich in memories and associations. I believe that we should know our native towns much better than most of us do, and never let ourselves be strangers at home, particularly when one's native place is so really interesting as my own. Above tidewater, the 2 rivers are barred by successive falls. You hear the noise of them by night in the village, like the sound of the sea, and this fine water power so near the coast, beside a great salmon fishery famous among the Indians, brought the first English settlers to the town in 1627. I know some families who still live upon the lands which their ancestors bought from the Indians, and their single deed bears the queer barbaric signatures. There are many things to remind one of these early settlers beside the old farms upon which they and their descendants have lived for 6 or 7 generations. One is a quaint fashion of speech which survives among the long-established neighborhoods, and words and phrases common in England in the 16th and 17th centuries. One curious thing is the pronunciation of the name of the town. Berwick by the elder people has always been called Barvik, after the fashions of Danes and Northmen, never Berwick, as the word has so long been pronounced in modern England. The descendants of the first comers to the town have often been distinguished in the affairs of their time. No village of its size in New England could boast, particularly in the early part of the present century, of a larger number of men and women who held themselves more closely in touch with the best that has been thought and said in the world. As I write this, I keep in mind the truth that I have no inheritance from the ancient worth and dignity of Berwick, or what is now North Berwick, in Maine. My own people are comparatively late comers. I was born in a pleasant old colonial house built near 1750, and bought by my grandfather 60 or 70 years ago, when he brought his household up the river to Berwick from Portsmouth. He was a sea captain and had run away to sea in his boyhood, and led a most adventurous life, but was quite ready to forsake seafaring in his early manhood, and at last joined a group of acquaintances who were engaged in the flourishing West India trade of that time. For many years he kept and extended his interests in shipping, building ships, and buying large quantities of timber from the northward and eastward, and sending it down the river and so to sea. This business was still in existence in my early childhood, and the manner of its conduct was primitive enough, the barter system still prevailing by force of necessity. Those who brought the huge sticks of oak and pine timber for masts and planks were rarely paid in money, which was of comparatively little use in remote and sparsely settled districts. When the sleds and long trains of yoked oxen returned from the river wharves to the stores, they took a lighter load in exchange of flour and rice and barrels of molasses, of sugar and salt and cotton cloth and raisins and spices and tea and coffee. In fact, all the household necessities and luxuries that the northern farms could not supply. They liked to have a little money with which to pay their taxes and their parish dues, if they were so fortunate as to be parishioners, but they needed very little money besides. So I came in contact with the up-country people as well as with the sailors and shipmasters of the other side of the business. I used to linger about the busy country stores and listen to the graphic country talk. I heard the greetings of old friends and their minute details of neighborhood affairs, their delightful jokes and Munchausen-like reports of tracts of timber pines ever so many feet through at the butt. When the great teams came in sight at the head of the village street, I ran to meet them over the creaking snow, if possible to mount and ride into town in triumph. But it was not so many years before I began to feel sorry at the sight of every huge lopped stem of oak or pine that came trailing along after the slow-stepping frosted oxen. Such trees are unreplaceable. I only know of one small group now in all this part of the country of those great timber pines. My young ears were quick to hear the news of a ship's having come into port, and I delighted in the elderly captains with their sea-tanned faces, who came to report upon their voyages, dining cheerfully and heartily with my grandfather, who listened eagerly to their exciting tales of great storms on the Atlantic, and winds that blew them north about, and good bargains in Havana, or Barbados, or Havre. I listened as eagerly as any one. This is the charming way in which I was taught something of a fashion of life already on the wane, and of that subsistence upon sea and forest bounties which is now almost a forgotten thing in my part of New England. Much freight still came and went by the river gundelows and packets long after the railroad had made such changes, and every village along its line lost its old feeling of self-sufficiency. In my home, the greater part of the minor furnishings had come over in the ships from Bristol and Havre. My grandfather seemed to be a citizen of the whole geography. I was always listening to stories of 3 wars from older people, the siege of Louisbourg, the Revolution, in which my father's ancestors had been honest but mistaken Tories, and in which my mother's, the Gilmans of Exeter, had taken a nobler part. As for the War of 1812, the last war, as everybody called it was a thing of yesterday in the town. One of the famous privateer crews was gathered along our own river shore, and one member of the crew in his old age had been my father's patient. The Berwick people were great patriots, and were naturally proud of the famous Selwyns, who were born in the upper part of the town, and came to be governors and judge and general. I often heard about Lafayette, who had made an ever-to-be-remembered visit in order to see again some old friends who lived in the town. The name of a famous Colonel Hamilton, the leader in the last century of the West India trade, and the histories of the old Berwick houses of Chadbourne and Lord were delightfully familiar, and one of the traditions of the latter family is more than good enough to be told again. There was a Berwick lad who went out on one of the privateers that sailed from Portsmouth in the Revolution. The vessel was taken by a British frigate, and the crew put in irons. One day, one of the English midshipmen stood near these prisoners as they took their airing on deck and spoke contemptuously about the rebels. Young Lord heard what he said, and turned himself about to say boldly, "If it were not for your rank, sir, I would make you take that back." "No matter about my rank," said the gallant middy. "If you can whip me, you are welcome to." So they had a capital good fight, standing over a tea-chest, as proud tradition tells, and the bare-wicked sailor was the better fighter of the two, and won. The Englishman shook hands and asked his name and promised not to forget him, which was certainly most handsome behavior. When they reached an English port, all the prisoners but one were sent away under guard to join the other American prisoners of war, but the admiral sent for a young man named Nathan Lord, and told him that his Grace the Duke of Clarence, son of His Majesty the King, begged for his pardon, and had left a £5 note at his disposal. This was not the first or last Berwick lad who proved himself of good courage in a fight, and there never was another to whip a future King of England, and moreover to be liked the better for it by that fine gentleman. My grandfather died in my 11th year, and presently the Civil War began. From that time the simple village life was at an end, its provincial character was fading out, shipping was at a disadvantage, and there were no more bronzed sea captains coming to dine and talk about their voyages, no more bags of filiberts or oranges for the children, or great red jars of olives. But in these childish years I had come in contact with many delightful men and women of real individuality and breadth of character, who had fought the battle of life to good advantage, and sometimes against great odds. In these days I was given to long childish illnesses, and it must be honestly confessed, to instant drooping if ever I was shut up in school. I had apparently not the slightest desire for learning, but my father was always ready to let me be his companion in long drives about the country. In my grandfather's business household, my father, unconscious of tonnage and timber measurement, of the markets of the Windward Islands or the Mediterranean ports, had taken to his book, as old people said, and gone to college and begun that devotion to the study of medicine which only ended with his life. I have tried already to give some idea of my father's character in my story of the country doctor, but all that is inadequate to the gifts and character of the man himself. He gave me my first and best knowledge of books by his own delight and dependence upon them, and ruled my early attempts at writing by the severity and simplicity of his own good taste. Don't try to write about people and things. Tell them just as they are. How often my young ears heard these words without comprehending them, but while I was too young and thoughtless to share in an enthusiasm for Sterne or Fielding or Smollett or Don Quixote, my mother and grandmother were leading me into the pleasant ways of Pride and Prejudice, and the scenes of clerical life, and the delightful stories of Mrs. Oliphant. The old house was well provided with leather-bound books of a deeply serious nature, but in my youthful appetite for knowledge, I could even in the driest find something vital, and in the most entertaining I was completely lost. My father had inherited from his father an amazing knowledge of human nature, and from his mother's French ancestry that peculiarly French trait called gaieté de cœur. Through all the heavy responsibilities and anxieties of his busy professional life, this kept him young at heart and cheerful. His visits to his patients were often made perfectly delightful and refreshing to them by his kind heart and the charm of his personality. I knew many of the patients whom he used to visit in lonely inland farms, or on the sea-coast in York and Wales. I used to follow him about silently like an undemanding little dog, content to follow at his heels. I had no consciousness of watching or listening, or indeed of any special interest in the country interiors. In fact, when the time came that my own world of imaginations was more real to me than any other, I was sometimes perplexed at my father's directing my attention to certain points of interest in the character or surroundings of our acquaintances. I cannot help believing that he recognized, long before I did myself, in what direction the current of purpose in my life was setting. Now, as I write my sketches of country life, I remember again and again the wise things he said, and the sights he made me see. He was only impatient with affectation and insincerity. I may have inherited something of my father's and grandfather's knowledge of human nature, but my father never lost a chance of trying to teach me to observe. I owe a great deal to his patience with a heedless little girl given far more to dreams than to accuracy, and with perhaps too little natural sympathy for the dreams of others. The quiet village life, the dull routine of farming or mill life, early became interesting to me. I was taught to find everything that an imaginative child could ask in the simple scenes close at hand. I say these things eagerly because I long to impress upon every boy and girl this truth, that it is not one's surroundings that can help or hinder. It is having a growing purpose in one's life to make the most of whatever is in one's reach. If you have but a few good books, learn those to the very heart of them. Don't for one moment believe that if you have different surroundings and opportunities, you would find the upward path any easier to climb. One condition is like another if you have not the determination and the power to grow in yourself. I was still a child when I began to write down the things I was thinking about, but at first I always made rhymes and found prose so difficult that a school composition was a terror to me, and I do not remember ever writing one that was worth anything. But in course of time, rhymes themselves became difficult and prose more and more enticing, and I began my work in life most happy in finding that I was to write of those country characters and rural landscapes to which I myself belonged, and which I had been taught to love with all my heart. I was between 19 and 20 when my first sketch was accepted by Mr. Howells for the Atlantic. I already counted myself as by no means a new contributor to one or two other magazines, Young Folks and The Riverside, but I had no literary friends at court. I was very shy about speaking of my work at home, and even sent it to the magazine under an assumed name, and then was timid about asking the postmistress for those mysterious and exciting editorial letters which she announced upon the post office list, as if I were a stranger in the town. End of Looking Back on Girlhood by Sarah Orne Jewett. Read by Elsie Selwyn.